2088, The Foundry Worker, by Brian Michael Morris. Warning, this book contains strong language and depictions of violence. Chapter 1, A Workplace Disaster. The sound of sirens cut through the hot, sticky air surrounding the American military steel foundry. A dark line of soot-covered men in stained and torn overalls ambled out of the factory, their dirty faces unmoved or simply ignorant to the frantic activities of the emergency crews moving to and fro around them. A firefighter with a large hose cut through their file, yelling at the men to move. Those directly in his path yielded the minimum required, reluctant to acknowledge his presence. The firefighter screamed curses at the automatons as he passed them by, but the workers' attention was directed straight ahead. Their collective goal was singular, to get as far away from this hellhole as possible. Exhaustion had sapped all exuberance from their limbs, and so they trudged ahead with a steady purpose. A middle-aged man with a red hard hat and blue-collared shirt was half talking, half yelling at a firefighter operating the fire truck when he spotted his subordinates. "Hey!" he hollered after them, his wide face red from yelling, years of alcohol abuse, a healthy appetite for red meat, or all of the above. "Where the fuck are you going? The muster point's just outside the lunchroom." He pointed his fat finger at the small outbuilding with such aggression that the gesture almost looked vulgar. "I'll be there shortly." Considering the matter settled, the supervisor returned his ire back onto the fire truck operator, who was clearly disappointed that the interruption had been so brief, and he would be required to indulge this blowhard once again. A few men eyed the exit tentatively before diverting towards the lunchroom. Aiden stopped a moment longer to stare up at the sun. It was a hot and humid midsummer day in New Independence, Wisconsin. The sun hung in the sky like a bright full moon. He couldn't decide whether it was so dim because of the thin layer of hazy clouds, the dense humidity coming off of Lake Superior, or the seemingly ever-present pollution. His eyes trailed off to the top of a smokestack, but the white, slightly grayish expulsion perfectly blended into the color of the sky, so he was left wondering what was natural and what was not, as he trailed behind the group. 10 minutes later, the group was loosely scattered around the outside of the lunchroom building. Most were smoking in silence when the supervisor walked up to them. "So, it looks like they have Foundry 2 fire nearly contained. However, the chief," the supervisor sneered out the word, "wants to investigate the scene to discover the cause. Clearly, it was just a faulty hydraulic line that burst. Case closed." Aiden bit his lip. Everyone there knew full well that Foundry 2 had a slow hydraulic leak for months, but the supervisor had ordered them to keep the system steadily topped up, rather than ordering a new hose. The supervisor took out his phone from his unblemished coveralls. 11:30. Okay, so let's take an early lunch, and since the foundry is down, after lunch, Tim and James can go help in packing, and the rest will work in the slag heap. Aiden looked down at his own charred overalls and the burn marks on his hands and forearms. "How's David?" he asked, without looking up. The supervisor looked indignant. "How should I know? You saw him same as me. Maybe even a little more." Aiden's eyes shot up angrily. "I did see a lot. I saw David's face splattered with molten steel because some dumb fuck thought it would help to spray water on an oil fire. It's anyone's guess how some dipshit like you became supervisor here." Emotion was coursing through his body now, and he knew there was no point in reining it in now. The cat was out of the bag, and there would be no backpedaling. The supervisor's eyes were wide with shock, and his stout face somehow took on a more vibrant shade of red. "What the fuck did you just say to me? You're fucking done here. You understand me, you little fucker? If you assholes had got the damn fire under control instead of shooting the extinguisher all over the fucking place, the water was better than nothing." "I'm sure that David would beg to differ," Aiden replied coolly. Maybe if you were less concerned with trying to contain the problem ourselves just to avoid having to file an incident report, then David wouldn't have needed to fall victim to your stupidity. That's bullshit. I did no such thing. I called them as soon as I found out. With all of the yelling, that last declaration sounded pathetically weak. Aiden was too tired to continue a pointless argument and began walking toward the exit of the foundry. Where are you going? The supervisor advanced a few strides in Aiden's direction. Leaving, Aiden stated without breaking his stride. You leave! You're not coming back! I know. Aiden continued walking, more determined than ever to put as much space between himself and an assault charge as he could. The stocky supervisor yelled after him. And don't expect to be getting your check or your vacation pay. I'll tell Laura to cancel them immediately, he taunted. Aiden turned back with his fist balled and teeth clenched tight. He imagined the cartilage of that bulbous, veiny nose disintegrating under the force of his knuckles. He wrestled with the impulse before reining in his rage and continued towards the exit gate. Lost to angry reflection, Aiden walked in a daze, completely relying upon his subconscious mind to navigate through the streets of New Independence. The city of nearly 100,000 was by no means sprawling, and Aiden had lived there for nearly a decade. Still, when he emerged from his reverie, he found himself in an unfamiliar part of town. Surveying the surrounding buildings led him to believe that he had stumbled into the town's south side. Years ago, when the war was at its climax, a series of temporary factories were constructed here to handle the extra demand for the Army's munitions. Defense contractors quickly constructed workers' accommodations. The buildings were built for function and economy of space, and by the look of the bulging siding and sunken roofs, of the rows of two-story apartment blocks, longevity had been low on the list of priorities. Aiden searched his mental map for orientation. He estimated that he must have walked around 5 or 6 miles due south from the foundry. Why did he walk here when he lived only 3 miles east of the job site? He looked around and eyed the return journey tentatively. He was already so tired. He cursed himself under his breath and found that his throat and tongue were both too petrified with dryness to articulate the admonishment properly. There was no way that he was walking home before finding something to drink first. He was fairly certain that he had already passed a mile or two of strictly industrial land, and the best chance of finding a store was heading further south, or at least so he hoped. As he continued along, Aiden spotted 4 black youths hanging out in front of an entrance to another squat apartment block. They were the first people he had spotted outside since he had regained control over his senses. They were on the same side of the street, and he eyed the possibility of crossing to reduce the chance of a confrontation. However, he quickly abandoned this idea since the group had already spotted him, and he didn't want to appear to be weak or scared by trying to avoid them. Aiden stared straight ahead and held a steady pace, but clenched his jaw as he noticed that they were already moving closer towards him. I wonder just how poor this neighborhood really is, he thought, glancing around at the occasional broken or cracked window. One was boarded up with plywood. The gutter of the loiterer's apartment was twisted and mangled, the last few remaining screws clinging onto the rotten facerboard for dear life. Poor enough appeared to be the answer. Hey, you lost, white boy? Aiden paused for a moment, unsure how to respond. His initial inclination was to reply aggressively. Although the 4 appeared to be more than ready to reciprocate violence in kind. As long as they all remained in front of him and didn't surround him, there would always be an opportunity to fight his way out, or simply make a run for it. Well, I'm actually looking for something to drink. Is there a bar or corner store somewhere up ahead? Aiden forced a tight smirk. The young man looked a little confused and instead changed the subject. Yo, what the fuck happened to you? You look like you've been rolling around in coal or something. His face cracked in a newfound amusement. You ain't wearing blackface or something, 'cause that shit would be racist as fuck. His companions started cracking up, but the speaker didn't look amused. You mocking us, motherfucker? He challenged, but Aiden didn't take the bait. The second youth chimed in. Nah, man, this motherfucker ain't racist. He just been sucking off an octopus and it bust a nut all over his face. The group burst out into laughter. Aiden took the opportunity to continue walking. What can I say? I'm a sucker for good sushi, he responded, grinning as he passed through the narrow gap formed between the young men, who were too bemused to bar his way. He had made it no more than 20 feet away when someone from the group yelled after him. Hey! The voice from behind him had lost all mirth, and Aiden's hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he turned around, prepared for a fight. There's a bar 3 blocks away. Turn right and it's 2 more blocks at the corner. His muscles relaxed. Okay. Thanks, man. He gave a short wave and turned to go. He still didn't know if he was too on edge or if he had just dodged a bullet. Either way, he was grateful to have a goal in sight. Chapter 2. The Bar. 15 minutes later, he reached the end of his directions and came upon a squat commercial building. Tall weeds grew out of the cracks formed between the sidewalk and the outer walls. Something resembling a sign clung to the bulging vinyl siding. The 2 street view windows had bars on them and were encrusted with so much grime and filth that their glass was nearly opaque, offering little, if any, indication as to what was on the other side. The entrance was equally inelegant, and the door appeared to be of a cheap residential variety, protected by an outer iron bar gate. The gate was unlocked and swung wide open, perhaps the only clue that the establishment was in operation. However, the outside appearance did little to deter Aiden, just as long as there was cold liquid on the inside. He grabbed the faded bronze veneered knob and went inside. His eyes took a moment to adjust to the dimness of the bar. Slowly, the space came into clarity. It was fairly small. There were 2 round tables on either side of him. An old pool table to his left was in poor condition. Worn-out felt loosely clung to a warped tabletop, and the 2 corner pockets nearest him were too damaged to perform their intended function. On the back wall, tucked into the corner where the bar ended, was a couple of betting machines. To his right looked to be the washrooms and the entrance to whatever sort of kitchen the place had. And straight ahead was the bar, surrounded by 10 stools. Only one stool was occupied by an old man, whose unruly mess of gray-black hair was intertwined so completely with his untidy beard that it was difficult to differentiate the two. From his appearance and the way he was hunched over the bar, Aiden was undecided whether he was homeless or just the neighborhood drunk. He reflected that one did not preclude the other, and that the stranger could very well be both. The aesthetic of the old man matched the ambiance of the establishment perfectly. The bartender, however, stood out in stark contrast. Her large blue eyes had been following him since he entered with rapt attention. She was leaning forward, the palm of her hands on the top of the bar's dark wood. Even with his eyes adjusted, the bar was still dark, dingy, and dirty. But what little light there was seemed to be concentrated around her. A radiant sheen danced off of her fine golden hair, and her eyes sparkled as they watched him. Her intent look was beginning to make him feel uncomfortable, and he couldn't understand why she was giving him such unbroken attention. He briefly entertained the thought that this was simply the look of undisguised attraction, but her eyes did lack an amorous glint. He looked down at his thermal retardant overalls with dark char marks, realizing that he certainly must have appeared to be something of an oddity. He headed towards the nearest stool, but was quickly hit with the odor of piss and stale sweat coming from the old man, and decided that finding a stool as far away as possible would dramatically increase the quality of his experience. He settled in the left corner near the gambling machines. "Hello," the bartender greeted him in a soft voice. "Are you okay?" she asked, and seemed to be genuinely distressed by his condition. "I'm fine," he croaked. What little moisture remained in his mouth evaporated under the heat of her gaze. Her pink lips pursed skeptically, but did not press the issue. "What can I get for you?" Aiden looked to the draft taps, but could only imagine what sort of tepid abomination would issue from those stagnant lines. "I'll take a bottle of your cheapest lager." She only smiled slightly and gave a single nod. "Oh, and where's your bathroom?" She pointed to the opposite side of the bar, but said nothing more. Aiden found his way and entered the washroom. It was cramped, with one stall and a urinal, with a sink barely large enough to contain 2 adult hands at the same time. But there was hand soap, and it didn't smell of piss or shit, which was a surprise. There was a small mirror, and he looked at himself for the first time that day. He was a little shocked. Black iron oxide covered his face, and his brown hair looked black where it had stuck out from underneath his hard hat. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face looked older than his years. How had he walked so far in the heavy overalls was still a mystery to him. No wonder he was so tired and dehydrated, he reflected, as he stripped out of his overalls and resumed cleaning his hands and face, occasionally unable to resist the urge to take in large draughts of tap water from his cupped hands. As he washed, he found that the top of his forearms and hands were splattered in burn marks. Most were only skin deep, but a few were larger and sore, and he could only guess at how they would heal. It could have been worse, he reminded himself, as he remembered David's horrid screams when the water stream passed too close to the crucible of molten steel, and he was enveloped in a shower of liquid fire. Aiden, who had been nearly a dozen feet away, had been spared, but the molten metal was still bubbling and popping when he had helped to drag David's body away. He traced the jagged edge of the wound, staring into its ugly center, and reflected that it would be a miracle if his coworker survived from his injuries. He made his way back to his stool with his rolled-up overalls. He set the pile down on the stool seat beside him, even though they were essentially garbage. After his theatrical exit, he could hardly imagine returning to the job site, and if they were going to withhold his final check from him anyways, he really owed them no final courtesy. He turned his attention back to the bar top, where a much-anticipated bottle of cold beer was waiting for him. His first few mouthfuls of water from the bathroom tap had done little to dampen his thirst, and his tongue trembled in anticipation, preparing for its effervescent baptism. As soon as the bottle touched his lips, any pretense for self-control quickly evaporated. Each ambrosiac gulp of the cold liquid encouraged the next indulgence, until he was sucking at nothing but air. As soon as he set down the bottle onto the counter, he felt the consequences of voracious consumption in the form of a painful air bubble lodged in the middle of his esophagus. His discomfort was compounded by the realization that his pretty barkeep was observing the spectacle with undisguised curiosity, leaving him with few options to discreetly unburden himself of his ethereal inhabitant. When he made eye contact, she held his gaze unwaveringly. Aiden, slightly reddening and with supreme concentration, was able to avoid a rancorous outburst and let out as suppressed a burp as he could manage. "Sorry," he said sheepishly. She looked to be slightly amused by the entire show, and a small grin curled the corner of her mouth. The forced discretion under the watchful eye of a pretty young observer proved to be too much solemnity for the occasion, and Aiden couldn't help but let out an involuntary laugh. The woman joined his laughter. She had a measured laugh, with each crescendo spaced perfectly. Her laughter took on a nearly sing-song cadence. The bright sound of mirth clashed heavily with the dank darkness of the bar, including the drunk old man who looked up at the sound with a scowl, as though he too knew that this woman did not belong to this setting. "Can I get you another?" she asked, with a bemused look still playing upon her lips. Sure, thank you." He could feel the clumsiness of his tongue, but he was unable to improve it with superior articulation or with better content. "Maybe I could get a glass of water as well," he added self-consciously. The bartender only smiled and offered a single nod in affirmation. As she turned to open the short fridge below, she added, "You're quite thirsty," she observed, but her tone left the door open for further elaboration if he desired. She opened the bottle and exchanged it for the empty one. "You could say that," he replied as she filled a glass of water, but grimaced at his flat response. She set down the glass. "A rough day?" she asked as she looked over to his heap of charred overalls. "Isn't every day?" he said instinctively, but stopped himself. Well, it was a rough day," he admitted as he brought the second bottle to his lips. She nodded sympathetically. "And what brought you here?" She smiled warmly. "I mean, I know it was for something to drink, but we normally have a fixed clientele here." She inclined her head towards the old man. "And I don't remember seeing you around here before." He felt like he was being perfectly set up for some sort of flirtation here, where he could have responded with, "You brought me here," or "If I'd known you were here, I would have come more often." Instead, he responded with the lackluster, "I don't know. To be honest, I just sort of wandered here." "Sorry, but you wandered here?" she said in perplexity. "From where?" "From work." "Oh." She idly wiped away some droplets of water from her countertop before looking back up. "And where do you work?" "At the AMSF. Do you know it?" She shook her head. "The American Steel Foundry. It's a large complex just east of the center of town." "To be honest, I'm surprised that you don't know it. It's one of the biggest employers in New Independence." "Oh, well, I'm sort of new to town. I've only been here for a few months now." Aiden suddenly became aware of her distinctly un-American accent. It was too subtle for him to place it exactly, but he guessed that it was from somewhere in the Eastern Bloc. "But wait, you walked here all the way from the center of town? That's pretty far. And why would you come here of all places?" He scratched the back of his head while he considered his retort. "Well, to be honest, I wasn't really thinking about it at the time." He was going to leave it there, but the way that she was looking at him made him think that she was genuinely interested in the answer. Or maybe he was still delirious from dehydration and had a little heat stroke. Or perhaps he was just an oddity. Either way, she stood there patiently waiting, as though she knew that it was just a matter of time before he would break down and elaborate further. He took a deep breath and reached for a pack of smokes in his front shirt pocket. His hand froze on the top of the pack, and he suddenly felt a pang of guilt, as though smoking in front of this woman would be obscene. However, his habit overruled his sense of impropriety, and he lit his cigarette. With his lungs contentedly filled with nerve-calming smoke, he continued his story. "There was a fire at my job today." A hiss of air shot out from his nostrils. It was so stupid, completely avoidable, but the boss, trying to save money, ended up costing the company much more in the long run, not to mention the shit. Sorry, he apologized for the profanity, but she seemed to be more interested in him continuing the story. with what we had to put up with. Anyways, I don't think I'll be going back there anytime soon. You quit? Aiden nodded. But what about the fire? How did it start? He looked her straight in the eyes. He was reluctant to go into great detail, but there was something so comforting and sincere in her look that it compelled him to expound upon his story. Well, we use a hydraulic press to form our solid 4-inch billets. The steel is red hot, but solid at that stage to be easily crushed into shape. We've had a slow leak in one of the hydraulic hoses for over a month now. Every time we brought it up to our supervisor, he would tell us that he had it on order and it's coming, which is BS, because it's a pretty basic part. So there's no way it'd take over a month to show up. What's crazier is I think that we probably wasted more money and lost hydraulic fluid over the past month than a new hose would have cost. Anyways, today the hose exploded, and since it was above red-hot metal, the oil quickly ignited, and we soon discovered all the nooks and crannies where a month's worth of oil had gotten into. Needless to say, the area was almost instantly consumed in flames. We should have got out of there immediately, but saving the expensive equipment was deemed to be more important. So you were able to control the fire? Aiden shrugged. I guess. We really just delayed its spread until the firefighters arrived. Oh my, she exclaimed and looked down at his charred clothes. Are you all right? She moved a little closer to inspect his burnt hands and arms. These are from today, then? She briefly looked into his eyes before sliding her cool, delicate fingers under his right hand for a better look. His hand tingled under her touch, and he couldn't meet her eyes. He was unaccustomed to tender contact, and he feared that his eyes would betray himself, but he didn't dare pull his hand away either. Instead, he sat there, with his gaze fixed to the lines of wood grain in the bar top. I'm fine. Doesn't hurt too bad. Well, those two may have burned through the nerve, so it wouldn't start to hurt until it begins to heal. She lowered his hand and inspected his left. Yes, this one as well. They're also pretty dirty. They'll become infected for sure if you leave them like this. You never went to the hospital? She asked, but it was clear from the state of his wounds that he hadn't. Aiden looked up for a moment and shook his head. The bartender gently lowered his hand. Wait here. I have a small med kit in my bag in the back. I used to be, I took care of things like this with my family before. She looked a little uncomfortable for the first time, and then quickly turned on her heel and slipped out of the bar into the kitchen area. Aiden took the opportunity to take a few more sips of beer, followed by a couple mouthfuls of water. Who is she? He thought to himself, and his eyes followed the path to the kitchen. What a shithole, he observed. How could someone so nice be stuck working here? Maybe she's not what she seems. She re-emerged from the kitchen with a little red med kit, and his doubt suddenly felt blasphemous. Bullshit. She's helping your dumbass, isn't she? No, she doesn't belong here. She's perfect. But his reason had to add, nothing will look more beautiful than when it's under the backdrop of ugliness. She walked over to the bar stool beside him. As she took her seat, Aiden tried to ignore their environment, to appraise her essence more accurately. But his laser-like focus on her only served to multiply her beauty in his eyes. She drew her stool a little closer to his, and he was beginning to view his burns as more of a blessing by the minute. She opened up the small pack on the bar and pulled out a pair of blue latex gloves. As she slipped them on, Aiden took note that they bore no sign of any ring. She removed an antiseptic pack and tore it open and pulled out a little cloth inside. She turned back to him and said, Okay, give me your left arm. He offered up his arm. By the way, thanks. This is very nice of you to do this. You really don't have to, so thank you. He really couldn't remember the last time someone had shown him this much tender kindness, and he had to choke down a lump in his throat. She simply smiled at him and said, "Anything for a paying customer," and focused on his burnt arm, gently dabbing away dirt and grime from the burn. He winced slightly at the pain. "By the way, I'm Aiden. And you are?" She looked up at him. Her eyes seemed to be full of emotion and thought. She held his gaze for a while before answering. "Sophia." And her mouth opened as though she had something to add, but she said nothing more and continued to clean his burn. I've noticed you have a bit of an accent. Where are you from, originally?" Sophia visibly stiffened and gave him a furtive glance. I didn't mean to pry," he added awkwardly. Sophia relaxed slightly and smiled up at him. "No, it's all right." She grabbed a fresh antiseptic pad and continued swabbing the burn. "It's just a little complicated. My father was stationed in the military in Poland when I was born, and we moved around the Slavic states for most of my childhood. So I suppose I picked up a bit of an accent there." She pulled out another packet from her pack and squeezed out a clear liquid onto her gloved fingers. Before applying the gel to his burn, she asked, "And how about you? Have you been in New Independence your whole life?" The gel felt cool against his wound. "No, I actually only moved here for work. I guess around 5 years now. I'm originally from out west, a small town in Washington State. It was a fine enough place to grow up, I guess, but there wasn't much for work there, and it had a big drug problem, mostly crack, fentanyl, and Menzemprin. Anyways, there wasn't much of a future back there, so I just left. It wasn't a great improvement, but at least there was some work here." Sophia nodded as she taped a square piece of gauze over his treated burn. "Better?" she asked, and Aiden looked down at his bandaged arm, nodding. "Yeah, thanks. You're quite good at this. And you aren't a nurse or something?" He realized that her pack was small, but still contained more than just gauze and simple bandages. Some of the items, like the cool gel that she had applied before the bandage, were foreign to him, and a few of the other vials in her pack looked too exotic for a standard first aid kit. She simply shook her head and shrugged her shoulders. "I just have a little experience taking care of others." She gave him a small, sad smile. "Okay, let's take a look at your other arm." Aiden offered it up willingly. Sophia worked in silence for a while before asking, "And do you have any family?" She was interrupted by the bar door being flung open, which made her jump instinctively. The sun silhouetted 3 bodies as they entered the bar, but their features were obscured until the door closed behind them. Sophia was stiff as a board, except for a subtle tremble, which was invisible, but Aiden felt it run through her hand, still holding his arm. The first stranger's dark, deep-set eyes hawkishly rested upon her fingers still cradling Aiden's arm, and Sophia quickly let go and meekly turned to the man in his mid to late 50s. The man had a close-cropped, glossy black beard. A gold chain glinted between the thicket of his thick, dark chest hair, the length of which was hidden under a light purple silk shirt. He was thick-set, but it did little to soften the sharp severity of his jaw and hooked nose. The scent of pungent cologne quickly enveloped the entire space. The newcomer's upper lip curled into a sneer to reveal a gold-reinforced canine tooth. "What are you doing?" he asked of Sophia in a thick accent, that Aiden took to be a different variety of Slavic. I didn't think I was running a hospital here. He moved closer to Sophia, with the two younger men following a pace behind him, and in a soft but menacing tone said, I need to speak to you. Sophia moved without a pause, standing ready to follow. Turning to Aiden, he leered, Next time you need medical help, might I suggest a hospital, not my bartender? And turned to lead Sophia to the kitchen, who followed dutifully at his heels. The younger men did not follow this time, and lingered beside Aiden for a while, neither acknowledging the other. Under closer inspection, they had similar features to the newcomer, and Aiden guessed that they were likely related. Perhaps they were the older man's sons or nephews. Either way, it didn't matter much. He was only trying to assess the situation. In the span of a cluster of moments, he went from being mostly alone with a beautiful bartender to being confronted by some grotesque representatives of humanity who filled him with a sickly sensation, conveying to him that some action was required and that it would not be agreeable. Aiden returned to sipping on his beer. Adrenaline's fight or flight persuasion was already coursing strongly through his veins, and he knew which one he was leaning towards. However, he needed a moment to collect his thoughts. It was clear that these men were not exclusively in the seedy bar business. He could smell their nefarious ambitions from across the room. He supposed that there would have been few lines that these three hadn't crossed in the pursuit of an extra buck. He needed a plan of attack. Not knowing in which direction the inner wheels of his mind were rolling, the two men soon became bored by Aiden's apparent complacency and turned their attention onto the older man. Kelly! The old man looked up with bloodshot eyes. Hey, Ortsan. Ortsu, he corrected coolly. You already drunk. Maybe you never stopped, eh? Come on, it's time to go. The two were at either side of the old man, pulling him out of his seat. The old man protested. Hey, I still got good money to spend. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Let's go. Kelly moved slowly, but he didn't resist, and soon the three were outside. In the fresh silence, Aiden could just make out the muffled voice of the newcomer from the kitchen. And I'm not interested in excuses. Whether you did and did not do everything asked of you is irrelevant. Aiden stood up and began walking towards the kitchen area, as though he were in a trance and had no control over his limb. The fact that the client has complained is reason enough. He passed through the kitchen's entrance. There was a short countertop near the entrance and a food window to his left. A shorter stainless steel table sat in between the countertop and the flat top on the far wall. Beyond the steel island was the closed door to a small office. Your job is to please the client. If I hear about it, then he isn't pleased, is he? Sophia's cry of supplication was heard on the other side of the door. Please, I did everything I could. Please, I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding. Enough. I am tired of What the fuck are you doing back here? Aiden was already breathing heavily. It felt almost surreal. In that moment, he witnessed what he desired to preserve above all else, standing within a foot of what he wished to see destroyed. She's coming with me. Aiden could barely speak. His rage was so profound. Go with you? He sneered. And who the fuck are you to make such demands? Who I am doesn't matter. All that matters is that if you don't... Time seemed to stand still, and his vision blurred around the edges. He seemed to be shrinking, and both Sophia and the newcomer were towering over him. But that was nothing compared to the all-encompassing, deafening ringing that seemed to radiate out from his core. The ringing gradually subsided and was replaced by a sharp pain on the side of his head. He realized that he had been struck hard from behind and had to drop to one knee. He knew that he would be screwed if he ended up on the ground. He had been lucky that he had not been knocked unconscious, and he summoned all of his strength to regain his feet. On his ascent, he felt a striking glance off of his back. The newcomer's fists were also incoming, and he ate the first punch on his mouth before raising his hands to block the onslaught. Things were bad, and if it wasn't for the chair blocking the newcomer's footing, he would likely have been hit much harder. Instead, he tasted blood and tried to move himself back towards the wall to avoid being attacked from both sides, but the office was too small. Sophia was to his right, screaming in horror, and the newcomer was blocking the doorway. There was only one way out. Aiden exploded backwards out of the small office, blindly crashing into the unseen assailant. The two were heading for the floor, but were abruptly stopped short by the edge of the kitchen counter as it slammed into the back of the attacker. The newcomer was scrambling past the office chair. Sophia was frozen in the corner, but Aiden had bigger problems. The hard object that he had been struck with was now trapped in between the two, but the assailant's arms were trying to worm in between Aiden's chest and jaw, and he had to scramble to protect his neck. He got his hands in between the enemy's left arm and his neck, but both of his hands were now trapped, and he was taking right hooks to his temple. Before the newcomer joined the party, Aiden twisted away to the center of the kitchen, taking his unwelcome passenger along for the ride. They wound a chaotic path, pinballing back and forth between the steel table and the countertop. The heavy table was not mounted to anything and rocked and lifted with every collision. On the third contact, both men were off balance and fell hard into the table. It tilted and screeched 2.5 feet towards the stove on the back wall. Pots, pans, plates, and miscellaneous cutlery all came crashing down. In the jostling, Aiden had managed to free his right hand while still holding the other man's left. Years of hard manual labor had gifted him with a strong grip, and he utilized all of it to maintain control of the assailant's arms. Although he still had a man on his back and another waiting for an opportunity to attack, so the tide of the battle was far from turning. He was considering leaning forward quickly and flipping the man over his head, but his foot stumbled over something uneven on the floor and he fell backwards. He felt like an overturned turtle. His legs flailed, but he couldn't turn to his side. The man was still holding him with his left arm and throwing punches with his right to try to create an opening for a chokehold. Aiden was able to block most of the punches with his right arm, but his left was starting to weaken, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to protect his neck for much longer. He had to get free and get back to his feet. His flailing foot caught the edge of the countertop, and he used it to push off, but it did little to change his position. He felt around with both feet. The arm was now squeezing his neck. He would only have one chance. Mustering all the strength he had, he pushed off of the countertop. His feet flew up in the air over his head, and the tips of his toes found the floor. His body folded over, and his feet feverishly scrambling to find some grip. He was able to get his feet firmly on the ground, but it had cost him his neck. The forearm of his enemy was crushing his throat, and he was beginning to lose oxygen. He fought to stand up, but his head was still trapped. He clawed and wormed his right hand in between his neck and the other man's arm. The mixture of blood and sweat aided his eventual escape. There was a sense of immense relief as his head squeezed through the narrow opening into freedom. That sensation was short-lived because as soon as his head came up, it met with the swing of a baseball bat, cracking straight in the middle of his nose. The pain shot up his brain, and the sound of splintering cartilage didn't help his morale. He was able to raise his arms to protect his face from the next swing, but the jarring contact of the hardwood on the bones of his forearms was a meager improvement. In between his upraised arms, he caught a glimpse of the newcomer. His dark eyes reminded him of a hyena, and he cursed his stupidity for wasting his words on an animal like this, especially when outnumbered. He had missed his element of surprise because he lacked the brutality that his enemies clearly didn't. Another swing of the bat cracked against his arms, and Aiden backed up further, but stumbled again over something on the floor. He fell back on his ass, and now both men were raining down blows, one with the bat and the other with ferocious kicks. The barrage was coming so quickly that Aiden struggled to protect his head and curled into the fetal position. The kicks to the back were barely noticeable compared to the contact from the bat. It was repeatedly striking his right arm, which was primarily protecting his head. Aiden wasn't sure if it was broken, but if not, it wouldn't remain whole for much longer. The pain was bad, but the guilt of failure was much worse. What had he succeeded in doing? He was crunched up into a ball on the floor, the only one to be injured in the scuffle, and his situation was not likely to improve. He realized now that he would likely die there, in this position. And what if Sophia? He had done nothing to help her. Now, with kicks in the back, bat blows raining down upon him, he was certain, belatedly, that she really did need his help. If only he had a second chance. Things cannot pass like this, he thought desperately. Please, please, God, don't let it end like this. The innocent cannot be destroyed by the wicked. Good has to triumph, doesn't it? I don't know, but give me the strength, and I will fight to ensure that this evil doesn't triumph. What was the right thing to do? Certainly not walking away. Cowardice is no virtue. Calling the police? Ha! This was it. This was the only thing that I could do. But I was weak. Through Aiden's shielded face, he saw an image race by. Sophia, he thought with a shred of hope. Run! Run! He caught a glimpse of her running through the kitchen doorway, followed by a wet, smacking sound, and her limp body falling backward into the kitchen, her head bouncing off of the linoleum. Her body lay there, motionless. Aiden's right arm was now thoroughly broken and could no longer effectively protect his head. The direct blow from the bat made his ears ring even louder than before, but his mind was already filled with defeat as he stared at Sophia's lifeless body. It was the last thing that he saw before his vision went black and he descended into the void. Chapter 3. From the Ashes. Pain radiated out from his core. Waves of anguish crashed into his parietal lobe. Every time his thoughts began to coalesce, they were quickly washed away in a sea of sensation. He was aware of the sound of voices, but they were droning on in some meaningless gibberish. He felt a wet stickiness on his left cheek. He couldn't draw air through his nose, and he could taste the slimy flow of coagulated blood in the back of his throat. He tried to open his eyes, but they were already tight with swelling, and crusted blood further blocked his vision. He could only make out blurry images. Gradually, he was able to collect slivers of reality. The 3 blurry images were his enemies. They were the source of the gibberish, which he now determined was really just a foreign language. There was something sticking into his ribs. It was dull but uncomfortable. One man bent down to inspect something. Sophia, Aiden realized in dismay. His memory was slowly returning to him. Were they checking to see if she was dead or not? The man turned her over onto her side, and blood ran out of her mouth. He stuck his fingers into her mouth and pried her jaw open. Then he pulled something out and showed it to the 2 other men. He was clearly displeased. Aiden shifted his body to avoid the object he was lying on. As he moved, he heard a faint scraping. He hoped it was the sound of metal scraping against the age-hardened linoleum. Aiden kept his eyes locked on the 3 men in front of him as he slowly inched his body over the mysterious object. The men's attention was still fully occupied by the woman on the ground, yet the closest was no more than 8 feet away, and any rapid movement was sure to give him away. He could now feel the more complete outline of the object against his body. He was nearly sure of it now. His heart was in his chest. "Don't blow this," he screamed to himself. His right arm was heavily swollen at the elbow, and he could barely move it, but his fingers still worked. He gently lifted his body and edged his right hand closer to the object. The process felt agonizingly slow, and the newcomer was ordering his younger subordinate to pick up Sophia. "They're taking her somewhere," he thought in a panic. But he quickly pushed this feeling aside. He had to focus. His fingers finally curled around the plastic handle of what he was sure to be a large kitchen knife, which he had fortuitously fallen upon. The feeling of the weapon in his hand was nearly ambrosic, and the pain in his body seemed to fade in the presence of a much stronger sensation: hope. The man picked up Sophia's body, and Aiden caught a glimpse of her bloody face grimacing in pain. She was still alive. Eyes nearly swollen shut, nose likely broken, right arm definitely broken, heavily concussed and curled up in a ball, lying in a pool of his own blood. But Aiden was beginning to feel like things were finally starting to look up. The newcomer followed behind the other man carrying Sophia as they exited the kitchen. The newcomer paused to give some instruction to the last man. Aiden couldn't understand what was said, but he could gather that the final man was being tasked with finishing him off. Aiden's hand tightened around the knife's handle. He wished that he didn't have to rely upon his broken arm, but his left was trapped beneath his body on the floor, and he ruled out discreetly trying to switch the knife to his better arm. As it was, his chest was at a roughly 45-degree angle to the floor, guarding both the knife and his right hand from an aerial view. His eyes were now closed, and he held his breath. He visualized where his knife would go. He couldn't take any chances. It would be a mistake to attack too early, but if he waited too long, he would be dead before he began. The footsteps drew nearer. Not yet. The hair on the back of his neck tingled, and the feel of the man was sickeningly close. He struggled to rein in his panic. He could still see nothing, and he imagined the man striking a death blow at any moment. He focused hard. 2 more steps. 1. Now! Aiden's eyes opened as wide as they could. The man was standing 2 feet away from his head. Perfect, he thought, and his left arm propped himself up enough to free his right. In a split second, he could hear the man gasp in shock, but he wasn't looking up, and his arm was already in motion. He had laser-like focus on the man's left calf, and the edge of the knife was facing towards himself, so if he overshot his thrust, he could simply draw the blade back towards his chest and slice through any flesh that came into its path. He wanted to avoid the shin bone at all costs. After all, he was still on the floor, and he only had one weapon, and if it became stuck in the bone, he would be screwed. Before the man could react, his blade was tearing through the man's pant leg. For a moment, he worried that he had hit nothing but fabric. The next second, both men cried out in pain. Aiden, full of adrenaline and frightened of missing his chance, had swung as hard as he could, and the muscle of the other man's calf suddenly stopped his stabbing arc, dead. His broken arm bent back at the elbow unnaturally. Tears filled his eyes, and his vision narrowed, but his rational mind knew that time was limited. He pulled back on the handle of the knife. He had wanted to twist the blade on the way out, but knew that his arm could not take the extra pressure. The blade pulled away, shining a bright red, but the cost was a jarring, excruciating crunch of his elbow popping back into its proper position. Aiden looked up for the first time and saw that the young man already had a knife in his hand. He had recovered from the initial shock and pain and was lunging down at Aiden with his knife. He quickly rolled out of the path of the deadly blade and scrambled to his feet. The man tried to close the distance but stumbled on his injured leg, and Aiden kicked him hard in the ribs. He felt the crunch of bones through his shin, and the man wheezed heavily. Aiden wasted no time. He quickly swapped the knife to his left hand, and before the man could regain his composure, Aiden thrust the point of the blade into the soft flesh of the man's neck. He felt the friction as the knife sliced past the man's trachea, and his ragged breast collapsed into a disturbing gurgle. As the blade came out, the man's blood was flowing freely. He dropped his knife and clutched at his neck with both hands, but even with white-knuckled pressure, the blood still gushed through his fingers in spurts, synchronized with the frantic beat of his heart. Aiden didn't linger more than a moment after retrieving his weapon. He would not be blindsided a second time. The whole fight couldn't have lasted for more than 7 seconds, but he could already see the other younger man bursting back into the kitchen. This one had a handgun drawn, but there was barely 6 feet between them when he rounded the corner. If the man had been a little bit more cautious in entering the kitchen, Aiden would have been dead. But the man clearly had his gun out as more of a precaution, and he had it pointed to the ceiling as he jogged back. Aiden was now in a blind frenzy for survival. Still tingling from narrowly avoiding a certain death, he was ravenous for life, and he would fight like a wild beast to preserve it. He roared a primal scream as he lunged for his quarry. There was a blur of metal, accuracy abandoned to animalistic rage. The steel flashed again and again, hitting the man's abdomen and chest. The man cried out in pain and shock, but eventually that diminished into a whimper, and the man crumpled to the floor, leaking from over a dozen ragged holes. The newcomer was directly behind the other man and stared in wide-eyed terror. Aiden was covered in blood, some dry, some fresh, his face mangled. The first man was still twitching and writhing, still clutching at his throat amidst an ever-growing pool of blood, and the scene was quite similar for the second man at Aiden's feet. The newcomer and Aiden simultaneously eyed the dropped gun. The man hesitated for a moment and, apparently lacking a weapon of his own, decided that Aiden would reach the firearm before him. He turned and ran. Aiden was already moving. His left hand dropped the knife, and he stooped down to pick up the gun in one fluid movement. He jumped over the bleeding body blocking his path and emerged from the kitchen staring down the iron sights at his target, who was already nearly at the bar's entrance. Crack! The man's body hurled forward into the table and chairs, clutching at his guts before slumping down to the floor. Aiden witnessed little of the aftermath of his shot, as the deafening gunfire reverberated off of the close confines with a shocking intensity that caused him to double over. He tried to grab his ears belatedly, but the ringing was beyond control, and it made him feel slightly nauseous, and he promised himself never to fire a gun indoors again. He tried to shake his head and open and close his jaw to relieve some of the effects, but nothing worked. Resigned to his partial deafness, he refocused back onto the newcomer. He wondered at the rapid change of events. No less than 30 seconds ago, he would have been all but dead at the hands of these men. But by simply having the good fortune of landing on a kitchen knife in the commotion of a brawl, he was now standing, and the other 3 were either dead or as good as. Oh, he had almost forgotten that if Sophia hadn't distracted his assailants by trying to escape, he would also be, likely, already dead. He stared at the ceiling in gratitude for his deliverance and breathed deeply of the air of life, which, if things had been different, he would have been deprived of. He ponderously worked his way forward to where the newcomer was writhing on the ground, screaming in pain. Through his pantomime, Aiden assumed that he was screaming quite loudly, although only a muffled cry made its way to his overstimulated ears. He raised the gun again, leveled point blank at the man's head. His hearing was already shot, so one more outburst would not likely make a difference. It was better to make no mistake now. He was no killer, but he was pretty sure that a shot through the abdomen was easily survivable. This man was the real threat. The others were likely just his muscle. He squeezed the trigger, but stopped short of firing the gun. What made him stop? There it was again. A faint voice said, "Stop! Don't kill him." Was this his conscience telling him to let this man live? But why? There the voice was again. It couldn't be coming from himself. Just didn't make any sense. Where were the protests from his conscience before? Or was it simply that had been in the heat of the moment, and this was cold-blooded murder? He looked deep into the man's eyes and searched for any redemption there. He was baffled. He felt nothing. In a world of ambiguity and gray, he was absolutely certain that this man deserved to die. He could grovel, plead, perhaps even repent, but this is what any man would do to preserve his own life. But a man cannot be judged by what he does when he is weak and vulnerable, but what he does when he has strength and power. There it was again. That voice wasn't coming from within. It was simply muted by the aftermath of the gunshot. It was the voice of a woman. "Please," it said plaintively. "He knows where my sister is. He is the only one. Please, I must find my sister. Can you hear me?" Aiden turned and saw a woman standing behind him, only a few feet away. Her proximity to him startled him. Partly coagulated blood was stuck to her neck and around her mouth. "Aiden, please." When she spoke, it revealed a bloody gap where her front tooth had been freshly knocked out. Her words whistled slightly when she spoke, and her puffy face looked quite different from a minute before, but it was clearly still Sophia. Aiden felt a sense of relief wash over him. "You're alive," he whispered, his voice cracking with relief and emotion, although his solace quickly turned to rage at what had been done to her. His blood boiled anew as he turned to the newcomer groaning on the ground with his gun still pointed at him. He clasped the grip until all blood vacated the surface of his knuckles. There was a tense silence, but he gradually lowered his arm, keeping his eyes fixed on the man on the ground. He said through clenched teeth, "Don't worry, we'll find your sister." Chapter 4. The Escape. Aiden was sweating nervously. The adrenaline had all subsided by now, and he was left with a leaden feeling in the pit of his stomach as reality set in. He had never killed anyone before. In fact, he had only been in a handful of fistfights in his life, and there had been ample opportunity for many more. He had never enjoyed violence, and he tried to avoid it if he could. Now, as the fog of his mind lifted, he was just coming to terms with the fact that he had just killed 2 men, for sure. He was confronted with that grisly fact when he returned to the kitchen to retrieve the knife that he had dropped moments before. The man he had stabbed in the neck was no longer moving, and the other was only staring blankly at the ceiling, making the odd, erratic twitch. The sight of it made his stomach turn. The smell didn't help either. But it wasn't simply the smell of blood. The stench of death was something different entirely. It was indescribably haunting. And now he was going to return to the bar to torture a man for information. He took a deep breath. Torture for a good cause, he told himself, and made a small smile at his justification. Knife in hand, Aiden knelt down beside the newcomer, who was already looking chalky and shivering badly. "Maybe a gut shot is more deadly than I thought. I don't have too much time," he considered and looked over to Sophia. "What's your sister's name?" he asked quietly. He had heard her trying to interrogate the man while he recovered the knife, but the man had stayed silent. Aiden was hoping to change that. "Katya," she responded in a voice muffled by her fat upper lip. Aiden turned back to the newcomer. He dug the tip of his knife in between the stranger's fingers, which were clutching his wounded abdomen. The man cried out in pain as Aiden pushed the blade's point into the gunshot's exit hole. Where's Katya? Fuck you! Ah! Aiden turned the blade, and the newcomer continued. You have no fucking idea what sort of shit you've just stepped into. Ah! You and that fucking whore are as good as dead. Ah! Oh, ah! Who the fuck are you, eh? Some fucking vigilante? Well, it doesn't really matter, because I am the least of your concerns. I work for some very important people, and they will be very, very interested in cleaning up a loose end. So you're fucked. Do you hear me? You fucking dipshit. Aiden frowned. He was beginning to think that when a man was already in pain from a gunshot wound, torturing information out of him would become much more complicated. He already was feeling sick, knowing what he was about to do. It's like a Band-Aid. The quicker, the better, he told himself, clenching his teeth and steeling his resolve. He grabbed the man's left arm and pinned his wrist to the floor with his boot. The man was resisting, trying to weakly punch at Aiden with his free hand. Aiden was unconcerned with the punches, but the man, seeing his intention, was making a fist, complicating the process. Grunting, Aiden stuck the point of the blade in between the man's fore and middle finger, using the latter to pry the former away from the hand. Beads of sweat were forming on Aiden's brow. The finger was isolated from the rest, and he gritted his teeth to tackle the unsavory work. Putting all of his weight into the blade, he tried to push it through the forefinger's second knuckle into the floor. The knife made it less than halfway through before crunching to a stop. The man was screaming and writhing much more strongly now. Aiden struggled to gain control as the stranger fought to free his hand, and he again tried to cut through the finger, but the knife, frustratingly, would not go through. Was the blade dull? Was he hitting the bone? He was fairly certain that he was going through the joint, but perhaps not well enough. He twisted the blade back and forth, trying to make progress. He felt like he was going to throw up, but he swallowed it down, grimacing and cringing as the process continued to drag on. When the blade finally touched the wood on the other side, he blew out a sigh of relief. He sat down on the floor, releasing the man's hand and letting him clutch at his mangled finger stump protectively while he howled in pain. All right, I'm sure that neither of us want to go through that again. So where is Katya? Ah! Who the fuck are you? The man cried bitterly. You turn up, murder my nephews, cut off my fucking finger. I don't even know you. Who are you? I just stopped in for a drink, but I'm the one asking the questions here. How about this? For every time that I have to ask where Katya is, I'll take another one of your fucking fingers. Now, do I need to ask again, or are you ready to talk? Ah, what the fuck? He cried in desperation. I don't know where she is. I sold her as soon as they arrived. And nodded his head towards Sophia. Her face went red with rage, and she spat at him in a language that Aiden didn't understand. You sold her? You dog! You don't even know where she is? All this time, you told me that if I did as I was told, you would make sure that Katya was safe, and you don't even know where she is? Through the pain, the newcomer found some small consolation and smiled for the first time. Yes, well, obviously I lied, he stated matter-of-factly. You monster! Sophia screamed. She moved towards him, but Aiden gently held her back. Die! I want you to die! You devil! Tears of anger streamed freely from her face. Aiden intercepted her field of vision and asked calmly, Do you have a pen and paper? She paused for a moment before nodding. Could you grab them for me? She opened her mouth, but realized that her emotions would not permit a coherent response. She closed it and turned to fetch the requested items. Aiden turned back to the newcomer and waited for Sophia to return. He thought about what to ask and wondered if this Katya was even still alive. He stared back at Sophia and knew that his fate was sealed. He would do everything in his power to help and protect this woman, even if it killed him. He stared back at the newcomer. Name, he asked coolly. What is the name of the man who bought Katya? I don't know. It was a long... Aiden re-gripped his knife, moving forward. Wait! Okay, it was... I sold her to a man in Chicago. Who? Asked Aiden impatiently. I can't remember. Honestly, it was brokered through a mutual associate. It was one of the only times I've dealt with him. And who was your associate? Battaglia. Sebastian Battaglia. How do you spell that? Spell it? Shit, I don't know. Balia. Aiden looked back at Sophia to make sure she was getting all of this written down. And this Battaglia will know who bought Katya? Well, sure. The newcomer paused as a thought struck him. Sure, that's his area. I'm not too active in Chicago, but Battaglia works most of his business out of there. If your girl's still there, I'm sure he'll know where she can be found. But you're not going to be able to just walk right up to him and ask him a question like that. Although if you let me live, I might be able to get the information you want. Shut up and just answer what I ask you, Aiden snapped. What does this guy look like? Who? Battaglia? He looks like a fat fucking wop. What do you want me to say? No, not Battaglia. His contact. The one who purchased the girl. Oh, I don't fucking know. He howled in frustration. I never met the fucking guy. Battaglia... He was the only one I met. He picked up the girl, handed over the money. What was his cut? Who knows? Where did they go? Don't care. Who was the client? I have no fucking idea. Maybe I was told his name, but probably not. As long as they fucking pay, I don't give a shit who they are or what they fucking do with the product. Aiden leaned forward, feeling around in the newcomer's pockets. In his inner jacket, he found what he was looking for and pulled out the man's phone. Do you have Battaglia's number in here? Aiden asked. Chicago was a big city, and he'd likely need more than just a name if he was to have any luck in tracking him down. The man's eyes darted back and forth nervously before answering. Yes, He's under BAT Chicago. And? Aiden prodded. And what? No, that's it. Wait. Aiden was prying the man's injured hand away from him, pinning it once again down to the floor. He brandished his knife in the face of the newcomer. What the fuck? That's his number. You're holding something back. What is it? The man paused, and Aiden pried away his middle finger, using the knife once again. Okay, holy fucking shit, stop! We never use phone calls. We only contact each other for business, and all business has to be discussed in person. Aiden applied a bit of pressure, cutting into the flesh of the finger, until it reached the cartilage of the second knuckle. So where do you meet, then? Hey? Remove that knife and I'll tell you. Really, I can't even think like this. You mean you can't lie like this? Aiden retorted, but withdrew the blade anyways. So then explain. What do you text? Do you want to hang? Aiden rolled his eyes, but the man was sincere. No, really. The cop's tracking software will never flag typical phrases, so it's best to keep it simple. The newcomer swallowed hard. Can I get some water? Aiden paused, thinking. It wasn't out of a sense of compassion that he entertained the request, but he was interested in getting the maximum amount of information out of this man. He turned around to see Sophia glaring at him with folded arms. You can't be serious. Why does he deserve our pity? Her hot emotion interlaced with every word. Aiden got close to her ear and whispered, I don't think he'll last much longer. The threat of pain is losing its persuasiveness, and we need all the information that we can get. Sophia relaxed a little, backed away, and gave a single resigned nod. Aiden wasted no time and quickly found the glasses behind the bar and brought back a roughly filled glass of water. The newcomer's lips already looked pale and chapped, and he involuntarily licked them when he saw the water. Aiden propped up the man and guided the glass to his lips. The man guzzled it greedily, splashing the water around in the glass as he took large draughts of the cool liquid, spilling it out of the sides of his mouth. Coughing out a misplaced trickle of water that had found a way into his windpipe, he continued, When one of us takes that, the other will know that there is business, and will ask, where at? The newcomer spoke as though he was in a trance, staring off into space. There are then 3 possible answers. The bar, that's here. The restaurant, that's a place called Ann's Diner in Old Creek Mill, north of Chicago. And the last is at the club, and that's Battalia's in the city, just off of Printer's Row, called the Tailpipe. If I need to see Battaglia in person, it's always in Chicago. He never comes here himself, but always sends one of his lackeys. And it's the same thing for Anna's Diner. He likes to stay close to home. Sophia was at the nearest table, writing feverishly while Aiden was spinning the phone between his forefinger and thumb. Once the newcomer was finished, he turned the phone right side up and faced it towards the man. Open it, Aiden ordered. The man wiped his thumb across a clean part of his ruined suit and pressed his thumb into the print reader on his phone. Aiden quickly went into settings and selected security and changed the access password. The phone needed a fingerprint to confirm. He held out the phone towards the man for a second time. Again, he ordered. The man complied without protest, but he was seemingly growing less aware by the minute. His eyes were unfocused, and he was beginning to fall into small fits of shivering. After Aiden had changed the password to the man's phone, his mind was racing for anything more to ask while he still had the chance. Besides the club, do you know where Battaglia lives? Or any other place he frequents? The man simply stared back blankly. Aiden gave him a shake, and the man groaned. Hey, where does Battaglia live? I don't know. I mean, I can't remember. 361 something. What street? Green. I don't know. I was only there once, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and I didn't drive. Ortu or Bashlam may have. The man had a coughing fit that left a stream of blood and drool trailing from his lower lip. But you killed them. He turned a fierce look at Aiden. Didn't you? And I am dying. You will not help me, he said with resignation. So, why should I help you? He extended his mangled hand towards Aiden in mockery. Here, do you want to take another finger? I don't think that it will make much of a difference. Not now, anyways. His speech was low and slurred. Why, I told you anything. I knew you'd kill me. Stupid. Just to avoid some pain. Weak. The knife went into the man's throat, and he weakly resisted before going silent. Aiden knew that the stranger probably didn't deserve any mercy, but all of the adrenaline from the fight to survive had ebbed from his veins, and he was feeling sickened by all of the violence and death surrounding him. This felt like the ending of a bad dream, and he was ready to wake up. He rose slowly. His throat felt dry again, and he croaked out a weak whisper. I'm going to get cleaned up. He ponderously worked his way to the bathroom without looking at Sophia. The bathroom smelt wonderful, as a sort of refuge from all of the blood and death that permeated the rest of the building. He jumped when he made it to the sink, and a blood-covered monster stared back at him in the small mirror. His left eye was nearly swollen shut, and the right was only marginally better. The middle of his nose had a ragged opening of broken skin and appeared to be a little off-center. It was tender to touch, and he had to take a deep breath and grit his teeth before pinching his nose with his fingers and thumb and pushed it more or less straight. He hissed out in pain as the cartilage crunched into a superior position. He took stock of his right arm, which appeared to be at least twice its original size. Using his good arm, he pulled up on the right to see how far it would bend at the elbow. The pain was great, but he didn't see any bones sticking out, so he was hopeful that nothing needed to be reset. There was a great deal of resistance, though. His good hand went to support his elbow, and he used the edge of the sink to force his arm into a deep bend. There was a loud popping sound. He cried out in pain, but a sense of relief flowed through him as well. It was possible that his arm wasn't broken completely after all, but simply knocked out of its joint. The pain was still there, but he could bend his arm a little more freely now. Even with the blood washed away from his hair and face, he was still in shock at his transformed appearance. His face was puffy and distorted. He found a gash on the side of his head where the bat had broken the skin. Even after he was done washing, he still kept splashing water onto his face, since the cool liquid did provide some small relief. At least I made it out alive, he reflected, and remembered being helpless on the floor. Thank God, he added. When he returned to the bar, he found Sophia sitting at the stool taking a shot of vodka. When she saw him, she smiled with her swollen lips. The blood had been washed off, presumably in the bar sink, but her mouth was distorted with the swelling, and a steady trickle of blood oozed from the split in her upper lip, which she would periodically lick away. Aiden sat beside her, and she inclined her head towards a bottle and an empty shot glass. It's the best painkiller we've got. He poured a shot, tossed it back, and sharply exhaled as it radiated heat on its path downward. Sophia poured them each another. By the way, my name is Natalia, not Sophia. They changed my name when they took my passport to erase any connection to my past. Aiden only gave a slight nod before they both downed their drinks. They both stared forward in dumb silence before Natalia turned in her stool to face him directly. She reached out to place a gentle hand over his and, with her eyes wide and wet, asked, Why did you do this? Aiden looked at her, those same blue eyes that had drawn him in when they had first met, glittering with intensity and yet still remarkably gentle. His gaze turned to her hand on his, that delicate, soft white hand. Even with the injured and distorted mouth, which sadly diminished her looks considerably, he knew the answer to this question. He met her gaze again. He knew the truth, but he choked on the words. I don't know. I guess I was just trying to do what I thought was right. Natalia searched Aiden's eyes, and in them she found a more sincere answer to her question than his words alone could provide. She nodded. So then, what now? Aiden took a deep breath before answering. Well, we'll need to check these three for any valuables, weapons, etc. I'm assuming that they have a car, so we'll need the keys for that. I don't have my own, and I'm guessing that neither do you. Natalia shook her head, and he sighed and took a look around. And it would probably be a good idea to burn this place to the ground. After that, I guess we'll need to go to Chicago. We? Yeah, to find Katya. You're coming to Chicago. You really don't need to. Natalia suddenly felt uncomfortable. A rush of guilt hit her as she visualized the depth of sacrifice already made by this complete stranger. You have already done enough. The words came out of her mouth so quickly that they sounded much harsher than intended. Aiden looked stunned, and his mouth opened and closed as the gears of his brain tried to mesh with his emotions. I'm sorry. I just thought that you could use the help. Everything had transpired so rapidly that Aiden was unsure if he had acted selfishly or altruistically, and from Natalia's tone, he instinctively assumed that he was inserting himself where he was not welcome. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, I appreciate all that you've done for me. It's just that I don't know if it would be right for me to expect you to continue to help when I don't even know how long it might take, or if finding... She choked at the thought. If finding Katya is even possible. Aiden nodded, thinking for a while before asking seriously, So do you want me to come with you? Natalia was perplexed. What do I want? She thought to herself. What does want have to do with anything? My desire has never had any meaningful impact on my circumstances before. But this stranger is offering the question as though my answer will change everything. If I say no, will he leave? And I'll never see him again? But what if I say yes? Will he help me? For what? Forever? Natalia looked hard at Aiden. Do I hold your life in my hands? Will you follow me? Why have you helped me? And why are you willing to continue to help me? She yearned to ask him the question, but she lacked the courage to be so direct. I do want your help, but it could take some time, and I don't know if we'll ever... Aiden cut her off and waved his good hand dismissively. Don't worry about all that. A distorted smile pushed through his puffy lips. If you want me to tag along, then don't worry about the rest. I was already clearly ready to go to Chicago. I mean, what sort of man would let a woman go it alone to take on a mobster by herself? If you're thinking that I would have something better to do, well, I don't. I'm freshly unemployed with only a tiny room and a shithole apartment tying me to this place. It's one of the perks of having nothing. I got nothing to lose. Perhaps the alcohol was already having the effect of loosening his tongue. I'm honestly quite sick of all of it. I'm sick of the filth. I'm tired of the shit pay, being treated like an animal. I'm tired of fighting to feed myself while the degenerates, liars, cheats, and sadists all enjoy their feast off the backs of the honest. I'm tired of watching as everything clean and pure becomes corrupted and defiled by the scum of the earth. I've lived most of my life moving from one state of survival to another, all done out of necessity, devoid of meaning or purpose. But this, Aiden looked at Natalia, and helping you gives me a sense of purpose. I've never killed anyone before, but you know what? I would do it again, and probably will do it again, because in my mind, I'm not taking a life. I'm choosing a life. the lives of the innocent over the lives of the wicked. He indicated towards the bodies lying dead on the bar floor. And if death and violence is the final option, then so be it. Natalia looked down at the bar bashfully before reaching for the bottle of vodka and poured another shot. She stared deeply into the clear liquid in her glass before saying in almost a whisper, "Thank you." She raised her glass towards him, waiting for the kiss of his own glass, and when they clinked together, she added, "For everything." Their eyes locked briefly in a deep appraisal of one another, before each, content with what they found there, downed their drinks in unison. Chapter 5, Road Trip. Aiden looked into the rear-view mirror as the smokestacks of New Independence faded into the horizon. The car cruised south on Highway 13. They were outside of the city limits, and they were surrounded by green foliage on either side. The world looked so different out here. He could now clearly see the difference between the yellowish-gray tint in the clouds hanging over the city to the milky white haze in the countryside. The traffic was sparse here as well, and they only needed to pass the occasional slow-moving semi-truck hauling product out of the city. It was late afternoon now, but the late summer sun was still high in the sky, albeit still muted by the ever-present haze. Driving required minimal attention, and the low hum from the highway caused his mind to wander. He took a mental inventory. 2 Glock 9mm handguns, 1 switchblade, 1 fixed blade, and roughly 50,000 Amaros. They were also able to find 2 additional clips for the guns in the car's glove box. Natalia also had a small day pack with a few personal effects, and a much-needed medical pack. Before leaving, she had insisted on taking a look at the gaping wound on the side of his head. It had been producing a steady stream of blood until she stitched him up. Aiden marveled at the diversity of products she was able to produce from that tiny pack, as well as the proficiency with which Natalia used all of these items. She weaved the sutures into his skin, guiding the needle with the deft hands that only experience could impart. For his part, all Aiden could do to return the favor was to apply a small bandage to Natalia's split upper lip. There was nothing that could be done for the knocked-out front tooth, except for giving her a small piece of gauze to wedge in between the gap to stymie the flow of blood. After tending to the worst of their injuries, they rummaged through the pockets of the dead men for valuables. It didn't take long before they had everything of worth and exited tentatively out of the bar with their 2 bags. The brightness of the daylight was shocking and made the two feel all the more conspicuous and exposed. Bloodstains still mired a large surface area of their clothes, and their injuries were far from discreet. Fortunately, a black sedan with dark tinted windows was parked directly out front. Aiden had unlocked the doors and had Natalia sit in the passenger seat with the 2 bags in her lap. He had quickly returned to the bar, ran to the kitchen, and turned on the gas of the flat top. But the automatic ignition lit the flame, which was not what he wanted. He shut it off and ripped off the lower cover for a better look at where the gas line was coming in from. It was mostly metal piping except for the far back where it connected to the wall with a short rubber hose. He felt around in his pockets, but all of the knives were in the one bag with Natalia in the car. He located a small paring knife on the floor and set to ferociously slicing into the thick-walled rubber. It took him a minute to slice deep enough to hear a hiss and smell rotten eggs, but his forehead was already beaded with sweat, and his head felt woozy from the exertion. But now was not the time to catch his breath. The clock was ticking. He ran back into the bar, straight to the hard liquor wall, grabbing whatever was closest and smashing it onto the wooden countertop. After he had broken over a dozen bottles, he snatched up a dry bar towel and lit it with his lighter. As the cotton began to burn, he made his way to the other side of the bar to have the shortest distance to the exit. He gave a wary glance back towards the kitchen with the spewing gas before tossing the burning rag onto the bar. The flames jumped in dramatic fashion, but their intensity was short-lived, and by the time Aiden had reached the door, they had diminished considerably, and he worried that they would peter out before they did their job. Although there was no way he was going back in there to find out. The only option was to exit and pray that it worked. He ran around the front of the sedan, hopped into the driver's seat, turned the key, and squealed the rubber on the blacktop as he enthusiastically depressed the accelerator pedal. His knuckles turned white as he held the steering wheel tightly for the first block. His acute stress gradually subsided into general anxiety that he had not properly thought out or executed his arson adequately. He drove in silence as he wondered what would happen if the bar was found by the police the way that they had left it. There must have been a slew of evidence left behind. Certainly, his DNA would be everywhere. He felt sick and found himself needing a cigarette to calm his nerves. He cracked his window ajar, took out his crumpled pack of smokes, and searched for one that was still largely intact. He lit the cigarette, thinking that he should have prepared a better fire instead of rushing the whole thing. What's done is done, he told himself, while taking a long drag off of his smoke. 15 blocks away, he was undecided whether he should turn around and make sure that he saw the sabotage through to its end, or simply get as far away as possible. He eyed the upcoming street, suddenly having an impulse to turn right and head back, when a distant rumble shook the vehicle, and he looked into Natalia's side mirror to see a black plume of smoke trailing into the sky. He breathed a deep sigh of relief and continued driving straight ahead. He looked over to Natalia and saw that she was visibly relieved as well. It was done. They had both made it out of there with their lives, and they had covered their tracks. Now the two of them were barreling down the countryside towards some unknown fate in Chicago. Aiden tried to imagine how everything would pan out there, but for the life of him, he could not envision how they were going to succeed. Finding the club would be relatively easy. Even finding Battaglia would just be a numbers game. Eventually, he would show up at his own club. But then what? Aiden knew nothing about Chicago. He had no connections there. He had never even visited it. The entire situation in the bar had been spontaneous. Even when he had walked into the kitchen, he had gone there with no definite plan. That had been a part of the problem. And given how close he had come to dying in failure, he was fairly certain that he couldn't wing it for a second time. By all accounts, Battaglia sounded like the more powerful criminal. Being a big shot in New Independence was no great accomplishment, but even surviving in Chicago would require ruthless power and influence. Strutting straight into the front door of the tailpipe with his smashed-up face and blankly asking to see Battaglia as a nobody would be sure to raise some red flags. At best, he would likely be laughed out of there, and at worst, well, it was probably not wise to entertain the worst-case scenario. It was the only time that his imagination could accurately imagine what would happen to him. Similarly, he couldn't envision playing the part of a vigilante avenger with a much better outcome. The best his imagination could come up with was a bloody gunfight, which, even if he won, it would be almost impossible to guarantee that Battaglia would be left alive to interrogate. Aiden had to remember that he was only a middleman after all. The real goal was to locate Katya, not to kill everyone in sight. He needed to be smart about this, but he struggled to root any of his clever strategies into reality, at least one with some plausible chance at success. His mind whirled with possible outcomes, but the more that he daydreamed, the more preposterous the images became, until they were completely divorced from reality. He shook his head and refocused on the straight road ahead of him. Let's take this one step at a time, he told himself. First, how long do we have before this car becomes a liability? Well, this car is going to be registered to one of the Slavs' names. And the same goes for the torch bar. Burnt or not, the cops will be looking for this vehicle eventually. But how long will that take? Someone is likely already investigating the scene now. But will they know that this car is important? As he thought, he opened up the navigation screen in the middle of the car and scanned their route for toll bridges and checkpoints. He adjusted their itinerary to take the back roads. It would add a few hours to their journey, but they would be avoiding the toll and checkpoint cameras. It was becoming more clear by the minute that they would need to ditch the car as soon as possible. But they needed to get to Chicago first, or at least as close as possible. Okay, so we ditch the car, and then what? Aiden pondered. Find a place to stay, but we can't be ID'd. They'll have to take cash. They were lucky that they had found some Ameros on the dead men. If they had been living in any time before the 2060s, they would have been screwed. In 2029, the world saw the first universally adopted digital global currency, and by 2035, the last physical note had been taken out of circulation. Payments could be made online, through one's phone, or through a card, but the tangible cash was gone, meaning that every transaction, large or small, was tracked. In its early inception, there was a mainstream backlash, but gradually everyone became complacent to the reality of a cashless society. If you had nothing to hide, then why protest it? It was more convenient to process payments, and it made theft and fraud much more difficult, at least in theory. Once the vast majority had adopted the digital global currency, it seemed like it was going to be permanent. However, the early 2060s saw the start of the Second NATO-Russian War, and Russian hackers hit the NATO-controlled central bank servers hard. The vulnerabilities of having an exclusively digital money supply were felt everywhere. For hours, days, or even weeks at a time, the bank's servers would crash and it would grind all commerce to a halt. People would be unable to buy groceries, pay their bills, or receive their checks. There were protests, even more violent than when the cashless system was first introduced. Eventually, the global banks had to concede that a 100% digital system was no longer feasible under the threat of constant online attacks. The physical Amero was released in 2065 for the North and South American markets to re-diversify commerce. Prior to 2065, Aiden would have had to make every purchase with his own card, which would make incognito purchases nearly impossible. Fortunately, they had 50,000 Ameros in cash. They just needed to find a place that would accept it. For small items, it would be easy, but most hotels would only accept digital payment. The nicer the place, the less likely they were going to accept physical Ameros with no identification required. So they were going to need to find a real dive that would take the cash with no questions asked. Focusing on the details was helping. Drive through the night, arrive in a Chicago suburb in the early morning, ditch the car, make the rest of their way into the city proper, find a seedy hotel, and rest. The next stage could wait. Aiden looked over at Natalia, who was using the passenger's sunscreen mirror to look at her mouth. She opened her lips and pulled the gauze from the gap in her teeth. The blood had seemed to have coagulated sufficiently, but she held her mouth open to appraise the damage. It did not seem to be very encouraging because first her eyes became wet, then her whole body shook. When she could no longer contain her sadness, it bubbled forth in racked sobs. Aiden fully understood why she was so distraught, but the road commanded a portion of his attention, and he didn't know what he could say or do to alleviate her distress. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Natalia's head was buried in her hands. He hesitantly placed his right hand on her shoulder. It was his injured arm, and he winced with pain as he moved it, but it wasn't important. "We'll get it fixed," he said weakly. It sounded like she was trying to make a reply in between her sobs, and it took a few moments before she was able to get out in a halting voice, "It looks so bad." After a minute, her sobbing subsided, and she took her head out of her hands and turned to him. "What do you really think?" she asked as she presented him with a full view of her open mouth. "Is it bad?" He was caught a little off guard. Perhaps it was because she had put him on the spot, at the same time as giving him a close and full view of her missing tooth, and he was aware that he had always been a poor liar. "No," he replied, unconsciously falling into a nervous laugh. There was no humor in it, so why did he laugh? He tried to rectify his tactless fault by sobering his tone. "No," he repeated with a concentrated effort to sound sincere. But Natalia was already lost to misery and returned to the familiar sanctuary of her hands, pouring out her wet offerings into the soft flesh of her palms. Aiden's own life, lacking many tender moments, made comforting an unpracticed skill, and he fumbled blindly in the uncharted territory. "Okay, honestly, it's not great, but it's also not the end of the world. It's totally fixable. At least, it was not more than one." Natalia sniffled and pinched her neighboring front tooth. "Well, this one feels a little loose, too," she said sullenly. "Well, don't play with it, and I'm sure he'll be fine." He gave her shoulder a soft squeeze. "Look at me." She peeked out between her fingers. "I promise you, it's only temporary. We'll find you a dentist soon, so don't worry. You are a beautiful woman." Flattery wasn't a skill he wielded often, and he had to suppress his impulse to wince at his own words, not because they were dishonest, but because speaking them aloud made him feel vulnerable, weak, and foolish. Natalia took notice of the compliment, though. She straightened up and stared at him with wet eyes. "Even like this?" "Yes," he thought, "so long as you don't smile." But his proclivity towards honesty wasn't so inflexible as to deny him the leniency of a basic omission, and simply replied with a genuine yes. She sat there staring at him unblinkingly for a while. At first, in his periodic glances, he thought that she looked at him with incredulity. But slowly that look softened into a more amorous appraisal. Her eyes were still moist, but the sadness had vaporized away in the heat of her gaze. Strange, for he was far from looking his best. Aiden's face was stretched and swollen, with patches of skin turning a blotchy yellow and black where the previous blows had broken blood vessels. His nose had an ugly bump in the middle where it had been broken and was still oozing a clear fluid mixed with thin tendrils of red. The side of his face was more swollen than the right, giving him a lopsided appearance, more reminiscent of a monster than a man. Natalia had fared much better, but her top lip, which had eaten the full force of the punch, was heavily swollen, and the split near its center was red and angry looking. Her mascara, though the bulk of which she had already tried to wash off, had left dark blotches underneath her eyes. But her bright blue eyes were still radiant, and with the way she was looking at him, Aiden felt they were all the more beautiful. He had seen himself in the mirror already, and knew how he looked, and wondered if he was misinterpreting Natalia's stare. But whenever he took his eyes off of the road, she was still there, looking at him in such a manner that it sucked the air from his lungs and forced him to return his attention to the road, less out of a sense of obligation for safe driving as to the fact that the piercing look was cutting his resolve into tiny pieces, and he was afraid of losing himself completely to their warm embrace. Aiden fixed his eyes on the road, his heart pounding in his chest. He felt overwhelmed with emotion like he had never felt before in his life. Perhaps it was the life and death experience that both of them had survived together, but their lives now seemed to be inextricably linked. The air in the car felt dense. It was with a mingled sense of fear and excitement that he felt his individual will begin to disintegrate within himself. A stranger less than 5 hours ago, her life was intertwined so completely within his soul that her desires had now become equal to his own. He became painfully aware that he could no sooner leave this woman's side than the earth could draw away from the sun. He cast her a sidelong glance, and she gave him a lopsided smile. I will never leave this woman, and was surprised that he could relinquish his independence so freely. He reached over again with his injured arm and gently curled a strand of straight blonde hair behind her ear. He felt almost ridiculous doing so, but she cupped his hand with her own before he could withdraw it, and he felt her soft breath run down his forearm from the inner wrist. Blood shot to his face, but he doubted if it would show up on his beaten skin. His hand lingered, intertwined with her own, for a moment near her face. The position was slightly awkward, but he gradually lowered his arm back onto the center console, to the great relief of his ailing elbow. Natalia's hands didn't resist, and simply followed his own to where they rested, her fingers lightly caressing the skin of his hand. Her touch was so subtle, but the lighter the touch, the more it lit his mind on fire. His eyes saw the lines of the highway, but he was much more aware of every turn of Natalia's fingers. The contact was a comfort to both of them, and Natalia sat back in her seat much more relaxed, absent-mindedly stroking the top of Aiden's hand. A few minutes of silence passed before she stated, I still know very little about you. How long did you work at the steel place for? Around 10 years, I guess. He thought a moment before continuing. I was born in Aberdeen, Washington, but after working a few crappy jobs there, I knew that I wanted to get out of the place. And I saw a job posting in New Independence, and well, the rest is history. And you never got married? No. He opened his mouth to add something more, but thought better of it. And what about your family? Are they still in Aberdeen? Natalia pressed. My mom is, Aiden responded tightly. And do you see her often? A pained expression was buried underneath Aiden's injured features. No, not really. It's complicated. It's a long story. Aiden fell silent, but when he glanced over, he saw that Natalia was still waiting for him to elaborate. He took a deep breath and continued. My grandfather had fought in the first Russian-NATO war in the 30s, and so when tensions reignited in 2063, my father enlisted. Of course, he had no idea how much different the second war would be. The first was supposed to clip Russia's wings to deter them from any expansionist notions. At the time, both Russia and NATO were much stronger, and there was a delicate dance to the conflict, as neither side was keen to see the war get out of hand. The US and Russia particularly had a lot to lose in an unrestrained conflict. In short, war is never too palatable, but in the case of my grandfather, when he came back from his deployment, he was still very much the patriot. In light of his upbringing, when the second Russo-NATO war broke out, my father was eager to volunteer. And I'm sure that my grandfather encouraged that eagerness. I don't know a lot about the details about what actually happened over there, but I do know that my father was a part of the 56th Airborne Unit that was sent to take Moscow. He was over there for 4 years, and when he came back, he was completely changed. He refused to talk about his deployment, but he used to say that a fighter needs both a strong body and mind, and a man will be at his most dangerous if one lags behind the other. I used to think that he was referring to himself, that his mind was weaker than his body after the war, and it made him a liability. It was only later that I thought that he could have been referring to nations. Perhaps as the body of U.S. society declined, it became a liability. China had long ago overtaken it as the new economic superpower, but the States was reluctant to relinquish its position so easily. And when the States attacked Russia a second time, it was a desperate act, fought from a place of weakness. There was no pretense this time. The U.S. wanted to take what Russia had, and they were willing to do whatever it took to win. In short, where the first war was a bit of posturing from titans, the second war was a battle for survival. The assumption had been that the constant threat of mutually assured destruction would keep the intensity of war more subdued. Aidan shook his head in disgust. What a pile of bullshit. We all look back on history through our own unique lenses, but none have been so bold as to assert that the fighting around Moscow from 63 to 64 was in any way restrained. Whatever he saw or did over there, it had made its permanent imprint upon him. By the time my father had returned home, he was already using a lot of drugs and alcohol. And not long after that, he started to get abusive with my mother. Do you really want to hear all of this? Aidan looked over to Natalia, who simply nodded. Well, anyways, by the time I was 12, he was probably drunk or stoned and drove off the highway, colliding with a tree at maybe 60 miles an hour or more. And my mom, while him being back was difficult, found that his suicide, as she called it, was pretty unbearable. Before his death, she did use a little when she was with him, especially Mensdemprin. But after his suicide, she turned into a full-blown addict. It got so bad that my mother ended up taking me in to live with her when I was 13. She was a good woman, but very strict. After I left, I would talk to her on my phone, and occasionally she would have news about my mother. But after she died, around 3 years ago, I guess, I just sort of lost touch. I think my mom is still alive, but honestly, I don't know how she is doing. Perhaps I'm a little afraid to find out. Geez, I guess it sounds sort of depressing when I compress my life story like that. Honestly, it wasn't all that bad. It's just most of the highlights were low points. For some reason, an old memory of his father popped into his mind. He was standing in front of his car's headlights, illuminating his silhouette against the dark night, with a cigarette between his forefinger and middle finger, and a bottle of whiskey held between the final two fingers and thumb of his left hand. An old Winchester 94 lever-action rifle in his other. It wasn't all bad when he came back, though, he reminisced. I remember him taking me out in the middle of the night to learn how to fire a rifle. I was maybe only 9 or 10, but he had told me, "Age doesn't make a man, only experience." He said, "It's only when you're tested you'll discover your true worth. If I treat you like a man, you'll become one. But if I coddle you, you may never grow up." Or something like that. Natalia laughed. It was a bright and cheery sound that made him crave to hear it again. "He sounds much like my own father." And then added more somberly, "At least from what I was told." Aidan nodded thoughtfully, unsure if he should ask the obvious question. "So you didn't really know your father?" Natalia shook her head ruefully. He was sent off to the Western Front when I was still a baby, and he never came back." "I'm sorry," Aidan replied weakly. Natalia squeezed his hand in response. She sunk deeper into her seat, wearing a sad, reflective smile. "No, it's fine. Many in Russia have lost their fathers, sons, or brothers. You lost your own father to the same war, just on a different side of it." Aidan nodded, trying to hide his surprise. He had assumed that her accent was Slavic, but he had thought that it was from one of the many NATO-allied Slavic nations. It now made sense why she seemed to be reluctant to discuss her past. Natalia shrugged her shoulders. "I suppose it's only fair that I share my own story? I'm not really sure where to start." "Well, how about from the beginning? Where were you born?" "Vladivostok, or actually just outside of the city. It is in the far east of Russia. Do you know it?" Aidan cocked his head to one side. It sounds familiar. Wasn't it the first major city attacked by China in the mid-70s? "Yes. Well, fortunately, we didn't have to stay there for long. About 2 years after my father was sent west, we knew that things were not going well, and there were rumors that China was simply waiting to see which side was more likely to win. Many Russians believed the claims that China would support Russia in another NATO conflict. But as time went by and the war raged on, it became clear that China had no intention of fighting a losing battle. While Chinese diplomats were paraded around the Kremlin, secret envoys were already taking meetings in Washington to hedge their bets. Once the West took the advantage in Moscow, my mother became paranoid of being so close to the Chinese border. And when I was 4, we went with my family friend north to the Yakutsk Oblast. 6 months later, that friend married my mother, and my sister Katya was born a year after that. However, with much of the attention focused on the western line of combat, the East was severely ill-equipped. When China flipped support in 2068 and attacked Vladivostok in the summer, the city fell quickly and left Russia scrambling to fill holes in the new front. My stepfather was recruited and was sent south to slow China's progress. And my mother took Katya and me further north, deep into the Yakutia territory. At the time, most of the country felt certain that nuclear warheads would be unleashed at any moment, but it never came. And slowly it became clear that at some unknown turning point, we had lost even our nuclear capabilities. Regions known to be housing nuclear silos, one by one, fell into either NATO or Chinese hands. And eventually, in 1971, the Russian army was simply pushed into the Siberian steppes and Ural Mountains. I was 8 then, but I clearly remember the desperation of the times. Our allies had betrayed us. The West had stripped us of our cities, most of our strategic ports, and many of our men had died to protect nothing more than ashes. Food was in short supply, as we had lost much of the fertile lands west of the Urals, and we were lacking farming equipment for what we had left. Many of us were also living in the extreme cold of the north to avoid the war. I know that in 2071, the West was largely content with its victories in Russia. They established a new Russian territory that was quickly accepted into the EU. They controlled Moscow, Petersburg, and Crimea. The threat of mutually assured destruction had largely been neutralized. So for the West, the war was considered to be finished. But China was not so content. Their sprawling factories could definitely use the rich resources scattered throughout the Siberian territory, And now that they had shown their true face, they were not about to just suddenly stop. Natalia smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give a history lesson. Aiden shrugged. No, it's fine. I'm finding it all very interesting. It's quite different from the history that I was taught in school. Natalia looked perplexed. How so? Well, not that I necessarily believe it, but we were taught that the Battle of Vladivostok was fought because it was a Russian staging area for launching missiles and drones to sabotage Chinese shipping containers, and China was only trying to defend their ships by securing the launch points. Natalia's eyes went wide. She had clearly never heard this angle before. But why would they attack an ally like that? Especially when we were already at war with NATO. It doesn't make any sense. Aiden slowly nodded. Sure, but war is rarely waged in a way that makes sense. My dad used to say that the first casualty of war is the truth. So perhaps we'll never get to see the full picture. But the narrative here was that Russia attacked because China was continuing to ship drones, CPUs, and other products used in military applications to the West. And maybe there was some truth to that. As far as who struck first, I don't know. But logically, it does make much more sense that it was China who initiated the battle. Anyways, we're getting bogged down in details. So you're living in Siberia with your mother and sister. Then what? Natalia shifted in her seat a little and stared out through the passenger window into the blurred green of the passing trees. Her eyes lost focus, and a vivid memory transported her back to a remote Yakutia village hut in the middle of winter. It was from their first year arriving in the northern community. They were practically refugees, and there wasn't enough space to house them. But Natalia's mother had begged for some space in a local farmer's barn. She could almost taste the frost that she had felt almost 2 decades ago. As the icy tendrils crept through every crack and crevice of the mud hut, the space was pitch black unless the door was open to keep out as much of the cold as possible, but the muck under her tiny boots was still frozen solid. Yet the cold inside the structure was still far warmer than the extreme cold of the air outside, which could freeze eyelids shut in an instant and make unaccustomed lungs feel like they were inhaling a million tiny shards of glass. Small Natalia was wrapped up in a dirty blanket as she held her baby sister close, as she watched as her mother milked a cow in the gloom. Without a word, her mother rose from her crouched position and traded the steaming pail of milk for Katya. The taste of the fatty, warm liquid was an indescribable comfort and filled her small soul with something more substantial than the milk itself. Hope. Hope that the long winter would end and that they would all live to see it. Natalia let her memory give way to reality, but she no longer felt like talking any more about her past. I'm sorry, but I sort of dazed there for a bit. I must be tired. Do you mind if I just rest for a while? No, it's fine. We'll be driving through the night, so getting some sleep would be a good idea. Natalia gave Aiden's hand a grateful squeeze before slipping hers from his. She reclined her seat to the maximum and curled off to one side. She actually didn't really feel tired, but she did feel tired of talking and had used her fatigue as an excuse. However, with her eyes closed and her body somewhat stretched out, she quickly fell asleep. Chapter 6. Hitching a Ride. Natalia awoke to a kink in her neck and a foul taste in her mouth. The bloody gap in her mouth no longer tasted of fresh blood, but rather of fetid decay. She instantly wished that she had a toothbrush, or at least some mouthwash. It was nighttime now, and the cab of the car was completely dark, except for the blue-white glow coming from the vehicle's digital instrumentation. The smell of coffee and bread filled the cab, and Natalia's belly growled hungrily. The sedan was still cruising down the remote country roads, with Aiden still fixing his tired eyes on the road. He held a coffee cup in his left hand as the weaker right held the steering wheel steady. Natalia groaned groggily. "Oh, what time is it?" she croaked. Aiden checked the console in front of him. Around 4:30. "Oh, I can't believe I slept that long. Are you serious?" She sat up in her chair, massaging the side of her neck as she did so. "Yeah," Aiden pointed out of his window. "You can see the sky's already starting to get light out over there. Maybe we'll have another hour until sunrise." "Oh, I am sorry. It must have been a boring drive. Do you want me to take over?" Aiden shook his head. "No, it's fine. We're going to need to ditch the car soon anyways. By the way, there's some sandwiches in the back seat if you're hungry." He gave her a tired smile. "They're sort of shit, but there's something. I didn't really pass too much, especially at this hour, but I really needed something." He pointed to a cup in the holder. "There's coffee too, and I think that it should be still warm at least." Natalia gave him a warm smile. "Thank you," she said, reaching for the coffee. "Are you sure that you don't need a break? I still can't believe that I slept for so long." Aiden chuckled. "Well, I was starting to get a little concerned. When I stopped about 40 minutes back, I thought that you'd wake up for sure, but you're still out cold. I even checked your pulse, but I guess you just needed your rest. How do you feel?" A little fuzzy still, but mostly guilty that you had to drive all this way while I slept." Aiden shook his head dismissively. "Don't worry about it. We'll be in Chicago soon enough, and I'll sleep at the hotel." "Do you know where we'll be staying?" "No, not really. But there are a few cheap motels that we can try. One of them shouldn't require IDs or digital payment. Hopefully we'll get lucky, but I honestly don't know." "Oh, that reminds me." Aiden set down his coffee and fished around in his pocket, producing the dead man's cell phone. He unlocked the phone and handed it over to Natalia. "Could you go through the contacts and write down anything that looks important? I was thinking about it while I was driving, and bringing that phone may have been a mistake. We need to toss it ASAP. Originally, I was thinking of using it to contact Battaglia, but that may not lead to much. But that phone is definitely linked to the dead man, and the cops can use it to track us." Natalia looked worried. "But if that's true, then couldn't they use the car to track us as well?" "Exactly, and that's why we're going to ditch the car soon too." Natalia scrolled through the phone. After a few minutes, she reached into the back seat to grab a pre-made gas station sandwich and continued to go through the cell phone as she ate. Somehow, the sandwich tasted soggy and stale at the same time, but she was too ravenous to complain. Sifting through what could be useful information to transpose was a painstaking process. Most of the potential business contacts were all written in code, and there were a lot of them. But she did the best she could. She looked over at Aiden. He looked tired. He was blinking often, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot. She noticed that he had his window cracked open to get some fresh air. Hopefully, they would find a hotel soon. After half an hour, Natalia set down the phone on the top of the middle console. "I don't know. I think that's pretty much all I can get." It was all a little frustrating. She had no idea where they were going to start. The glow from Chicago was already visible in the sky, even with dawn fast approaching. But with its looming proximity, the question of what they were going to do next seemed insurmountable. She looked back to Aiden. At least she was not doing this alone. Thank God for that. Aiden grabbed the phone from the top console with the sleeve of his work shirt pulled down over his hand. He proceeded to wipe the phone on the cleanest part of his shirt until he'd gone over every square inch of it. Then he opened the middle console and popped it inside. The traffic was starting to get heavier, and they were driving on 2 lanes for the first time. They were passing a truck stop, and Aiden slowed down. Maybe this would be as good a stop as any. Aiden screeched into the last entrance. There was a large gravel parking lot with almost 8 semi-trucks parked there, and an empty space for many more. Aiden parked the car near the edge of the lot, 30 feet from the closest truck. He put the car into park and turned to Natalia. "I think we should leave the car here and try to get a ride the rest of the way." She only nodded. Aiden was already cleaning out the car of all their belongings. By the time she was out of the car, he had already had a rag with a small bottle of bleach that he was using to clean the steering wheel, middle console, door handle, and anything else that they may have come into contact with during their trip. Natalia eyed him quizzically. He caught her look as he cleaned and said, "I picked it up with the sandwiches, to cover our tracks." She smiled to herself. For a guy running on no sleep, he was still doing surprisingly well. There was a big rig parked at the fuel pump. An old man with a green John Deere cap, a white mustache, worn-out cowboy boots, and a big silver buckle was just stepping out of the store with a bag of jerky in one hand and a large steaming cup of coffee in the other. He was making a beeline for his truck. With Aiden leading the way, the two moved to intercept him. Before he could say anything, the old man's eyes went wide, and he exclaimed in a crackly Texas drawl, "Good God, man! What happened to you two? It looks like a blind man used your face for T-ball." "I was in a bar fight with 2 other men, and when my girlfriend tried to break it up, she ate one too." Aiden lied. It wasn't too far from the truth, but most good lies generally are. "Where are you heading, sir?" "Oh, this one's going to Hermosa area." "Hey, that'd be perfect. Do you think we could hitch a ride for $50?
Yeah, sure. Hop in."
Then his eyes narrowed slightly behind his old, thick-rimmed glasses.
"Hey, just don't get any blood on the upholstery."
Aiden couldn't believe their good fortune. "Hey, thanks." He pulled at the bloodstains on his shirt. "And don't worry, they're all dry now." The old man only grunted as he heft himself into the driver's seat. There was only one passenger seat in the old truck, but Aiden wasn't about to complain. Natalia sat on his lap until the old man offered for her to sit on the bunk in the back. The old man turned the key, and the behemoth roared to life. As he fluidly worked his way through the gears, he turned to Aiden to ask,
"So what happened to your wheels? There ain't no bars near here, so you must have come from somewhere else."
Aiden's heart broke into a gallop. Yeah, well, we had a breakdown."
"Oh? What's wrong with it?"
He really wished that he knew more about cars in that moment, but he hadn't even owned a vehicle for the past 10 years. He said the first thing that popped into his mind. "I think that it was the fan belt." To his great displeasure, the old man roared with laughter.
"On an electric vehicle? Oh, son, you're going to need to learn how to lie better in the future. I saw you pulling in that black sedan."
"We're screwed," Aiden thought to himself as the old man continued in a bemused manner.
"A little piece of advice. If you want to lie convincingly, less is more. Not everyone knows about cars. So you could have said, 'I don't know,' and I would have thought nothing of it. So why the secrecy? You on the run from the police? Did you rob a bank? Kill somebody? Or..."
"The last one," Aiden interrupted flatly.
"Oh? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4?
The old man asked mockingly. 3, Aiden responded through clenched teeth.
3? And who were they?"
"Gangsters."
"Hot damn!"
The old man looked at Aiden in surprise, but it was difficult to tell whether it was an act or not.
"I don't know which is worse, your truth-telling or your lying."
He shook his head in wonderment.
Look, I don't mean to pry, but I hope that you know what you're doing. Chicago's a nasty place, probably worse than it's ever been. Hell, I refuse to go through it at night. They used to run automated trucks into the city almost exclusively almost 10 years ago, but the hijackings became so common that they started eating into profits, and they decided to go back to the good old conventional delivery. The point is, the Windy City is a real shithole, and unless you got your head on a swivel, you might lose it. Whatever you do, don't go wandering around at night unless you really, really have to. I'm no lily-livered son of a gun, but those druggists can swarm faster than sand fleas on a camel's back. And if they sense that you got any cash on you, they'll drain you faster than a tick in June.
I'll keep it in mind. Aiden was beginning to warm to the old-timer. Do you know who runs things in the city?
Heh, certainly not the mayor, that's for sure. Other than that, honestly, I don't rightfully know. You got every shade of shit-colored rainbow vie for control, but I ain't sure if any one of them is really running jack shit over there. I'm just a passerby. I don't know much about the city's politics, other than it's something that I know I don't want any part of.
Fair enough. Aiden knew that it would be a long shot, but he decided that it wouldn't hurt to ask anyways. Have you ever heard the name Sebastian Battaglia?
A guinea? Is he supposed to be some sort of gangster or something?
The old man turned to Aiden, who gave a small nod.
Battaglia,
he mused while rubbing the white whiskers on his chin thoughtfully.
It does ring a bell, but as I said, I don't really know too much about the thugs in the city. Just enough to know that I don't want to know anymore. Is this the fellow you're looking for?
Aiden thought for a moment before answering. He looked back at Natalia, who was quietly listening to the conversation, but she calmly stared back at him. He supposed that she was trusting him to decide what to disclose or to hold back. In the end, he opted for laying everything out on the table and told the old man the whole story of meeting Natalia, of what happened in the bar afterwards, and what had led them to Chicago. When Aiden finished telling their story, the old man whistled and exclaimed,
"Well, you got some balls on you, I'll give you that."
The old man's eyes were glassy with excitement.
"Defending that missus back there? Good on you. But son, you're lucky to be alive. You took one hell of a shit kicking by the sounds of it, and you should have been dead. Ha! I suppose God just likes you. I suppose it's 'cause you're doing his work. Imagine. We got cops sniffing up the ass of every decent citizen, yet these, what'd you say they were?"
I'm not quite sure, and he looked back to Natalia.
"Chechens,"
was all she said.
"Right," the old man continued angrily. "All while these damn Chechens waltz right into our country, thumb their noses at our laws, our government, and our people. And all the while these useless cops sit there with their thumbs up their asses. Ain't got no sense to it. To allow scum like that to roam the streets, it almost seems like they're in cahoots with one another."
"Maybe they are," Aiden added seriously. The old man nodded reflectively.
Maybe you're right. But then, don't you got no fear? I mean, if the criminals are in hand in glove with the cops, then you're going to be going up against a whole lot of them, hemmed in on all sides. I ain't trying to scare you, but I don't want you to get yourself killed neither."
"I don't know," Aiden reflected. "I wouldn't say that I'm unafraid, but I do feel a sense of obligation to do something. A hero is someone who would seek to rid the world of injustice. I am not that. But a coward is someone who would ignore a cry for help in favor of their own sense of self-preservation. Well, I ain't a coward neither. I suppose I'm somewhere in between. If the fear of death is more persuasive than a sense of moral obligation, then I am a slave.
a slave to my fear, and a slave to the evil bastards who wield power, because I would know for sure that I would never, ever make a stand against them. Their will would supersede my own if I live in fear of the consequences. Opinions, morals, beliefs are all irrelevant unless we are prepared to die and perhaps, more importantly, to kill for them. Most people get the luxury to live in an illusion where they can tell themselves that if the opportunity came, they would rise to the occasion. Once that bluff has been called, there's no longer any hiding. There is no more idle talk. There is only action. The person either rises to the occasion, proving their worth with action, or they can sink into the shadows, forever to live with the consequences of their cowardice. So you see, I don't really have any choice in the matter. If I want to hold on to my dignity, I have to act. Odds be damned. I see what you're saying. But I do disagree on one point. You are a hero. You got a hell of a lot of resolve, more than most. I agree, Natalia chimed in. Aiden looked back at her and grinned. Well, your opinion doesn't count. And why not? She protested. Because you're not exactly an unbiased observer, she snorted. Well, if that's the case, then your opinion doesn't matter either then. Because you definitely can't be impartial. Aiden looked forward to the road ahead. Agree to disagree. The three sat in silence for a time. The sun was cresting over the horizon now, and the traffic had noticeably increased. It was difficult for Aiden to assess whether the traffic was growing because of the morning rush hour or because they were getting closer to the city center. Either way, they were soon bumper to bumper, waiting for the traffic lights to change. In the early morning, there were very few pedestrians on the sidewalks, but here or there, they would pass a person staggering aimlessly up or down the street. Clearly, these stragglers were either homeless or had been out all night, scoring drugs or alcohol or both. They passed one bus stop that had its glass enclosure freshly smashed out. The area was clearly not upscale, but it was far from shocking. And yet, large working-class apartments of New Independence had the same run-down look, along with the odd, incoherent desert inn. The old man cleared his throat purposefully. I'm Lenny, by the way. You know, Aiden volunteered his name. Right, Aiden. It's sort of an old name, you know. The only feller I can remember with a name like that was some old coot in my town growing up. Well, anywho, I've been chewing on what you said, and you got a unique outlook, kid. But if what you say is true, then there is a hell of a lot of cowards out there. Uh-huh, I would say so. Aiden pointed out his window to the dilapidated houses, barred-up strip malls, and decaying sidewalks. That, Lenny, is the product of cowardice, and not just of a few individuals, but the vast majority. What we are seeing is the direct result from universal cowardice. This isn't caused by criminals, thieves, or murderers. This is caused by us, you and I. Our collective spinelessness was like a beacon to the scum of the earth. The message was clear. We will never, ever take matters into our own hands. All we need is an excuse, no matter how flimsy. Absolutely any excuse will suffice, and we'll do nothing. The police will take care of it. If there's corruption, the judges will sort it out. If the judges are corrupt, the FBI will investigate it. If the FBI is corrupt, the politicians will sort it out. If the politicians are corrupt, and we know that they are corrupt, well, maybe we'll just wait and see if some other empty suit can step into the role and sort things out. We're all looking around some illusory corner where things will magically begin to get better. Deep down, we know that this is all horseshit. So why do we go along with it?
because we intuitively know that if we admit that the whole system is broken, then the next stage is fixing it. But fixing this problem requires blood, and we are afraid. And when they say violence is never the answer, we swallow it because it's easier than swallowing our dignity and admitting that violence is never the answer because we fail to ask the proper question. Have we exhausted all other possibilities? If the answer is yes, then violence is not only the answer, but it is the only answer. Is a surgeon a monster because he cuts into the flesh of men? Who is superior, the doctor who faints at the first sight of blood, or the one who can steel himself to the sight of gore and slice out the tumor? Then why would we trust the citizen who faints at the first thought of a violent uprising? The tumor will kill the patient if the doctor can't spill blood, in the same way that corruption will destroy this nation if the citizen cannot stomach violence. Everyone sat in silence for a time, until Lenny broke the sound embargo with a lilting whistle through his teeth. Holy moly, that's a lot to take in. I'm going to need to ruminate on that for a while before my mind can decide what to do with it. How'd you get to thinking like this, son? Well, after the war, my old man really regretted ever enlisting. He became disillusioned with the entire system. He embraced nonconformity and strongly believed in questioning everything. And he definitely saw the hypocrisy of the rich lecturing us about the sin of violence, while out of the other side of their mouth they ordered us to kill or die for their own enrichment. I suppose his ideas sort of rubbed off on me, even if he was a bit of an asshole. I don't know. He certainly had his problems, but he always thought for himself, which is more than I can say for most. Aiden had not really thought much about the level of impact that his father had had upon him. He was now left with the realization that he possibly respected his father's opinion far more than he had been consciously prepared to admit to previously. The revelation hit him hard. He tried to hide his emotions from the other two, but he suddenly felt the profound sense of loss for his father. The sadness was shocking, because he had been confronted with a much milder reaction when he was first told of his father's demise as a child. Now he was experiencing the loss as though for the first time. It was bewildering. Lenny, oblivious to Aiden's inner turmoil, continued the conversation. Well, if your pops was a vet, then it does sort of make sense that he'd be thinking from the perspective of war, violence, and uprising. Because that's all he knew. But there are other ways to resolve a problem than simply violence alone. Hell, I'll admit that there are times like in your own situation where it's the only option. But it can't be applied everywhere. Aiden slowly rose beyond his reflections to respond. Can't it? He asked. Good God, son. We can't solve everything with just more violence. Eventually, everything will just devolve into chaos and murder. We'd be no better than the animals, perhaps even worse. No, we would be worse, definitely worse. Listen, I'm not trying to admonish you, because I understand where you're coming from. When I was young and strong as an alley cat full of piss and vinegar, I would have bought into all that macho crap. But as you grow older, you get to know that violence doesn't solve much. Aiden was unconvinced. I understand what you are saying. At one time, I would have fully agreed. But gradually I came to realize that everything comes down to violence in the end. And to be fair, just because violence is necessary doesn't mean that we need to live and breathe it 24/7. But I believe that peace is only achieved when the two parties both recognize the strength of the other. As soon as a nation, a people, or an individual show themselves to be incapable of violence, it is only a matter of time before they are utterly destroyed. What I regret is not that I killed 3 men,
but that I lacked the courage to deliver the first blow. I was afraid of being the aggressor because it has been ingrained in me from when I was young that if I act first, that makes me the bad guy. However, I was only lucky, and if I hadn't been, then I would be dead. Natalia still trapped at best, dead at worst, and her sister still lost. In short, I fucked up. I lacked conviction. And why? It was not because I didn't understand the situation. Logically, I knew what I needed to do, except that I stopped myself. If I had gone straight into that back room, armed with a knife or a pool cue or anything, ready to take full advantage of my element of surprise, ready to kill, I would have guaranteed success. Instead, I waltzed back there, armed with a couple of stern words. Looking back, I know for sure there was no way that violence could have been avoided. So why the preamble? Not because I feared death, but because I was afraid of being the aggressor, of acting alone. And that was the sin. Years of social conditioning of what I thought was violence is never the answer was more accurately acting alone is never the answer. How could I have bought in to the bullshit? Violence shouldn't be the first answer, or perhaps not even our second option, but it is without a doubt the final answer. And the final answer is by far the most important. Forget war. Everyone knows that war is violent, but even internally, our entire societal structure is based on the promise of violence. People obey laws, not because they are well written or even logical, but because there is an enforcement of those laws. And that enforcement carries with it violence, or at least the threat of it, for non-compliance. Lenny hummed behind pursed lips, which pulled his mustache off to one side. Well, if you ask me, I would say that you still got a lot of aggression floating around in your bloodstream from earlier. Trust me, I've seen many brawls in my time, and it takes a while to clear the mind of its influence. And I ain't saying you're wrong, but if you're a bull, all you're going to see is red. And then you're going to stamp your feet and snort hot breath from your nose. But trust me when I say, there are more colors in this world than the ones you're seeing now. Aiden nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps you're right, Lenny. There is a lot more to life than just violence. There is a proper balance to things. However, if good people lose their capacity for violence, then they will eventually lose everything. I don't know, Natalia chimed in, causing Aiden to look back at her. Don't you think that in the proper balance of things, what we really lack is more love and empathy in our society rather than violence? It seems like we have too much killing as it is, rather than not enough. I agree. And how do we get more love and compassion into the world? Aiden tried hard not to make the question sound too cynical. Natalia thought for a moment, furrowing her brow. What? Is this a trick or something? She snapped back defensively. It's no trick, he replied undeterred. And here's my answer. Love and compassion are fragile emotions, not easily cultivated, and they can be lost in a moment. As such, it is much more efficient to simply protect love and those who foster it than to try to impart it into an unreceptive population. And we can only protect love. Natalia quickly cut in. Let me guess, with more violence? Aiden flashed her a lopsided grin. You catch on quick. She mocked a laugh. Huh, you call that quick? You've only said violence like 20 times. I think a blind man could see your point. Sounds like you want another example, Aiden teased. No, please, spare us. She held up her hands in mock supplication. Lenny piped in. It's not that I don't find this conversation more riveting than the Eiffel Tower, but we're getting close now. So where are you two fixing to get posted up for the night? Aiden's mind flashed to his locker at his recently abandoned company's change room. There resided a clean change of clothes, keys to his apartment, and his cell phone. His physical ID was still sitting in a dusty folder in the closet of his apartment. For most day-to-day transactions, his phone would handle everything. It had a digital copy of his identification and access to his bank account. He would buy groceries with it, pass police checkpoints with it, pay his rent with it. It was so essential to daily life, he always kept it close by. And the only time that he would leave it behind was at work. Now he felt naked without it. And with the old Chechen's phone left behind in the abandoned sedan, he was only armed with the memory of the digital map of Chicago that he had pored over in the car. Of course, Natalia was similarly lacking any cell phone or ID, as her previous predicament precluded her from holding items for communication, information, or over-the-counter commerce. Aiden knew, though, that a precise knowledge of the city was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to the various complications a life without a phone would bring. However, he would need to deal with those problems later. For now, he simply needed to find a bed for the night. The thought of a soft pillow and the ability to stretch out fully made him suddenly feel almost unbearably tired. "Are we near Hermosa area?" he asked. "Sure," Lenny stretched out the word as he considered their exact location. "We're about 6 blocks from where this load's heading." His right thumb pointed backwards to his trailer. "And that's right on the border of Hermosa, Humboldt and Austin and some other area I've forgotten the name to." Aiden tried to draw up a mental map of the city and said, "I think that would be perfect. There's a bunch of cheap motels in the area. Just let us out wherever and we can walk around until we find something." Lenny snorted. "Nonsense. I ain't letting the two of yous walk around in your condition. If you're gunning for a motel, we'll find you one. But are you sure you want something in this area? It's not the nicest part of the city, you know." Aiden sighed. "Yeah," he said resignedly. "I know, but anything nicer, and I don't think that they'd let us rent it without a reservation. We need to find a place that will accept cash with no questions." "I see." Then Lenny pointed towards a weathered and aged sign sitting 14 feet off the ground, supported by a rusty steel pole. At one time, the sign would have been lit at night reading motel, but now the red plastic of the M and O were cracked off, revealing the hollow where the backlighting resided. "How about that one?" Aiden shrugged his shoulders. "Sure, why not?" The air brakes of the big rig hissed, and the truck edged out the vehicles in the second lane to take a wide enough turn to tuck the behemoth into the small cracked pavement of the motel's parking lot. Natalia gathered their 2 bags and passed them to Aiden as he hopped out. Before he fully exited the cab, he turned to Lenny. "Thank you so much for everything." He held out a 100 Amero bill to him, but the old man waved it away. "Keep it. I was heading this way anyhow. Besides, I ain't going anywhere till you tell me you got a place for the night." Aiden was a little surprised. "That's very nice of you. But don't you need to deliver your cargo?" "Well, if you're going to stand there frozen like a turd in December, then I'll be even later." Natalia thanked Lenny on her way out of the cab, but he only gave her a smile and a grunt in reply. The two entered into the office and were instantly hit with a musty scent emanating from the old sofa near the window. It appeared to have been once upholstered in fake leather, but time had stripped it of nearly all of its veneer, and now only the more porous backing fabric remained. The daylight streaming into the small room through the dirty window revealed a plethora of dust motes and other particulates wafting in the air. No one was behind the counter, but there was an antique small metal bell to ring for service. Aiden rang the bell and looked at Natalia as they waited. They shared a look of mutual disappointment that this ramshackled abode could be their nocturnal fate. The silence was complete, and Aiden rang the bell more forcefully a second time. A rustling could be heard from beyond the door behind the counter.
Gradually, the noise became louder until the door swung open to reveal a huffing and wheezing obese creature. The medium-length permed hair with clumpy gobs of mascara indicated that this person was female. She was short in stature, and the extra-large t-shirt she wore reached down to almost her knees. But what she lacked in height, she made up for in girth, and her mounds of flesh and breast had stretched the image of her shirt into a distorted mess. Each step that she took was punctuated with such a loud sigh, grunt, or groan that Aiden was almost certain that either she suffered from very painful medical ailments, which were exacerbated by walking, or she wished for her customers to know just how inconvenient their arrival had been for her. He eyed her jiggling, massive, scowling jowls and thought that whatever the case may be, she was clearly ill-tempered.
"What do you want?"
she barked, eyeing the two intruders with open contempt. Aiden was too revolted to be offended and answered blankly, "We need a room for the night." The woman heaved herself into an old computer chair with a great expulsion of air. The backrest creaked and squealed as it was forced backwards, but miraculously it defied the laws of physics and stopped the enormous form before crashing to the floor.
"Check-ins at 3 p.m.
Aiden was beginning to loathe this person. "I understand that, but we could really use a room now." The woman rolled her eyes at him, as though wanting a room early in the morning was a sure sign of stupidity rather than a unique need. She made her now signature wheezing groan to declare a bit of corporal movement was imminent and rolled her chair closer to her computer.
"So what's your reservation number?"
she demanded impatiently. He was shocked. A reservation for this rundown shithole? He thought. His eyes narrowed. "I don't have a reservation." Some of the curls of her hair were matted down to the woman's thick forehead. Fresh beads of sweat formed there as she tapped unenthusiastically on the keyboard. After a few moments, she turned a condescending gaze upon Aiden.
"I have a queen available in room 7. If you want to check in now, I'm going to need to charge you for last night as well."
"That's fine," Aiden squeezed out tersely, with a great effort to remain somewhat affable.
"So it'll be $4.30 for the night. Just scan the code here."
Her fat finger pointed to a black patch of countertop that a second later illuminated with a QR code. "I don't have my phone on me. Could I just pay with cash?"
"No cell? What about her?"
The way that the woman said "her" infuriated him. "No," he said flatly. The woman's body shook with indignation. In her estimation, she had been providing exquisite service, and to be rebuffed in such a way was unconscionable. Drawing from her breadth of patience, she tried to accommodate the clients.
"Neither of you have a phone?"
Her left eye heft up a chunk of forehead fat in a look of incredulity. "Will you take cash?" Aiden snapped, losing his patience. Blotchy patches of red rose up to the woman's fat cheeks, putting a strain on her already enlarged heart. She had consumed many a large meal in her time, but none had been larger than the pride that she currently had to swallow in order to thrust her pudgy fingers and demand ID. Her altruistic hand was lying on the countertop, prepared to overlook her ill use and accept the physical cash. But her hand remained cold and empty as the two customers vacated the premises. She was left in wonderment at the extreme lack of etiquette of certain individuals. Aiden and Natalia rejoined Lenny at his truck, and after a quick explanation, he insisted on driving them around until they found some suitable place to sleep. 40 minutes and 2 motels later, Aiden was both feeling grateful and a little guilty that Lenny had spent so much of his time to help them find a place. They had been beyond lucky to happen upon Lenny, and Aiden shuddered to think about what they would have done if they had never met. Lenny, for his part, was very patient, and his only exclamation of discontent was directed at the establishment.
who would refuse cold hard cash to put a decent feller and his missus up for the night. When the two walked back from their third motel office with their heads downcast, Lenny could already tell that it was another bust before they even had a chance to say so. No go? Aiden only shook his head and opened his mouth to add something, but Lenny was faster. Come on, get in. There's a Hindu joint 1.5 miles up the road. If the family still owns the place, they'll give you a room for sure. I've never met a Hindu who would refuse to take your money. True to his word, the fourth motel was operated by a middle-aged Hindu. The man had a length of thin hair swept over and barely covering his shiny bronze head. The office smelt faintly of curry, but with his level of hunger and fatigue, Aiden actually found the scent to be more comforting than off-putting. The man did ask for ID as well, but when explained that they didn't have any, the Indian barely blinked and simply informed them that they would need to provide a cash deposit in that case. Aiden flatly accepted the man's terms, but inside he was overjoyed. It was now close to 9:30 in the morning. He had been awake for almost 28 hours, and he was starting to feel sick and delirious from a lack of sleep. He handed over the cash and passed the room key and bags over to Natalia so that he could tell Lenny the good news. So, Lenny exclaimed as Aiden returned to the truck, you finally got fixed up for the night. Sure did, Aiden replied, grinning, and added more seriously, Lenny, I don't know how to thank you. You're really a godsend. If we hadn't met you, well, I don't know what we would have done. Lenny waved away the gratitude. You would have found a way. Of that I'm sure. You're a tenacious little bastard. His mustache quivered as it veiled the old man's warm smile, but Aiden could see the man's emotion shining through his eyes. I like you, son. Your girlfriend, too. He had a small piece of paper in his hands and passed it down to Aiden, who was halfway in the cab on the passenger side. There's my number. If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to call me. Thanks, Lenny. I really appreciate it. Think nothing of it. So how long do you suppose you'll be here for? Well, I'm not too sure, but realistically, probably for a couple weeks. All right. Well, I'll be heading back home for a week and a half, but I have more work up here in 2 weeks. So when I'm back in this neck of the woods, I'll check in on y'all. And if anything comes up before then, just drop me a line. Okay, will do. Thanks again. Take care of yourself, and that lady of yours too. Aiden felt awkward thinking of Natalia as his lady, but he didn't dwell on it and waved his goodbye as Lenny pulled away. When Aiden entered their room, he was greeted by 2 queen beds. He heard the shower running and tested out the nearest bed, lying on it shortways with his shoes still on. Once Natalia was out, he would have himself a nice shower, except that by the time that she exited the bathroom, he was already fast asleep. Still wrapped up in a towel, she pulled off his shoes and pulled his legs more fully onto the bed and propped up his head with a pillow. He was still lying on an angle, but it was an improvement to the way she had found him. For Aiden's part, all that he was aware of was the inky blackness of unconsciousness, which quickly enveloped him completely, and his mind drank up the nothingness eagerly. Nothing tasted quite so sweet. Chapter 7. Getting Acquainted. Aiden awoke with a start. His skin was clammy from a cold sweat. He couldn't recall any of his dreams, but he was left with the lingering feeling of stress and guilt. And yet, he couldn't track from whence they had come. He sat up with fresh beads of sweat forming on his brow. Natalia was sitting cross-legged in the center of her bed, surrounded by a small sea of fresh clothes, and was occupied with clipping off the tags. She looked up at him, startled by his rapid awakening. Bad dream? She asked quizzically. Aiden shook his head
and then stopped himself in puzzlement. "I don't know," he said slowly, trying to shake the fog from his head. "I think I slept well. It was just that last bit. I felt, well, I don't know exactly. Anyways, I'm up now. What time is it?" he asked as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Natalia shrugged. "I think it's around 9. "At night?" He was shocked. It felt like he had only taken a small nap. "There are some cold burgers in the bag over there if you're hungry." Natalia pointed to the drawer underneath the TV, where a large paper bag sat neatly rolled up. "I tried to wait for you to get up so we could eat together, but at 3 I had to break down. Sorry." Aiden dragged his body to the edge of the bed and rubbed his face a few times. "Don't worry about it. I would have felt worse if you ate nothing because of me." He ran a hand through his greasy hair. "I'm starved, but I think I'll take a shower first. At least I don't have to worry about it getting cold." She smiled back at him as she clipped another sales tag from a new shirt. "What do you got there?" She threw him the fresh t-shirt in response. "I went shopping," she told him. "There are also some fresh underwears and socks in the bathroom for after your shower. I hope they fit." Aiden pushed himself up from the edge of the bed, yawning. "Thanks." He made his way to the shower, but paused to take a good look at himself in the bathroom mirror. The light was better here than it had been at the bar. He could still see the black streaks of soot mixed with the dried blood on his face. His dark brown hair looked greasy and disheveled. His face was still swollen, but now it was turning a discolored mix of purple, yellow, and green. Ah, well, at least a shower would make him feel better. The feel of the warm water did indeed make him feel better. And after carefully washing his hair, he leaned his left arm on the faucet side of the shower wall and let the water cascade down the back of his head and drip off the tip of his nose. He contentedly blew the warm water away from his mouth. He stayed in this position for some time. The relaxation of the falling water made it difficult for him to pull away from the gentle stream. It was in this meditative state that bits and pieces of his restless sleep came back to him. He recalled the grotesque images of the Chechen's mangled fingers, the blood dribbling from the corner of the younger man's neck as his airway was punctured, the flash of a fist striking him hard on the cheekbone, the chaos and mad scramble as he tried unsuccessfully to gain his feet. The memories flashed before him in an instant, but it wasn't their visceral violence that was so disturbing. He felt an almost crushing sense of guilt and almost embarrassment. His heartbeat was now thumping loudly in his ears, and his breathing became elevated. What was happening? He couldn't explain it. Was this guilt for murdering the 3 men? It certainly made the most logical sense, but somehow he wasn't fully convinced. The feeling he had was more akin to the feeling a person would get when putting their foot in their mouth in mixed company. He had never killed someone before, but he felt fairly certain that the guilt from murder would feel somewhat different from public embarrassment. No, he had really been just fighting for his survival. Could his conscious mind feel no remorse while his subconscious felt guilty? If it wasn't for Natalia, he never would have done anything. He was really only trying to protect her. He had killed those men for her, not for himself. He stared down at the water whirling around the discolored drain. Was that it? He suddenly felt preposterous, like a house guest that didn't belong, but the host had been too polite to object. Except in this case, he was the house guest who had murdered 3 men as a housewarming gift. It would be a little awkward now to ask Natalia if she had wanted him to turn the bar into a bloodbath for her sake. It dawned on him that there was a real possibility that she didn't want him here. But how could he expect her to answer him truthfully? Aiden swallowed down his paranoia. Even if it was founded, it was nearly unavoidable now. At least he understood why he had awoken with such a sense of disquiet. Perhaps it was only a natural reaction. A man who takes a leap of faith with no second thoughts is either crazy or delusional. In no more than a few hours, he had made a decision that would dramatically alter both his and Natalia's lives forever. For better or worse, time would tell. He still felt that he had done the right thing. He only assumed that doing the right thing would feel much better than this did. He told himself not to be such a sensitive pussy, which surprisingly helped, and he finished showering. By the time he had dried himself off, he was feeling more confident in himself and his actions. He even reasoned that his self-doubt was a healthy sign. If a man kills and feels nothing, that's a problem. If a man kills and feels good, that's a big problem. But to feel regret, or at least to have a doubt about taking a life, seems to be the only natural response. When he pulled on his new boxer briefs, he felt more sure of his place in this situation. If no one has the balls to accept the responsibility for action, evil men will continue to thrive, he thought, as he exited in a plume of humid mist into the main room. He was about to don his new shirt, but Natalia shouted at him, "Wait!" In an instant, he felt once again extremely out of place. "What?" he asked defensively. "Let me check your stitches first before you put on a clean shirt," Natalia explained. "Oh," Aiden replied awkwardly and tossed the clean shirt back on the bed. "You did give it to me before I took a shower," he noted.
"Ah, well, I forgot. But now that you're clean, I'd like to keep it that way."
She patted a space on the bed beside her. The small mountain of clothes had been sifted through and put away as a folded stack on the shelf of the nightstand. She flashed him a smile as he sat down beside her.
"You're looking much better now," she said appraisingly. "How do you feel?"
"Better. My head still feels like an overinflated balloon," he replied as he gingerly touched the swelling underneath his eye. She gently tilted his head into the light of the nightstand and inspected his face.
I think your face could use an ice pack. Wait a second,"
she said, and got up and walked over to a small fridge tucked in the corner of the vanity. She pulled out a pliable ice pack and wrapped it in a face cloth. "Did you buy this as well?" Aiden asked as she handed him the wrapped up ice pack.
"Uh-huh."
She eyed the stitches that she had put in before on the left side of his head.
"Here."
She directed him to sit on the bed so that his left side was facing the light.
"That's better."
Aiden held the cold fabric to his left cheekbone, and Natalia sat between him and the nightstand. She tucked in her right leg to face him better, and he could feel her breath on his ear as her slender fingers parted his hair for a better view of his gash. "It looks like you've been quite busy while I was asleep," he observed.
"Well, you were asleep for quite a while."
She got up from the bed and grabbed her medical bag.
"And we needed a lot of things."
She sat back down in her original position, and Aiden became aware of the fact that he was still in just his underwear. She grabbed some gel from her pack and squeezed out a thin bead directly on her forefinger before applying it to his head wound. "No gloves this time," he noted and swallowed hard. "It seems that you've been taking care of my injuries ever since we met," he said and chuckled nervously.
"Well, Aiden, we really haven't actually known each other for very long," she replied matter-of-factly. "Your stitches seem to be holding up well," she observed.
Aiden turned his head to face her, temporarily suspending her inspection. "And how is it that you seem to have so much expertise in first aid? You were vague with me before, but what's the truth? Were you a nurse or a doctor?" Natalia grinned at his question and placed her hand on his chin to reposition his head so she could continue to inspect his wound.
"No, nothing so glamorous. I work for a medic unit in the East Russian Army. but I never really went to school for it. Everything I learned was from hands-on lessons in the field. She finished with his head and moved her hands down to his forearms. He could feel the blood rushing to his face and elsewhere, but internally wrestled back some self-control, enough to realize that she was only inspecting his old metal burns. "Are you okay?" she queried. Boy, she's really putting you on the spot. "Yeah, I think so." She was looking right at him now. He tentatively spun his head to meet her gaze straight on, but he could only maintain eye contact for a few seconds before he had to look away. He stared at the light blue denim of her bent leg. It was mere inches from his body. He felt compelled to reach out and touch that knee. And why not? If she didn't feel the same way, why was she sitting so close? And the moment that they had shared in the car, and she had held his hand? Ugh, this is pathetic. Why am I being so damn timid? But he already knew the answer. He looked away. "Aiden?" Natalia asked as he quickly got up. "Did you happen to get me some new pants?" he asked with his back to her. She was a little confused by his behavior, but answered anyways. "Yes, there's black and beige pair of slacks on the top drawer." She was pointing to the stack of clothes, even though Aiden was still not looking in her direction. He grabbed the black pants and aggressively stuck his limb into the pant leg and then the other. He snatched a quick glance back at Natalia and wished that he hadn't. She hadn't moved from her place on the bed, and she was watching his every movement with an emotional intensity. The silence was nearly unbearable, and he suddenly felt trapped in this room. He had to do something. He suddenly remembered that he was hungry and jumped at the chance for a diversion. He dove into the paper bag and pulled out a cold hamburger. He ate it while standing. "Is there something that I did?" A soft question arose from the bed. Why did she have to phrase it like that? Aiden turned back towards her. "No," he answered truthfully, as he took greedy bites from the poorly looking burger. "I was just really hungry is all," he mumbled through a full mouth. "Oh? And how are they?" She still didn't sound fully convinced. "I don't know," he mumbled with the last of the burger in his mouth. "I'm too hungry to be a critic." Natalia giggled. "There's another one if you're still hungry." "Thanks, but I think I'm fine." He balled up the empty wrapper and tossed it away. He stood there uncomfortably for a while until he thought to ask, "Hey, you didn't happen to buy me a toothbrush while you were out?" "Yeah, yours is the blue one, still in the package." Aiden smiled. "You're the best." And she smiled back, but still eyed him suspiciously. As he finished up brushing his teeth, Aiden thought, "Well, this takes care of all my chores. Now what?" He slowly returned to the main room, but Natalia was doing nothing, except for, apparently, waiting for him. "All done?" He nodded dumbly. "Good, 'cause I still need to look at those burns." Aiden looked down at the top of his forearms. There were a couple spots that were still oozing and raw-looking. He sauntered towards her, and by the time he sat back down on the edge of the bed, Natalia was beginning to look impatient, and handed him back his ice pack. "Here, you forgot this," she said curtly. "Sorry," Aiden said as he accepted the ice pack and reapplied it to his face. She sighed and asked for his arm. "I don't know why you're acting so weird tonight. Does it have something to do with whatever you dreamt about?" He thought for a moment. "I guess so," he eventually admitted. Natalia didn't push the issue and tended to his burns in silence. This time, Aiden never gave himself an opportunity to become intoxicated by her proximity. Instead, he revisited the contemplations of his dreams. He tried to backtrack on his epiphany, but the more that he struggled to deny his folly, the more real it became. "There, all done," she declared. "You healed surprisingly fast."
Aiden looked down at his arms. She had only applied 3 regular-sized bandages this time, 2 on his left, 1 on his right. The smaller burns were already starting to scab over. Natalia pulled his face towards her own. "What are you doing?" he asked, his heart leaping into his mouth. She ignored his question and held up her hand. "Follow my finger," she ordered softly. Aiden followed her finger with his eyes for a few moments before wrenching his head away in irritation. "I don't have brain damage," he snapped, jumping to his feet again. Natalia recoiled back, startled by his outburst. He paced back and forth anxiously before turning back to her. "Sorry," he said sincerely, "but I'm fine. Really." "So you've said," she said distrustfully. The two regarded one another for a few uncomfortable moments before she added, "And I'm tired of asking you what's wrong." Natalia sounded saddened by his guarded disposition. He was at a loss as what to do. He opened his mouth to reply, but he made no sound, and bit his lip instead, out of an idle awkwardness. Natalia's eyes were looking at him, large and wet, and he loathed himself for being the cause of her melancholy. He weighed his options. If he kept his dream and its meaning to himself, he would feel like an asshole. He was a horrible liar, and he was fairly sure that his involuntary brooding was only making him look petulant, which was unfair to Natalia. On the other hand, if he was honest with her, he would feel like a whiny bitch, making his problem hers. Maybe he could find a middle ground. So far, he was miserably failing at playing the strong, silent type. "I guess I did have a bad dream." He lowered himself back onto the edge of the bed, but this time he sat out of arm's reach. Natalia looked measurably relieved that her intuition had proven to be correct. "Was it about the bar?" she pried. He nodded without looking up at her. "Was it really that bad?" "Sort of," he replied noncommittally. "Sort of?" He bobbed his head up and down again, and Natalia heaved a frustrated breath. "Well, if it was only sort of bad, then why are you being so tight-lipped about it?" "Well, because I don't really want to talk about it," he said calmly. "Why?" "Because it's about you," he blurted out, and instantly regretted it. Oh, good job. So much for sitting on the fence. Natalia sat there patiently staring at him. She never seemed to have a problem maintaining direct eye contact, and Aiden found that he was always the first one to look away. Her eyes lacked a hawkish intensity, but even their soft blue gentility could make him feel uncomfortable when he was under their steadfast scrutiny. Full disclosure was inevitable. Of this, he was certain. "Well, what I mean to say is that feeling that I had was, well, the dream was really just it was more like a memory. Well, I was remembering, but it was more, I guess I saw the past from a different perspective. This is awful," he added to himself and took a deep breath. "The dream really isn't very important. It was more of a realization." She maintained a calm composure, and only a faint arching of her eyebrow indicated that her interest had been piqued. "When I first saw you at the bar," he struggled to continue, "I already liked you. From when I first... Anyways, whatever I did dream about, well, it made me aware that I did, well, what I did, because I liked you." He swallowed hard. "In other words, I'm no good Samaritan, and definitely no hero. I acted in self-interest, for myself. Now I'm here with you, tagging along, sharing a room. Is this just some happy coincidence? No, more like an orchestrated trap. What an awkward confession to make. It sounded even worse saying it aloud. He bowed his head in shame. If you had been unattractive, and if I'm being honest, I can't say for sure that I would have lifted a finger.
Is that all?
Natalia seemed to be unaffected. Isn't that enough? Aiden asked, bewildered. I am here helping because I like you. Doesn't that seem like entrapment to you? You need my help, and I'm only helping to be close to you. She only shrugged.
I think you're overthinking this.
Overthinking?
Yeah,
she stated matter-of-factly. But when his baffled expression failed to leave his features, she decided to expound.
Well, what if it was I who trapped you? And when I saw you at the bar, I used all of my womanly charms to persuade you to help me.
Aiden sat back in shock. Did you? Natalia burst out in laughter. Aiden's intense seriousness was too much, and she laughed precisely because she knew she shouldn't. When she recovered her sincerity, she shook her head and replied,
No, I don't think I did. But if we're talking about the subconscious mind, I don't know. Maybe I did. The point is, I think you're overthinking all of this. Killing someone is a hard thing to recover from. It haunts you for a while, but it's worse if you face it alone.
She smiled a warm, comforting smile, and even with her swollen and split upper lip, it appeared to Aiden to be the most beautiful smile on the planet. She stretched out her arms towards him, and he lost whatever willpower his mind was holding on to. He slid into her tender embrace and wrapped his arms around her upper torso. The warmth from her body melted away all of his doubts, and the solace that she imparted in an instant made her feel angelic. After a quiet minute of being intertwined together, Natalia nuzzled her mouth close to his ear and softly whispered,
I have a confession too. I was also in love from that first moment I saw you.
Well, he hadn't actually said love, but he guessed he might as well have. It really didn't matter much. It was all just semantics anyways. All he knew is that any resolve to resist his desire for Natalia was rapidly losing all substance and likely would not survive the night. Who knows, he mused. Maybe she's right. Perhaps I'm the one who's trapped. He slowly pulled himself away slightly and brought his left hand under her chin to guide her mouth to his. He kissed her softly. Yes, I'm definitely in over my head. It was the last rational thought that his brain could string together before completely succumbing to passion. Chapter 8. After Hours. The late summer night in Chicago was warm. The air conditioner rattled loudly, but it did little to keep their room cool. As such, only a thin white sheet covered their naked bodies. Aiden was propped up against the bed's headrest, staring up at the chip-textured ceiling, reflecting. Natalia was resting her head on his bare chest, with her arms slung across his abdomen and her right leg intertwined with his. She had her eyes closed, but opened them when he spoke. Before, he began contemplatively, you spoke about killing, as though you knew what it was like, he asked quizzically. He could feel her left eyelash as it fluttered open on his bare skin. He waited.
I was born into and lived my entire life surrounded by war. I've seen a lot of death,
she answered solemnly. I understand, Aiden replied sympathetically. He considered dropping the topic, but curiosity overwhelmed him. But did you ever take a life? The silence was palpable.
I was very close to death, but I can't say for sure if I caused the death or not. Aiden did not quite understand what she meant by this, but decided against pursuing the subject. She sounded tired, and he could bring up the subject later. Instead, he only cradled her with his right arm, at least as much as his sore elbow would allow. It seemed to be a sufficient comfort, though, as Natalia snuggled closer to him, and her breathing soon became deep and even. Aiden marveled at the roller coaster of emotion over the past 36 hours, from some of the worst moments of his life to some of the best. No wonder he was struggling to keep perspective, as his whole world spun round and round, nearly spinning out of control. A lifetime of bland and menial existence was now replaced by fast-paced, high-stakes, impactful moments, and his head was whirling from the weight of responsibility. He had to move forward. He could not reflect on his past decisions. He had already made that mistake tonight. He had been indecisive in the bar, full of self-doubt. The danger of his circumstance would not afford him that luxury a second time. He had to do what he thought was right, and once he made his choice, he could not backpedal. He could not be weak. He simply had to act and choose his next course of action, period. Aiden stared down at the top of Natalia's head and idly ran his fingers through her hair. So what is next? He reflected. He had slept all day and was antsy to do something, but where to begin? It would be so easy to simply kick back and enjoy Natalia's company for the rest of the night and commit to doing something the following day. He fought with his contentment and eventually worked up the courage to delicately slide himself out from under Natalia's head. She was fast asleep and barely moved when he propped up a pillow underneath her head. He quickly got dressed and was already moving to the door. When he looked back, he considered that he should leave a short note in the event that Natalia woke to find him gone and started to worry. He scribbled a quick note and left it on the bedside table. He paused and appraised Natalia's exposed white shoulder. He brought up the edge of the sheet to just below her chin. It really wasn't all that cold in the room, so he couldn't really justify the act practically, other than it was simply a casual display of affection. He tore his eyes away from her veiled form and exited the hotel to explore the sordid city at night. It was close to 10:30 when Aiden left the motel. The air was warm and humid. The black asphalt was glistening from a fresh rainfall, and the vehicles kicked up a trail of mist in their wake. It felt good to walk, and after he orientated himself with the surrounding landmarks to ensure that he was pointed in the right direction, he got into a swift stride. The long car ride had given him stiff joints, and he welcomed the chance to stretch them. Many people were out at this time of night. Some were normal-looking folk, while others looked to be on the prowl for a good time, from benign to disturbing. 2 different men asked for money. Aiden ignored them all as he passed by. It was a lot to take in. He felt so out of place. He was paranoid that everyone would be able to tell that he didn't belong. And so he kept his vision straight ahead and replied to no one. He continued on like this for quite some time and estimated that he must have been walking for at least a few miles. The buildings were more tightly packed together now, the streets more brightly lit, and there were neon signs scattered throughout advertising bars, restaurants, hotels, smoke shops, strip clubs, etc. Many more people were filling up the sidewalks now, and Aiden found himself constantly dodging one pedestrian after another. One young man with dirty blonde dreads and a threadbare multicolored tweed sweater stopped him. "Hey man, hey bro." The man looked young, somewhere in his late teens, and the grime embedded into his clothes suggested that he was likely sleeping on the streets. Yo, man, you want to buy some rollies? Aiden continued walking. Hey, I also got some hash oil. Something about the young man struck out at his empathy. Yet he continued on, but the teenager followed him. Come on, man, he pleaded with him. If you want something stronger, I got a couple pills for you. Sorry, but I'm not interested, Aiden replied over his shoulder. Listen, man, I could really use the money. Are you a beggar or a drug dealer? The youth bristled. Shit, man, I'm just trying to survive. I'll do whatever I can to get my next meal. He paused before awkwardly adding, except I ain't sucking no dick. Aiden stopped and turned around to face the young man. Why did he add that last bit? It wasn't a joke. It made him feel very uncomfortable, but he also felt a pang of sympathy for this man. Come on, it's just $20 for a joint, and it'd really help me out, man, the youth persisted. I don't smoke. But I am looking for a bar called the Tailpipe. Do you know it? The street urchin smiled knowingly, revealing some prematurely discolored front teeth. Ah, he said with a wink. Looking for the company of a pretty lady tonight. Look, if you tell me the way, I'll give you $20 for the info, Aiden offered. It's almost 3 miles away. But I'll show you the way for 40, he countered. He looked like he could use the money, and 40 Ameros was a paltry sum anyways, so Aiden agreed. They had a long way to go, and the young man, who called himself Flux, talked the whole journey. Aiden didn't mind, as it precluded him from having to divert away from personal questions about himself. Flux told disjointed stories of life on the streets of Chicago. With no reference point, some of the tales made little to no sense to Aiden, but on occasion an important detail was revealed, which forced him to listen with rapt attention. Sometimes he asked for a little clarification about what landmark was being referred to, or who an important figure was. Perhaps nothing useful could really be gleaned from Flux's drawn-out monologues, but at the very least he was drawing a vivid picture of what life on the streets in these parts was like. The young man talked like it was the first conversation that he had had all year. Aiden pieced all of the fragmented stories into a chronological order in his mind. According to Flux, he was born to a single mother, his biological father bailing early on. When he was 5, his mom began dating a man named Rick. It was only when he brought up Rick that Flux seemed to be at a loss for words. He could only settle for the short description that Rick wasn't a good guy. Given that Flux had largely good things to say about pimps, druggies, drug dealers, and thieves, in the other stories of his, Aiden read in between the lines. Rick was likely that sort of despicable person who largely enjoys a level of anonymity, not from being discreet, but because their crimes are too revolting for a normal person to stomach. When Flux was 8 years old, his mom was hospitalized for a drug overdose, and after she was admitted, a social worker was quickly called to investigate Flux's home environment. Soon afterwards, he was put into a foster care home. After spending a few months in a temporary home, he was transferred to a permanent family. They were an older couple who ran their house more like a business. There were normally 6 other kids at the home at any given time. It lacked a loving touch, but Flux seemed to remember his time there as the most stable of his life. The couple were strict. There was no drinking, no smoking, no drugs, and there was a curfew. But they always had meals prepared and clean clothes to wear. Flux had reflected that at the time he had really hated his new foster parents and often rebelled. However, he was only there for 2.5 years before the old couple retired, and he was transferred to a new home. It was like night and day. The second home was chaos. It was dirty. Meals were rarely prepared, and Flux would have to wash his own clothes. Gradually, his young mind found it easier to simply avoid showering and changing clothes regularly. The other kids would easily smuggle in drugs and alcohol into the premises, and he would smoke pot for the first time when he was 12. The living situation in foster care continued to deteriorate, to the point that Flux believed that he could do better on his own. At 13, he started to live on the streets, and he continued to eke out an existence there for the next 5 years. Mostly, Flux talked about life on the street. He tried all sorts of strategies and hustles to survive. He talked about some of the outreach programs. You could get a decent meal here or a night's sleep there. As Flux relayed the vicissitudes of street life, Aiden reflected how both their parents had a drug problem. How easily could his own life have paralleled this man's? The similarities in upbringing evoked a certain compassion in Aiden. He wanted to help this young man, but he didn't know what he could do for him. If he gave him more cash, would it go towards more food or just drugs? He currently seemed to be on something, but perhaps it was only a little weed. It was hard to tell. As they continued to walk, the buildings became nicer. The downtown core of skyscrapers were now looming on the not-too-distant horizon. More luxury vehicles passed them on the road, and they were walking for nearly an hour and a half straight. And even Flux was slowing down in his conversation, focusing more on the trek ahead. Do you know a Sebastian Battaglia? It was a long shot, but Aiden figured it wouldn't hurt to ask anyways. Don Battaglia? Flux asked in a hushed tone. I don't know him, but yeah, sure, I've heard of him. He owns the place you're going to. Of course, I've never seen him before. He's a big shot, and Flux gestured to his overall appearance. But he controls a decent amount of the dope in the city, but I do know people who've got their stuff from an associate of his. It's pretty far removed from myself, mind you, but yeah, I know the name. Why do you ask? Aiden brought out a pack of smokes and offered one to Flux, who accepted it. He was smoking a lot less lately, which was a good thing. But whenever he was more acutely stressed, he felt the old strings of addiction pull at his desire. He lit Flux's cigarette before his own. He drew in a deep breath of smoke and calculated his answer. I have some business with him. Oh? You planning to kill him? Flux asked conversationally. What? Why would you think that? Aiden retorted nervously. Well, when a person says business, that normally means either you have dealings with him, but you clearly don't know him, in which case your business must mean a hit. You're asking about him, gathering info off the street, so when you say business, well, what other business is there? Oh, I really suck at lying, he despaired. Flux noticed his consternation. Look, man, I'm just a guy living here on the fucking streets. I couldn't really care less what you do with your spare time. Aiden regarded him critically. What if you went to him to seek a reward for the tip? Huh? I never really thought about that before. Do you think you'd pay for something like that? Aiden was chastising himself for his blatant lack of tact, but noticed that Flux was grinning, apparently amused by the whole situation. Yeah, probably, Aiden conceded. Flux thought for a moment, then waved the idea away. Come on, man. Take a look at me. They wouldn't even let me in the back door, let alone the front door. He laughed. It was a crackly sound for someone so young. I'd be thrown out on my ass before I could even open my mouth. They walked for a few minutes in silence before Flux informed him that they were close. So, what's the plan? He asked conspiratorially. Aiden just stared at him dumbly. How do you plan on doing it? Flux coaxed. Aiden took a deep breath. So far, he was 0 for 2 in keeping secrets under his cap. I'm just checking things out for today. Flux looked embarrassed for the first time. Look, if you need help he looked from side to side, in doing it, I could help. For a little extra scratch. I'm sure that a thing like this pays pretty good, but I don't mean splitting the contract or anything, just a small piece. Of course, it's all negotiable.
He gave Aiden a timid grin. Aiden winced. I appreciate the offer, Flux, but it really isn't anything like that. I am only looking for information. I don't have a contract. I'm not being paid for this. It's something more personal.
Aw, come on, man, he pleaded, not buying Aiden's latest statement. I could really use this. I really need this.
Aiden was moved by his desperation, but he really couldn't imagine how he could help beyond showing him where the bar was located. I'll think about it, was all that he could think of to say. Flux seemed to be appeased for the time being, and they continued the final leg of their journey. It was a short 8 minutes more, and Flux pointed up the block to where a bright neon sign was casting a colorful glow. The angle of the sign made it illegible at a distance, but he was fairly certain that it was the place. Once he could make out the word pipe, Aiden stopped, forcing Flux to do the same. Listen, and I'm being honest here. I appreciate what you've done, and I would like to help. He reached into his pocket and produced a wad of bills. But I'm dead serious here. The truth is that I'm looking for a girl, and that search has led me here. He inclined his head towards the entrance of the club and handed Flux 1,000 ameros, who looked shocked. Here, take it. I hope that it can help you to get your life back on track. Drugs are a hell of a thing. It took my father and my mother. It took your own mother, after a fashion. So don't let the same thing happen to you. Flux nodded appreciatively.
I hear ya, but I can still help, man.
Aiden cut him off. No, not only is this extremely dangerous, but I think that you might just get in the way. Flux looked wounded by this assessment, but held his protest and only nodded reluctantly. Take care of yourself, Aiden said as he began to walk away.
Take on care of your own self as well,
Flux mimicked awkwardly. He looked around listlessly for a moment before safely stashing the cash away and walked back the way that they had come. Chapter 9. The Devil's Den. Aiden approached the club. There was a giant black man in a gray suit guarding the door. His thick arms looked ready to rip the seams of his blazer at any moment. An ornamental red velvet rope with a brass clip blocked the entrance. It would have been quite easy to simply hop over the rope, but clearly one needed to get cleared by the bouncer before entering. Somehow, Aiden was a little shocked at the outward appearance of the place. Luxury cars were parked out front, and the front facade was clean and elegant. It almost looked like it could have been a fancy restaurant. Although the neon sign did strip away all of the class from the edifice itself. Beside the lettering was a cartoonish depiction of a scantily clad woman in high heels, straddling an oversized central exhaust tailpipe. She was staring over her shoulder back at the viewer with a provocative smile. The whole image and the name of the club was comically juvenile, and Aiden would have found it amusing, except that he was fairly certain that the owner of this establishment would be far from funny or amusing. Aiden thought about what he would say when he got to the bouncer. Given his track record of late, he was pretty sure that he would need a game plan if he hoped to avoid raising suspicion. His battered face made flying under the radar much more complicated, but he would have to make do. The bouncer was looking straight ahead and not seeming to take any notice of Aiden's approach, until it was clear that he was not simply a random pedestrian walking past, but actually intended on entering, or attempting to. "What happened to your face?" the black behemoth exclaimed, his face contorted, not out of empathy, but more out of revulsion. Aiden tried hard to appear unaffected by the question. "I was just in a fight," he stated casually, and tried to move forward, but the bouncer's arm extended out to bar the way. He looked down at Aiden menacingly. "We don't need no troublemakers in here." Aiden forced a smile. "Troublemaker?" he replied lightheartedly. "Where's the troublemaker?" He acted out a mock search back and forth, looking for the mystery man. "Look," he rested his hand on the shoulder of the big man, but the bouncer scowled ferociously at the hand, and Aiden quickly retracted it before continuing. "I'm a professional fighter. I'm just looking to let off a little steam is all." The bouncer remained fixed in place. "I'm not looking to start any trouble. Honest, I only fight for a paycheck." The man's face appeared to be carved out of pure obsidian as he slowly looked Aiden up and down. "That's another problem. I don't know how many paychecks a man like you has actually seen." Aiden's heart was beating fast, but he tried to seem buoyant and easygoing. "Oh, I see." He gave the man a knowing glance as he produced his billfold. He thumbed out 100, 200, and paused. "As you can see, I'm ready for a little bit of fun tonight." He added a third 100 Amero note and passed it to the bouncer, who quickly palmed the cash, but he still eyed the rest of the billfold and continued to hold his outstretched arm there unwaveringly. "Oh, come on, man," Aiden tried to banter. "I've got to save something for the ladies now. After all, they're the ones doing all the legwork in there." It worked. After the bouncer gave him a quick pat-down for weapons, he unclipped the velvet rope and let him pass. "Just remember," the man called after him, "if you start any shit in there, I'll give your face something it won't recover from," and kissed a large square-faced gold ring, presumably on his punching hand. Aiden only nodded and continued to walk through the doorway. It must have been his unique way of displaying gratitude for an easy 300 Amero tip, but Aiden didn't dwell on it as he worked his way down the dark, narrow corridor. The bass drum was already becoming impossibly loud, and as he rounded the corner, the higher synth sounds began to chime in. It was a quick assault to his senses all at once. The deafening music, the flashing lights, the naked bodies writhing around on stage, the scents. The smells were the most invasive. A mixture of industrial cleaners, colognes, perfumes, stale beer, and bodily fluids. This was a mistake, he quickly concluded. He had no idea what he was thinking he could accomplish here. Just because Battaglia owned the club didn't mean that he would be found here every night, which meant that all he was doing was blowing money with no purpose. At the very least, I guess I can get an idea what the layout of this place is, he told himself. Aiden quickly decided that standing in the middle of the entrance looking like a deer caught in the headlights would not be very inconspicuous, so he worked his way over to the bar on the left-hand side. As he made his way there, he eyed the center stage. The stage was fairly wide and nearly split the room in half. There were 3 poles equally spaced apart, and there were 2 women sharing the space. Nearly a dozen men were huddled around the stage. No one seemed to pay him any mind. Between the loud music and the gyrating naked women front and center, Aiden imagined it would require quite a scene to draw attention to himself. That was a bit of good news. Perhaps it was from the propaganda of movies, but somehow he had expected a more jovial scene. Instead, everyone looked either stone-faced or actively unhappy. There were no boisterous revelers, no hooting or hollering, no laughing members of a bachelor party, no red-faced college students, just old, middle-aged, fat, ugly men in suits, doling out a slow but steady stream of bills in a borderline mechanical fashion. Even the fire of hedonistic lust seemed to have been quenched by the tedium of repetition. Their eyes looked as vacant and numb to their surroundings as the dancer's own. Aiden looked on in disbelief as to what the possible motivation of the clientele could be. Behind the bar was a nubile young woman with black tape stuck over her nipples, apparently sufficing as a top.
"Hello, love," she cooed. "What can I get for you?"
He ordered a beer and quickly tried to calculate how much he would be expected to tip for the service.
"That'll be 20,
she said, and he was pretty sure that she specifically tapped her heels into the floor at that moment to make her breast bounce up invitingly. He produced another 100, and the woman accepted the cash without making any pretense to produce any change. Aiden wasn't sure if he now had a running line of credit for more beer in the future, or if he had just involuntarily tipped the woman 80 Ameros. The woman's disposition hadn't altered any, so he couldn't be sure. Deciding against appearing cheap and drawing unwanted attention to himself, he decided to instead use the opportunity to gather more information. "So, can I get a private dance in this place?" He really hoped that he was coming across as calm and natural.
"What? Already?"
She arched her eyebrow.
"What? You just got here."
She pointed towards the two women on stage.
"Don't you just want to take in the ambiance for a bit before getting down to business?"
Aiden shrugged. "I guess I don't care much for foreplay." He tried to sound as natural as possible and threw in a playful smile for good measure.
"Well,"
she said hesitantly,
"I could see if I could find someone to watch the bar for me for a bit."
Aiden was a little bit surprised. He had thought that the way he phrased it meant that he was asking if they did that sort of thing here, not that he was wanting one now. He had never visited a strip club before, and that inexperience was clearly not to his advantage. The bartender was attractive enough, though. She had thick, dark brunette curls cascading down her bare back, with a few strands clinging to her neck. The bright red lipstick that she wore was not to his particular taste, but the shape of her lips were appealing enough. She skipped around the bar and put her hand on his shoulder and spoke into his ear, the fragrance of her perfume filling his nose.
"Wait here. I'll be right back."
She giggled and almost skipped across the club floor as her round butt cheeks bounced up and down, straining mightily against the thin fabric of her pink shorts. Aiden had to give his head a shake. "What are you doing? Stay focused," he ordered himself. He took a swig of beer as he looked around the room. The elaborate vaulted ceilings and Art Deco style throughout gave Aiden the impression that this had once been an old jazz bar at some point, or perhaps a small independent playhouse. The class of the architecture was juxtaposed by the bass activities going on within its walls. Aiden noticed a man leaning against the wall on the opposite side of the club. He was clearly security. Subtle and inconspicuous, but ready to jump in if the situation required it. Off to the side of the stage was a dark corridor, and above the stage, Aiden noticed the dark gleam of tinted glass. Perhaps there was some sort of exclusive VIP room up there, or maybe it was just Batalia's office. Aiden was so lost in thought that he didn't notice when the young bartender returned. He jumped a little as she pressed her lips close to his ear and said over the droning music, "Follow me." He pounded back the rest of his beer and allowed himself to be led by the perky minx. They were heading straight for the dark corridor to the side of the stripper stage. Flashing lights periodically blinded him as they passed closer to the stage. One of the dancing girls took notice of them as they passed by, momentarily casting the young bartender a menacing look before turning her attention back on her trough of oglers. When they reached the corridor, the intensity of the music diminished some. Another large man in a suit was sitting on a folded chair in the hallway. More security, Aiden noted. The man got up as they approached and silently indicated for Aiden to raise his arms for another pat-down. This time, he was searched more thoroughly. While getting his inspection, Aiden noticed the butt of a gun peeking out of the man's blazer underneath his left arm. The groping was so thorough and invasive that once concluded, Aiden wondered if his body was braille and the bouncer was blind. The big man pointed to a door opposite from where he had been sitting. "In there," he then nodded his thick head towards the young bartender. "She's the boss. If she says no, it's no. There's no violence permitted here. No choking, spitting, slapping, or hitting of any kind. Understood? Aiden was a little disturbed as to why such a lecture was required, but he tried not to dwell on it, and only nodded his acknowledgement. Good, the bouncer said distantly. Have fun. Fun was the furthest thing from his mind. He was already incredibly disconcerted by the surrounding atmosphere and was wishing that he had remained in the comfortable bed of the motel with Natalia sleeping by his side. Instead, he felt dirty and detestable, yet he had really accomplished nothing so far. He didn't even have a reasonable game plan. Overstimulated and uninspired, he numbly followed the young woman into the room and tried to formulate a plan. The room was small and sparsely furnished and dimly lit. With a row of track lighting illuminating the white walls, there was only a small red leather sofa on the far side of the room. It had no armrests, and it reminded him of an old antique car's bench seat. His female companion led him over to the sofa. He eyed the material suspiciously. He really hoped that the janitor and cleaning lady were meticulous in their craft. He stiffly sat down on the edge of the red leather. The music was muffled in here, but the bass still vibrated through the walls. The woman eyed him quizzically. Is this your first time here? There was a lump in his throat, and he could only nod. She smiled knowingly. Well, the minimum is $1,000. 500 more for a hand job, another $1,000 for a blow job, and another 1,500 for anything else. Aiden looked up at her with wide eyes. Again, his naive understanding of these sort of establishments had not prepared him for this level of bluntness. He swallowed hard. How much just to talk? He asked awkwardly. She looked visibly angered at the question. Talk? Quit fucking around. If you want someone to talk to, hire a fucking therapist. You know where you are, right? We peddle tits and ass here, not fucking companionship. He was stunned. He hadn't anticipated such a visceral response to his question. All of the woman's attractiveness melted away into meaninglessness in an instant. It wasn't really her fault. He imagined that to survive in this sort of employment, a disconnection was necessary. But it did make him wonder if Natalia had been the same way when she had been forced into a similar position. He instantly, deeply regretted entertaining the thought. Focus. Stay focused. Aiden pulled out 1,000 Ameros from his pocket, but the woman was still looking at him with disgust, although the next moment her face suddenly changed to convey a shocking revelation. Oh my God, she exclaimed. You're a cop! Wait, what? Things were spiraling quickly out of control. No, he said emphatically. No, I'm not. Would a cop come into a place like this with a face like this? That wouldn't be too subtle now, would it? I guess not, the woman conceded grudgingly. What did happen to your face? Her curiosity finally winning over. The hair on the back of his neck pricked up. There was a lot riding on him being believable now. I'm a boxer. Bare knuckle boxing to be exact. As you can see, I recently had a fight. I won, by the way. But it doesn't take too much without gloves to get your face pretty fucked up. I ate a few, admittedly, but it's really not as bad as it looks. I knocked the other guy out cold. He gave her a feral grin at this last part. She appeared to be more at ease now and eyed Aiden's cash with renewed optimism. He took notice and pre-offered her the cash. Throwing around money tonight was quickly becoming the least of his problems. So then, are you one of Batalia's fighters or something? Aiden tried to control his surprise. This was a small miracle. The stars had aligned, and all he had to do is keep his shit together. No, he replied as calmly as he could manage. But I'd like to be. I think that I could make a lot of money if I fought for him. Honestly, the real reason I'm here is because I found out that he owns this place. And even though I know it's a long shot, I thought I might be able to meet him. Is he at the club tonight? She twisted her mouth and thought. I really don't know. He might pop in or out.
He doesn't really manage things here directly, but he might be in his office. Aiden sought to control his pounding heart. Could this be it already? But tempered his enthusiasm with the sober thought that he was unarmed and there were already 3 bouncers in the place that he knew of. So what could he really hope to accomplish in a meeting anyways? He had long ago thrown out the option of negotiating with Battaglia. If he just came out and declared what he was looking for, he would lose his element of surprise. Again. It was highly unlikely that he would survive making that same mistake for a second time. No, he had to be ruthless. He imagined himself helpless on the floor once again, being viciously beaten. Adrenaline pounded in his ears, but his logical mind needed to rein in his passion. I need to be smart about this, he told himself. Gather all the info I can without being discovered. Make a plan. And when I act, I hit them with every fucking thing I can. No second guessing, no mercy. This is not about honor. This is about results. If I need to stab him in the back, kick him in the balls, or bite off an ear, I need to be prepared to do anything and everything to have success. The odds are against me. Fight like it. Aiden couldn't be sure if he actually needed to give himself that pep talk. After all, Battaglia might not even be here. And even if he was, he might be so well guarded that attacking him now would be suicide. He may still only be able to gather info and regroup with Natalia to discuss what their next step would be. Still, he needed to be ready for anything. He couldn't be caught off guard. Do you think you could check to see if he's in? He fought to keep his tone level, but it wasn't easy, and he could see that even the woman tensed at the question. I don't really ever talk to Mr. Battaglia, she stammered. Who said you have to talk to him? I just want to know if he's in his office. He tried to alleviate her concerns. If he's in, I'll do all the talking. She thought about it for a while and eyed the pocket that held his billfold. It'll cost you, she declared, an extra $1,000. Aiden sighed. Nothing in this place was very cheap, but he was content to agree to her terms and produced another 1,000. Done, he stated as he handed over the money, and as she took it, he wondered what his first 1,000 had bought him. The stripper filed away the cash and left the room. She wasn't gone for very long and returned a couple minutes later. Nope, she declared triumphantly. Bill says the big man isn't in. Well, when is he going to be in? Aiden persisted. The woman put her hand on her hip and cocked her head. She was visibly irritated with the question. They engaged in a prolonged stare-down before she finally yielded and left again in a huff. She returned in under a minute this time. He doesn't know, she stated impatiently. He's the boss. He doesn't need to tell his employees when he's coming or when he's going. Satisfied? Well, I'd be more satisfied if he was actually here, he replied distractedly, trying to think of what to do next. But thanks for asking anyways. He felt like he was going to be sick. The stressful buildup had left him with an anticlimactic conclusion, and the sudden stop had left his head spinning. He now felt disorientated. Should he just leave now? No. He needed to clear his head first, and to make sure he wasn't missing something. I need to use the bathroom, he stated abruptly, standing up. Will you wait for me here? She gave him a sidelong glance. What, for more talking? Maybe something else. But right now, I need to take a piss. Will you be here when I get back? She popped down on the sofa and folded her arms in exasperation. When he paused to look down at her, she huffed and gave an impatient indication towards the door. Well? She demanded, and Aiden stared at this half-naked prima donna in disbelief. She had transformed from sleazy seductress into bratty hussy with surprising rapidity. He rolled his eyes and turned to go. The bouncer looked up at him as he exited the room. Need to take a piss, he explained, and continued down the hall to the main room.
Very little had changed in the main room. The music was as loud as ever. The lights still flashed sporadically. The men still sat with eyes fixed forward. The women still gyrated through their rehearsed movements. A different woman was working the bar now, and Aiden saw a new girl serving drinks to a table who he hadn't noticed before. Other than that, everything appeared to be largely the way he had left it. Aiden made his way to the men's room. A man was washing his hands at the basin when Aiden entered. The subtlest of nods were exchanged between the two men. Aiden went to the urinal. He really didn't have to go too badly, but enough to give him something to do, to clear his mind. By the time he was finished, the other man had exited. On his way to the sink, he ducked down to look underneath the stalls. He was alone, thank God. He washed his hands slowly, lost in thought. There was a small window to his right. It was only 8 inches tall and 14 inches wide. There were bars on it, and it was too high up the wall to look out of it. It had obviously been installed for airflow as its primary function. There was a noise on the other side of it. Aiden paused washing his hands and looked up. He didn't know what he was expecting to see. Through the bars, he could dimly make out the bricks of the building on the other side of the alleyway. He was about to turn back to the faucet when a pair of eyes popped into view. He jumped from the shock of it. The window was nearly 7 feet off the ground, so he was definitely not expecting to see a person looking into the men's washroom of a strip club. The eyes were accompanied by a voice. The music in the club was muffled in the bathroom, but it was still enough to drown out the voice. But the voice came again. It was his name. All at once it clicked. "Flux!" Aiden hissed at the window. Flux seemed to be standing on something in the alley to reach the window. Aiden saw his yellow-toothed grin peeking over the windowsill. "How are things going in there?" he asked. Aiden ignored the question. "What the hell are you doing out there?" His head darted back and forth, paranoid that someone would walk in on them at any moment. "I was waiting for you," Flux answered plainly, as though the explanation was obvious. "After we split up, I scoped things out. Didn't take me too long to find this place. There was a chain link fence blocking the alleyway, but once I jumped that, the window was easy to find. The music showed the way. Basically, that was the easy part. The hard part was the waiting." The door to the washroom flung open, and Aiden snapped back to washing his hands. The stranger went to the urinal. Aiden knew that he couldn't wash his hands indefinitely, and he probably needed to do something else. He dried his hands. He looked over at the man at the urinal. Holy shit, still not done? Aiden thought, annoyed at the predicament. He went to the exit and put his hand on the door. He started to push it open, but stopped short, wildly clutching at his stomach. Doubled over, he shuffled over to the first available stall, slamming the door behind him. The toilet seat came crashing down, and his pants fell down to his ankles. He waited and waited. Does this guy have kidney stones or something? He thought in frustration. At least the music is loud enough that I don't have to fake the audio as well. He eventually heard the faint hissing of a flushing urinal. He looked through the gap in the stall door. The man went straight for the exit. After the door swung closed, Aiden waited for a moment to be sure that the coast was clear. A few seconds later, he was back at the window. "Flux!" he called. There was a rustle of movement, and the top of Flux's face reappeared. "How are things going in there?" Flux asked again. "Not great. He's not here. I was thinking of just leaving," Aiden admitted. "Oh, bummer, man." Flux did sound disappointed. "So do you want to just meet out front in like 15 minutes? "No, I don't know. Why are you here? I specifically told you not to follow me, that I didn't need your help, that this was too dangerous. What do you think you're doing?" Aiden chastised. Whatever," Flux replied dismissively. "You don't think that I know danger living on the streets? I appreciate your concern, man, but really, it's not too dangerous for you. So what? You think I'm some sort of pussy or something?" "Look,
I don't have time to argue, Aiden hissed in annoyance. The whole night felt like one colossal failure. All right, he said resignedly. I'll meet you out front in 15 minutes. Sounds good, bro, Flux replied in a satisfied tone. Aiden turned to go. He pushed open the bathroom door, but his feet didn't move. He froze, instantly fixed into place as a statue. His nerves were on fire, his senses ignited to near painful sensitivity. He was transfixed as he watched 4 men walk across the club floor and disappear into the corridor where Aiden had come from a mere handful of minutes before. Could it be? He wondered. Was he really that fortunate? His thoughts were interrupted when his eyes made contact with a large, mostly fat bouncer on the opposite side of the club. He quickly realized that being frozen in the middle of the washroom doorway was drawing unwelcome attention to himself. He panicked and swung back into the sanctuary of the restroom. Flux, he called, trying hard to rein in his fear. Flux quickly reappeared in the window. What's up? He's here. He is here. Aiden was teetering on the brink of hysteria. Flux's eyes went wide. Oh, shit. Do you have a weapon? What? His mind was scrambling, but he was slowly assembling the pieces. No. Flux's head fell out of view for a moment as he was briefly occupied with something on the outside. He returned with his hand holding a 4-inch by 1.5-inch metal rectangle. Here, he offered the piece of metal to Aiden, who accepted the gift in bewilderment. Then his mind slowly deciphered what he was holding. The metal split in half, and the butterfly knife revealed its 3.5-inch blade. The steel was discolored, and there were some spots of surface rust, but the blade itself seemed to be sharp enough. Where'd you get this? Aiden asked. Doesn't matter, Flux retorted. A man's got to protect himself out here. Well, thanks, was all Aiden could manage as he tried to figure out what he was going to do with the tiny weapon. He needed to hide it somewhere, but he determined that it wouldn't be wise to work that out in the middle of the men's room. He went back into the nearest stall and locked the door behind himself. There he unfolded the blade completely and tested the feel of the metal grip in his hand. He stared dumbly at the butterfly knife, wondering how useful it would be to him. There were at least 3 bouncers inside the club and 4 more men, including Battaglia. That was 7 men against 1. He would have to assume that all of them had at least a handgun, and he had a rusty 3.5-inch blade. This was madness. His contemplation was abruptly halted with the opening of the restroom door. It seemed to be a popular place. Aiden hazarded a glance through the gap in the stall door once again. He involuntarily held his breath. It was not a customer. It was the hulking bouncer who he had made eye contact with a few moments before. He was bending down to look underneath the stall at that exact moment. The man's size made Aiden think of a sumo wrestler's fighting stance, legs spread wide to get low to the ground. A meaty fist pounded into Aiden's stall door, causing the light partition to shake violently a few inches from his face. He stood bolt upright in shock. His heart was in his throat. Hey, the man roared. What the fuck are you doing in there? Aiden remained silent. The man pounded the door again. Aiden saw 4 fat fingers reach over the top of the door and yank at it violently. The whole stall structure heaved and flexed, but the lock held. Open the fucking door! Okay, just a sec. Aiden tried to prepare himself, but deep down he knew that no amount of time would prepare him sufficiently for this moment. He unlocked the door, which the bouncer pushed in aggressively. Aiden was just quick enough to jump backwards out of the way of the fast-moving door. The bouncer grabbed a handful of Aiden's shirt with one hand, pulling him partly out of the stall. Aiden was brought uncomfortably close to the man's bloated face. What the fuck are you doing in here? The man angrily reiterated. Aiden mustered a weak smile. Freshening up? If you're gonna do coke in the... The lecture was cut short as Aiden plunged the butterfly knife deep into the man's neck.
The man was quick, and Aiden roared out in pain as the bouncer crushed his hand off of the knife. The blade stuck there, hilt deep in the fat man's neck. However, the neck was so thick that Aiden couldn't be sure if he had struck a deadly blow or not. Red blood was bubbling up from the hilt of the blade, but the man seemed to be strong as ever. His right hand, which held a handful of Aiden's shirt, was nearly lifting him off the ground, and his feet lightly scuffed across the floor without gaining any traction. The giant's left hand had Aiden's right in a vice grip hold. With it, he twisted Aiden's entire arm. It was his already damaged right arm, and pain shot through him, eclipsing all reason. He wildly fought with his free left hand. He landed blow after frantic blow at the big man's head, but his fist bounced off every time, as though he was striking an indestructible rubber ball rather than a human head. The bouncer staggered backwards into a urinal, cracking the porcelain with his mass. The momentary loss of balance made him ease up slightly on the torsion of Aiden's arm, giving him some much-needed relief. His mind was granted enough latitude to formulate a simple thought. He stopped punching and thrust his fingers towards the man's eyes. The tip of his middle finger felt something squishy, but the big man was whipping him around so violently that all he could see was a blur of colors. His left shoulder crashed into a hard object, but it had enough give that he assumed it was one of the stall doors. This was confirmed when he crashed into it a second time, and the bolts tore away from its corner brackets. The big man was falling with him, and they both landed on their sides, the partition stopping short of falling over completely, propped up by the toilet and their surviving stall walls on the other side. The bouncer still had hold of Aiden's shirt and his right hand, and he was using his grip to pull Aiden closer in as they stumbled over the fallen wall. Aiden writhed and fought like mad to get away, but in the end he was brought down onto his back with the giant lying on top of him. He was limited to short breaths as he fought to keep air in his lungs. The 300-pound man, he now felt that he was in a good position to accurately estimate the other man's weight, had released his grip on Aiden's shirt in favor of neutralizing Aiden's left arm. Aiden was now completely pinned, helpless. All he could do was await his horrible fate. He closed his eyes. What else could he do? He was cocooned, trapped. He could barely draw a breath. He thought of Natalia, all by herself in the motel room. Perhaps she had already woken up and was at this moment wondering where he was, and he would never come back. Maybe she would never find out what his fate actually was. Oh, how foolish he had been. Trying to play the hero? Ha! He thought bitterly. Now look at you. Did you expect that? Well, what? That you'd be invincible? Why? Because you're trying to do what is right? Oh, how naive. A poor iron worker is going to take down an established crime syndicate? How? Simply armed with tenacity, willpower, and love? What a pathetic ideologue you are. No, the real world is ruled by cause and effect. If evil has the power, it will triumph. If virtue is weak, it shall be crushed. Is this it? You're giving up so easily? You should be fighting, not philosophizing. Hey, I think I can free my hand. Yes. Wait, what's going on? It was real. He was able to wriggle his hand free, and then the other. He was still being crushed, but the huge man wasn't moving. The other man's large gut was situated perfectly on top of Aiden's chest. He wriggled his left arm until it had enough space to leverage his elbow off of the floor against the other man's blubber. With a desperate gasp for air, he pushed with all of his might and managed to partly roll the big body off of him. It took a few attempts, but eventually he was able to squeeze his chest and then his head out from under the dead weight. Once free, he looked back at the dead bouncer, out of breath and trembling. The knife had hit something vital after all. The big man had just had a lot of stamina and endurance. He surveyed the destruction of the washroom. And a lot of blood, too, he observed. There was no sweeping this under the rug. Blood smeared the floor, walls, and was pooling around the dead man's neck. With a start, Aiden realized that anyone could walk in at any moment. He scrambled over the body and began to search it. As expected, he did have a gun on him, and Aiden mouthed a bit of gratitude towards the heavens. "Flux!" he yelled. "If you're still there, leave! Leave now! Shit's about to go sideways." He said the last bit more to himself. He had toyed with the idea of still playing things stealthily, but he knew he didn't have much longer before being found out. Any minute, someone could walk in on him. He pulled back on the slide and checked the barrel, slid the clip out and checked the ammunition. Satisfied, he rammed the clip back in and reloaded a bullet into the chamber, checked that the safety was off, and took a deep breath. There was one bouncer in the corridor. Likely the other 4, including Battaglia, were upstairs, so that left one more that he knew of. He put the gun on the counter and tried to wash the blood from his face, hair, and hands. "It's a good thing you decided to wear black tonight." His shirt felt wet from the other man's blood, but it didn't look too conspicuous. He decided on trying to walk through the club to the corridor. He wouldn't pass a close inspection, but he might be able to avoid raising the alarm prematurely. He looked at himself in the mirror, water dripping from his face. No time like the present. Aiden dried his face with a paper towel, but instead of throwing it away, he paused to divide the wet paper into 2. He methodically folded and rolled the paper and pushed each piece deep into his ear canals. It wasn't perfect, but it might save him from deafness. He tucked the gun back into the back of his pants and covered it with his black t-shirt. "It won't be there for long anyways," he mused as he re-entered the club. The music was still pounding the same droning beat. He looked over to the adjacent corner. The bouncer was still there, distracted, talking to a stripper. Aiden walked at a steady pace. He wasted no time, but he didn't want to appear to be in too big of a hurry. He was focused. He no longer felt the stress or weight of adrenaline. "They won't see you coming. They won't see you coming," he repeated over and over again. He rounded the corner and entered the corridor. The man was still sitting in his chair in the hallway. He looked over to see Aiden walking towards him. Too late. Aiden already had his gun drawn and leveled at the man's head. Crack! The sound cut through the din of the club, and even with his makeshift earplugs, his ears were ringing. The shot hit the man square in the cheekbone and splattered the hallway with brain, blood, and bone. There was no time to waste now. He sprinted down the remainder of the corridor and up the stairs. At the top, there was a door with a generic employees only sign. He opened the door. It wasn't locked, and he didn't expect it to be. As long as it was the right door, the 4 would be on the other side of it. Now would come the tricky part. He would have a 1 in 4 chance at successfully identifying the mobster. It was smaller than he had expected. To the right was a man reclined with his feet up on a sofa. Directly ahead was a large desk. One man was sitting at a computer behind the desk, and the other was also seated, looking over his shoulder. But where was the 4th? Then he saw a flash of movement in his peripheral. Tucked into the corner was the 4th man, and he was already going for his gun. But his was holstered. Aiden's was not. He spun and fired. He hit him square in the chest and squeezed off another round to be sure. The 3 other men stared at the intruder in shock. "Don't move," yelled Aiden. "What?" the man on the couch asked, holding his hands to his ears. "Don't fucking move," Aiden screamed louder. "Who is Battaglia?" The 3 men remained silent. Aiden shot the man on the couch through his abdomen. The man screamed in pain, twisting and contorting on the couch, holding his bleeding gut. The 2 men behind the desk shared a look before the one inclined his head towards the gunshot man. "That's Battaglia," he stated solemnly. "What?" Aiden walked over to the sofa. "Are you Battaglia?" The man's face was contorted with pain and rage. "Fuck you," he wailed. It seemed like a yes. A gun fired 3 more times. The two men behind the desk fell backwards off their chairs. Aiden walked closer and peered over the desk. One man was indeed holding a stubby shotgun. It must have been strapped on the underside of the desk for such an event. The other man was still moving a lot, and Aiden shot him again to be certain that he wouldn't make some miraculous recovery. Aiden walked back to the man, who was presumably Battaglia. He didn't look particularly intimidating, but perhaps that was because he was nursing a gunshot wound. He was a thick-set man, not fat per se, but clearly showed the signs of indulging his appetites regularly. Battaglia's face was in a constant grimace, so it was difficult for Aiden to assess what the other man's features would typically look like. However, his dark brown eyes did have an empty, soulless quality to them. Undoubtedly, these eyes had witnessed many things, but to imagine them being moved to compassion, it was unfathomable. The eyes did have a unique sparkle to them now. It looked like fear of dying, and he was right to be afraid. Aiden was grateful that he hadn't accidentally shot him through the heart. He was having a bit of deja vu. He thought back to the gut-shot Chechen. But that had been slightly different. Battaglia was hit much lower, and there was a slim chance that any vital organs had been damaged. This man was going to take a long time to die, unless he helped things along. Aiden slapped him hard on the face to get his attention. "Listen," he spoke succinctly. "I'm looking for a girl. Her name is Katya. A Chechen in New Independence sold her around 4 months ago. You brokered the deal. I need to know who bought her. Speak." Aiden raised his gun to the man's face. The scuff of a sole on the stairs behind him caused him to suddenly drop to the ground and slide behind the sofa's armrest, which was propping up Battaglia's head. "He knows you come." Aiden reached around the sofa to gag Battaglia, and the footsteps stopped. There was a tense impasse. No one moved. Aiden wondered what to do next. He stayed crouched behind the sofa with his right hand still covering Battaglia's mouth and his left with the gun aimed at the entrance. He cried out in pain as Battaglia took the opportunity to bite into the flesh of his palm. He instinctively pulled his hand away. "He's behind the couch. He's got a gun," Battaglia warned. Aiden didn't see much point in muffling the other man now. "Yes," he agreed. "And if you stay out there, after the count of 3, I'm going to blow his fucking head off. 1. The mystery man started to say something, but thought better of it. 2. Aiden heard 2 sets of footsteps pounding down the stairs. 3. The footsteps faded. Aiden held his position for a spell. Finally, he broke the silence. "Do you have a camera feed in this room?" he asked. There was no response. He pressed the barrel into the back of the mobster's head. "Yes," he grudgingly conceded. Aiden slowly moved to the desk, not keeping his eyes off of the entrance. He squeezed between a filing cabinet and the edge of the desk. The bodies of the 2 dead or dying men provided plenty of obstacles, and Aiden had to tiptoe through the tangle of limbs and overturned chairs. He looked around, but all he saw was 2 large computer screens sitting on the desk. But it only showed a spreadsheet with a financial breakdown of income and expenditures. Aiden minimized the window, and there it was. Multiple camera feeds. The private rooms, multiple angles of the stage and bar, one of the entrance, and one of the hallway leading up the stairwell. If they had been not doing some accounting at that very moment, they would have seen him shoot the bouncer in the corridor, and things would have been much different. He had been lucky. Aiden pushed aside thoughts of the past and turned to the present. The club had been cleared out. The music and lights were still on, but everything else was vacant. It was good news, but it also meant that the cops could be soon on their way. He didn't have much more time. Aiden worked his way to Battaglia and loomed over him. "The girl," he demanded. Battaglia looked confused. "I don't know what you're talking about." Aiden held the muzzle of his gun to the kneecap of the gangster. "I shouldn't need to tell you how much this will hurt." "The girl. Who bought her?" The man began to tremble.
What? What was her name again?
Katya. Batalya shook his head.
I don't know that.
The thundering shot of a gun cut him off. He convulsed and twisted so violently that he almost fell off the sofa. Aiden grabbed a clump of hair on the back of the man's head and wrenched it back, so Batalya was forced to look him dead in the eye. "Don't fucking lie to me," Aiden said menacingly.
But I don't know that name.
"But you know the Chechen."
Chechen?
"Yes, from New Independence."
Oh, okay, yeah.
"And you can remember 4 months into the past, right?" Batalya nodded, as much as a tightly held head could manage to nod. "Good. So 4 months ago, you brokered a deal between the Chechen and who? Who bought the girl?" The man's eyes went wide.
Holtz, he admitted. John Holtz bought a girl 4 months ago, but I think her name was Sonia.
Aiden eased his grasp on the man's hair. Holtz. Why does that name sound so familiar? Now his eyes went wide. Not Holtz of Holtz Innovations.
Of course,
Batalya confirmed through gritted teeth. He couldn't believe it. John Holtz buying Eastern European girls from shady thugs? It seemed to be too fantastic. Aiden didn't follow the lives of the rich and famous much, but John Holtz was a household name. He was the CEO of an advanced microchip production company and likely one of the wealthiest men in Chicago. Was Batalya just pulling his leg? Once again, he thrust the gun's barrel into the mobster's face. "Do you think this is some fucking joke? Why would I believe that John Holtz has anything to do with you?" Even through the pain, he appeared to be slightly amused by the question.
Why is that so shocking? Where do you think these traffic girls end up? On the streets? The streets are the worst place to make a buck. It's dangerous and the pay is shit. Thugs sell crack on the streets. Criminals sell cocaine to the rich. Pimps squeeze johns for a couple of bucks. Mobsters sell virgins to billionaires. Street shit is small potatoes. It's for low-level thugs who can't balance the checkbooks. I ain't small potatoes.
There was a hint of damaged pride in his voice, which he was seeking to restore.
Johnny isn't the only businessman I've dealt with either. What's the point of gaining all that money if you ain't gonna have a little fun, huh?
Aiden disagreed with this man's idea of fun. However, he was beginning to be convinced that Batalya wasn't lying about Holtz's role in the deal. It did complicate things, though, but that was a problem for another time. Aiden straightened up fully. "I got some good news for you. You're not going to be in pain for much longer." He leveled his gun at Batalya and fired. The first bullet struck him in the chest, and the second went through the man's forehead. Chapter 10. Home Sweet Home. Hesitant to simply amble out through the club's front door, Aiden searched for an alternative exit. There was a hallway on the second floor that continued on beyond Batalya's office. To the left, he passed a red-curtained access point to the establishment's exclusive balcony lounge. It was the one that he had spotted from down below, which was recessed in directly above the stripper stage. He passed the lounge and found another door to the right. He tried the doorknob. It was locked. However, a couple of exploratory kicks revealed the object to be of a flimsy construction. Another pair of strong strikes mangled the door sufficiently for the deformed particle board to pull away from its jamb and swing inwards. It was a dusty storage room packed with stacks of spare chairs and tables, and a hodgepodge of old kitchen appliances. It was a large space, and a soft glow of light crept in from the left side. He traced the dim light to a half-buried window. Dragging away a stack of chairs blocking his way, he tried to move the sheet of silica. It was the final barrier between himself and the open air.
It was latched, but not locked. It slid stubbornly, mired by the dust of decades. It felt like the window's edges were coated in thick tar. It opened with no small effort, and Aiden's damaged arm cried out in protest from what he demanded of it. Eventually, the opening was large enough for him to slither out on his belly. His hands grabbed the cool black iron grill of the fire escape. Finding his feet, he took a deep breath of the night's air and wove his way down the antique structure, finally falling the last 10 feet into the dark alley below. He was beginning to walk away when he stopped short at the sound of some movement and a shifting in the shadows. Gradually, his eyes adjusted to the gloom of the alley, and he made out Flux, his teeth gleaming through the darkness. He approached Aiden, grinning maniacally. "You made it," Flux exclaimed in surprise mingled with reverential admiration. "Did you do, it?" He sounded a little bashful asking the question, but his curiosity overruled his discretion. "Yes," Aiden replied flatly. "Do you know if there is a way out of here?" As if perfectly synchronized with his question, the wail of sirens began to swell in the distance. Flux's grin grew wider. "Sure do. We should probably stay off the main streets for a while," he said, tilting his head in the direction of the quickly intensifying sirens. "Follow me." Aiden allowed himself a small grin as well. "Good man," he congratulated as he followed Flux's lead. The two meandered through a series of converging alleyways before happening upon a busy street. The sirens were much closer by then, and Flux suggested simply crossing the street to follow the alleyway on the other side. Aiden trusted Flux's judgment, and after 15 minutes of zigzagging in the dark, he was so disorientated that he had become completely dependent on Flux's superior sense of direction. After some time, as the sound of sirens began to fade into the distance, the two men felt relaxed enough to strike up a conversation. Flux began by describing his night's activities from the time that the two first split up until their reunion. There wasn't too much to tell that Aiden couldn't have pieced together for himself, but he quickly realized that this was only a preamble for what Flux really wanted to talk about. He began asking general questions about what had transpired inside the club, but he became more and more animated with every new detail, and for every single answer, it seemed that he would have another 2 questions. Eventually, Aiden told him nearly everything. From initially meeting Natalia to the fight in the bar, their road trip, even the meeting with Lenny. Flux squeezed out every last detail from him, but Aiden felt that it was the least he could do. If Flux hadn't stuck around and passed him a knife, who knows what would have happened. The only thing that bothered him was that the more that he spoke of his exploits, the more Flux's admiration of him seemed to grow. He would look to Aiden with an almost childlike fascination, and he would begin to ask questions as though seeking a father's advice. Aiden was only 11 years older, which didn't seem like he had sufficient experience to be regarded as a father figure. Despite his discomfort, Aiden swallowed down his natural inclination to be reserved and indulged his new friend. They had been walking and talking for hours when Aiden suddenly realized that they were in a familiar area. They were roughly only a dozen blocks from Aiden's motel. He stopped walking. Flux took notice and turned round with a confused look on his face. Aiden suddenly felt a bit awkward, but steeled himself to follow through. He reached into his pocket and took out the remainder of his cash. At a glance, it looked to be around $5,000. He held it out. "Listen, I really appreciate everything that you've done for me tonight. Here." He extended his arm a little further with the cash, but Flux only eyed it suspiciously. "So, this is it then? You want to go the rest of the way on your own?" he asked quietly,
already pretty sure he knew what the answer would be. Aiden nodded. I think it would be for the best. Flux's disappointment was painfully obvious, and his attempt to brush it off only made it all the more apparent. Well, yeah, maybe. His eyes were beginning to glisten. I still think that you could use my help, though. I did help tonight, didn't I? Aiden nodded thoughtfully. You did, he said sincerely. But I don't think that you'll be as helpful in the future. As soon as the words left his lips, he grimaced at their bluntness. It sounded harsher than he had intended. Flux was visibly hurt by Aiden's assessment. He took a long, shuddering breath and finally accepted the offered cash. After grabbing the money, he took a half step back and eyed the wad of hundreds sullenly. Aiden was shocked to see this reaction from the young man. This homeless youth had just accepted a pile of cash as though it were a death sentence. Aiden had anticipated that Flux would want to be involved in his future endeavors, but he had thought that the extra cash would have been received with more enthusiasm. Maybe you could give me your number, and I could call you later to, make sure that you didn't need me for something? Flux asked desperately. Aiden shook his head. I don't have a phone, he said. It was true, but he felt that it would be perceived as a lie. He fought to suppress the urge to relent. If he had to look like an asshole, then so be it. He knew that if he wasn't firm, Flux would definitely try to find a way to tag along. It was bad enough to have to worry about protecting Natalia. He didn't want another person thrust into harm's way. Aiden liked Flux, but he still didn't really know him. He trusted that Flux wouldn't intentionally do anything to betray him, but he also didn't know about Flux's drug use. Having a drug addict with an unknown habit seemed like too big of a liability to justify taking him under his wing. Listen, Aiden tried to leave on something positive. I'm really grateful to you, but I don't think that you should be with me for what I need to do in the future. But do me a favor. Don't blow that money on drugs or any other bullshit. Use it to get yourself off of the streets. You have potential. Don't just throw it away. Flux had a tear cutting a path through the dirt on his cheek. He nodded his head vigorously. Yeah. He failed to keep the emotion out of his voice. I know I'm a fuck up. That's why you don't want me tagging along. His mouth contorted with self-pity and sadness. He took a ragged breath and smudged away his tears with the palm of his hand, trying to collect himself. But don't worry. I'll be smart with this money. I'll get my shit together. I promise. I know you will. Aiden smiled reassuringly. I truly wish you the best, my friend. The two stood there in silence, neither knowing exactly how to end the farewell. Then Flux lunged at Aiden and tightly wrapped him up in his arms. Aiden was stunned. He stood stiffly as the young man continued to hug him. He gradually overcame his initial shock and half-heartedly returned the embrace. He couldn't remember ever hugging another man before in his life. He scoured his memory, but he could not think of one single time that his father had ever hugged him, or vice versa. When Flux finally released him, Aiden decided not to extend this farewell any further. He smiled tightly. Bye, Flux, he said before continuing on his way back to the motel. Flux stayed in place. Bye, Aiden, he replied, watching the other man walk away. When Aiden was 30 feet away, he called after him. And good luck, man. Aiden kept walking straight ahead and resisted the urge to look back to see if Flux was still there. By the time Aiden made it back to the motel, the dark night sky was beginning to lighten. Had he really been out for that long? Looking back, it did seem like an eternity since he had left the motel. It had been a very physical night, filled with miles and miles of walking and fighting for his life. He was exhausted. His heart was filled with an almost giddy sense of relief as his hand reached for the doorknob to his room. He was so close to a hot shower, a soft bed, and Natalia. Endorphins were already prematurely flooding through his brain, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in euphoric anticipation. He felt the cool, smooth metal knob against his palm as he gently turned, and the air suddenly exploded with commotion. There was a buzzing, whirling noise all around him. To his tired mind, it sounded like a horde of 1,000 hummingbirds. The illusion was quickly dispelled as the squealing chorus of a dozen tires on pavement brought him to the appalling reality that he was being surrounded. One of the hovering drones had a speaker affixed to it.
Aiden Caldwell, you are under arrest. As a suspect in a violent crime, do not resist, or lethal force will be used.
The voice sounded robotic, but the emotional, punctuated cadence denoted a human was remotely transmitting the message from a safe distance.
Put your hands on the top of your head and drop to your knees,
the voice instructed. Frozen into place by shock, Aiden's mind whirled with what had happened to lead to this nightmare. The voice came screaming over the drone speaker once again. Put your hands on your fucking head and drop to your knees now. Now there was no doubt that it was a human operator on the other side of that speaker. Aiden followed the instructions, marveling at the aggressive fear in the man's voice. What was he afraid of? He had his back to the police, but he could imagine them all huddled behind their bulletproof cars with their helmeted heads poking out from their protection, just enough to aim their weapons at the suspect. What a bunch of cowards, he raged internally. He stayed on his knees with fingers interlocked on the top of his head. He knew that it would be certain death to resist arrest here. He had never been arrested before, but he knew that the cops, when they did act, rarely limited themselves by precluding lethal force from their list of retaliatory options. As he knelt down there, the horrid specter of his future reared its ugly head. This was it. There would be no second chance here. He would live and die in the U.S. penal system. Of that he was certain. His mind was lost to a quagmire of thought, so entangled in dark reflection that he barely felt it when his body was flung forward, and his cheek bounced off the threshold of the motel room. He was only dimly aware of the 3 or more armored bodies clambering on the top of his supine body. They were screaming in his ear frantically about not resisting and cursing him for noncompliance. Aiden could not understand their exuberance, since he had been completely limp for the entire process. The resistance he had posed was when they had grabbed his arms on the top of his head and had tried to pull them directly behind his back to cuff his wrists. They had pulled his arms in an unnatural direction, and it was only his ligaments and bones that had resisted being pulled in such a way. However, Aiden was less concerned about the activities of the police lying on top of him, wrestling to subdue an already subdued creature. His mind was fully occupied with a single, all-encompassing thought. Where was Natalia? Aiden's gun was discovered, which only served to make the cops more animated, and their collective cries continued to escalate to the very brink of hysteria. Eventually, a bag was pulled over his head. They dragged him over to a police vehicle and tossed him in. When the door closed, all of the commotion from the outside became muffled, and he felt the isolation of his circumstance. Alone with his thoughts, he became engrossed by morose reflection. Do they have Natalia as well? Or was she able to escape? He thought about the swarm that had surrounded him and reasoned that it would be logical to assume that they already had Natalia in custody as well. Although, what had she done wrong?
So after they interrogated her, he prayed that she would be released. It seemed plausible, and yet somehow it did little to ease the disquiet of his mind. He struggled to rein in and subdue his rising panic. It felt impossible to swallow this fate, and no amount of reasoning or logical deduction could blunt his acute yearning to see Natalia with his own eyes and know that she was safe. After sitting for some time in the abysmal dark offered by the interior of his head sack, the relative silence was broken by the opening and closing of the front door of the squad car. Shortly after, the vehicle began to move, carrying him to his inevitable fate. By the time the vehicle arrived at its final destination, Aiden had completely lost all sense of time. All he knew was that his body ached. He hadn't anticipated how awkward it would be to make an extended journey with his hands behind his back. His shoulders and back ached, and his hands were numb from being squished for most of the trip. He was almost relieved when the door opened, and a pair of strange hands guided him through the opening. There was some processing preamble that needed to be done at the mysterious facility, but he was numb to it all. He was thoroughly patted down, but other than the clothes on his back, they had nothing to discover on his person. They removed the sack from his head, and he was briefly blinded by the bright fluorescent lights. His photo was taken and his prints scanned. After his initial processing, he was taken through a security door and led down a long hallway. His escort stopped at a uniformly white door. Everything looked so identical that Aiden couldn't imagine how the guards knew that this was the right one. Regardless, he was pushed into the small cell, and the solid metal door slammed closed behind him. He was ordered to back his cuffed hands through a rectangular port built into the door. His handcuffs were removed, and once he retrieved his liberated hands, the port was slid shut. The guard's footsteps retreated into the distance, and when those last footfalls faded, Aiden became painfully aware that he was the sole producer of sound in his prison. Every breath he took reminded him of the howling wind winding through a deserted canyon. The blood pulsing in his ears, a pounding reminder that he was utterly alone. He tried to distract his mind by taking stock of his surroundings. The cell was completely white, with solid plastered walls. There were no windows. The only light source came from above, bright fluorescent lights protected behind a thick plexiglass shield. Even after his eyes had time to adjust, he still found the light uncomfortably bright. The room had a stainless steel toilet and a single bed crammed into a 7 by 5 foot cell. Aiden sat down on the mattress and decided that it felt more like a stack of cardboard, several layers deep, than an actual mattress. There were no sheets, no pillow. The door had a small viewing port, but it was currently closed, along with a similarly sized one just below it, where Aiden had had his cuffs removed moments before. There was little else to explore. Aiden was trapped here, alone, with his thoughts. He looked down at his hands. There was still some dried blood trapped in the crevices of his cuticles. He was so completely screwed. When the police took him in, he was carrying a gun. There were bloodstains on his body and clothes, and he remembered that there would be video in the club, fully documenting his crime. There was no getting out of this. He had been rash and careless, for which he would pay the price. He tried to resign himself to his fate. He told himself that he felt tired and laid down on the bed. It offered sparse comfort. The lights were glaring relentlessly, but he closed his eyes anyways. Rest did not come. How did they find us so quickly? He wondered. He knew that he had screwed up at the club by leaving the video evidence intact, but they seemed to have tracked them down almost instantly afterwards. He felt restless.
the stress of his circumstance laying heavily upon him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he could have done things differently and avoided this fate. The rate of his worry steadily increased until a hot rush of panic flowed through his veins. He had to do something. Leaping off of his cot, he slid his feet on either side of the toilet and began doing push-ups. He worked himself into a mad aggression until finally his heart rate matched his level of exertion. The blood that fueled his disquieted mind slowly diverted to fuel his unthinking muscles. His arms began to burn, but their discomfort was a welcome distraction away from his tortured thoughts. He pushed and strained and fought an unwinnable battle against gravity. When he could push no more, he fell panting with his chest against the cool floor. Slowly, more disconcerting thoughts would assemble themselves into the fabric of his mind, and he would once again force himself off of the floor and fight the physical war rather than wrestling with his ethereal demons. Sweat beaded on his forehead and slowly began to soak his clothes. When his arms shook and quivered to the point where he was incapable of even one single push-up, he turned round and used sit-ups as his new physical challenge. Eventually, he exhausted himself to the point where he had no more additional energy to spend on thoughts of any kind. He could only manage to lie on his back, huffing for air. A pounding on his cell door snapped Aiden out of his slumber. He couldn't be sure for how long he had been asleep for, but his groggy mind and the sleep in his eyes told him that it had been for long enough to build up sleep's rewards, even if his aching body didn't feel particularly rewarded with rejuvenation. A guard at the door ordered him to reinsert his hands through the newly reopened port and proceeded to handcuff him once again. The cell door swung open and two guards, one at each arm, guided him out of the cell. Aiden was taken down a series of corridors until they arrived at what appeared to be an office of sorts. Inside the office, Aiden had an iron neck clamp latched around his neck. The clamp was attached to a pole, and at the end of the pole was a large guard. With the clamp securely fastened, another guard undid Aiden's handcuffs. He was ordered to strip. Hesitantly, he removed his clothes down to his underwear, but he was ordered to take them off as well. He looked to the taciturn faces of his guards, but he saw no encouraging glint in their eyes. It was the look of a man who receives orders and in turn gives orders, but in the issuance of their mandate, reason was never consulted. Aiden was fairly certain that these men were thus employed for no greater reason than for their collective reverence for hierarchy. Words of protest would be pointless here. He completed his state of nakedness, but the moment his boxers hit the concrete, he felt the edge of his steel collar press down into the flesh of his neck and trapezius muscles. The guard at the other end of the pole was pushing down with all of his weight, ordering him to assume a squatting position. He was then told to cough, but instead he instinctively fought against the vulnerable position he had been forced into. He gripped his collar with both hands and twisted and turned, trying to stand up. But as he gained partial progress, the third guard stepped in and delivered a solid uppercut into Aiden's abdomen. 80% of his air instantly shot out of his mouth, and he gasped and grunted to regain what had been so forcefully taken from him. After his indecorous inspection, Aiden was furnished with the typical orange jumpsuit and brought back to his cell. Aiden sat in his cell for an unknown amount of time, staring blankly at the white wall. Is this my life now? He thought despairingly, told where to go, where to stand, when to eat, when to wash, when to strip. He shuddered. I don't know if I can take this. How long have I been here for? A few hours? Half a day? It's already unbearable. But he really had no authority over the matter. Whether he could stand it or not, it really made little difference.
He was trapped in prison, his freedom scattered to the heavens, but time will always march forward. He didn't realize it yet, but if a man can survive for a minute, then he can survive for an hour. And hours turn into days, days become years, or even lifetimes. No matter how we feel, we will continue to survive until we don't. For the moment Aiden was alive, the silence, the boredom, the dread for the future, it made his situation feel intolerable, but he managed to bear it, somehow. He clung to the thin tendrils of hope. He told himself that he was still alive, and as long as he was alive, there was still a chance. A chance for what? He did not know. But he remained fixated on that small glimpse of light, struggling to cut through the darkness. No matter how improbable, he had to believe that his hope might one day mingle with reality. He reasoned that perhaps we're all imprisoned and enslaved to our own fate, that our illusion of choice was just that, an illusion. How much freedom did he ever really have in his entire life? It felt like most of his waking hours were spent in direct servitude to another's aggrandizement. How many choices were purely his own, and not simply a forced circumstance? Up until recently, it had felt more like survival than anything resembling a free life. It was only his decision to help Natalia that actually felt like an impactful moment when he was in control of his own destiny. Ironically, his first meaningful exhibition of free will had almost instantaneously led to his physical imprisonment. However, if the very instant that one decides to draw outside of the lines is the precise moment when the government will deny him his freedom, then none of us are truly free. So, in a sense, we are all free to choose compliance. Anything less will be rewarded with enlightenment, that you have always been a slave, and that your promissory prison will be exchanged for a physical one. An old Thomas Jefferson quote that his father had often repeated floated into the forefront of his mind. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Aiden's dad would then often add his own words. So if you ain't ready to fight to the death for your freedom, then you don't deserve it. His young mind had received this lecture with ambivalence, but now he wished that he had taken his father's words more seriously. Perhaps if he had known that his liberty was not an inalienable right, but rather a privilege reserved for the strong, then he would have fought harder to preserve it. Aiden thought, he mused, he reflected, he contemplated, he pondered. He dissected one aspect of his life after another. He came up with quotes, thought of new adages, and philosophized until his head felt like it was about to explode. It was not a gentle reverie, but rather an aggressive maelstrom of swirling thoughts. He would have given almost anything at that moment to have a friendly ear to listen to the results of his ruminations. Instead, he was trapped in a tiny cell, alone. His ideas kept piling up until they felt like they would overflow his brain and come exploding from his eyes. He wanted some relief from this, any relief, from being alone with his thoughts. It was with a sense of profound solace when a pounding reverberation went through his steel door. Anything to get me out of here, he thought desperately. Aiden couldn't be sure for how long he had been left alone in his cell, but no one had brought him food, so he rationalized that it couldn't have been more than a few hours. That thought terrified him, because it already felt like an impossibly long time to be left alone for. How could he possibly bear lasting days or even weeks under the same conditions? Freshly handcuffed, Aiden was brought up a set of stairs and led into an interrogation room. There were two plain stainless steel chairs at its center and a rectangular inky black glass table dividing them. The table was glossy, and the edges were rounded and smooth. There was a large eyelet welded to the table's metal pedestal, and a length of chain dangling from in between his handcuffs was used to span the distance. A guard produced a padlock, and he had to crawl underneath the table to secure Aiden's chain to the pedestal. Aiden sat, chained to the table, waiting. More waiting, he thought ruefully. As the minutes dragged on and boredom invariably crept back in, his mind did again meander down the wild tracks of introspection. As the minutes ticked by, his anxiety rose. He squirmed this way and that in his unyielding seat. It felt as though a million tiny insects were crawling underneath his skin. He tried to tell himself that this was all in his mind, but he lacked the willpower to rein it in. He craned his head backwards and stared at the ceiling. He followed the lines of the plexiglass covering the same fluorescent lighting as his cell. He wondered if this was a newer building. If so, when was it constructed, and by whom? Concentrating on those trivial details helped to ease his fidgeting. Aiden had become largely catatonic by the time the door reopened and a woman stepped in. The middle-aged female had hollowed cheeks, and deep lines creased her leathery skin. Her hair was mostly gray, with some remnant of her original brown mixed in. It lay in a curly mop on the top of her head, with her sides cut short in a more masculine style. Her eyes looked to be carved from hard glacial ice, and she stared at Aiden hawkishly. A small, devilish grin touched her tight, thin lips. Aiden took in her pointed features and realized that his interrogation was about to begin.
Chapter 11. The Interrogation. Aiden Caldwell, the woman stated coolly. I am Detective Wright, and I am in charge of the investigation of, a shooting that occurred last night at a nightclub known as the Tailpipe. She spoke as she slowly found her seat opposite Aiden, as well as a linked triple homicide at a small bar in the town of New Independence. A predatory grin curled the corner of her mouth. But this should come as no surprise to you. She tilted her head, inquisitive as to how her newfound prey would react. We found bloodstains on your shirt, and the firearm that we found in your motel is unregistered, with the serial numbers filed off. I'm sure that when the ballistic results come back, they'll find that your weapon will match the slugs pulled from the scene of the crime in New Independence. I am also certain that the DNA results from the bloodstains on your clothes will also link you to your most recent crimes. In short, I don't want to waste your time, or mine. We know that you killed the men in New Independence, and as well as the ones here in Chicago. She shrugged her shoulders as if to convey disinterest, but her body language contradicted her eyes, which viewed Aiden's every movement with rapt scrutiny. Whether you choose to confess or not, it makes little difference to me. We already have all the evidence we need. You were very poor in concealing your crimes. However, we are also aware that you were traveling with a woman by the name of Natalia Karolina. Aiden's heart sank when he heard her name, and he must have failed to keep the surprise from his face because Detective Wright looked pleased with the reaction that she had elicited. Wright continued, We don't know exactly what your relationship to this woman consists of, but if you are willing to cooperate with us in telling us everything that you know, we may be able to help in commuting your sentence. I think I ought to speak to a lawyer, Aiden croaked. He suddenly became aware of how dry his throat was. What does Natalia have to do with any of this? He thought wildly. Detective Wright looked bemused as she sat back slightly into her chair. A lawyer. She articulated it slowly, as though her tongue was feeling the taste of the word for the first time. I'm afraid you don't have the right to a lawyer, she finally declared, and her thin lips stretched wide with great satisfaction. What? Aiden exclaimed. I do have the right to a lawyer. I know my rights. Wright leaned forward. Calm yourself, Mr. Caldwell, she cooed. I believe that you are under the impression that you believe yourself to be protected under the Miranda rights, Unfortunately, you are being charged under the Anti-Terrorist Act, and as such, you are not afforded these, courtesies. Terrorism? Aiden's mind was racing. Why would I be charged under the Anti-Terrorist Act? Detective Wright's face creased and folded in a grotesque contortion, with her muscles twisting in ecstasy in a way that seemed to be confounding the surface of her skin. Aiden estimated her to be in her mid-50s, but her features were more accustomed to a dour countenance, and the years of malcontent had distorted her appearance well beyond her years. Her amusement gradually faded, and her skin slowly sagged back to their mirthless valleys. With the metamorphosis complete, her pinched lips looked to be preparing to unleash an austere lecture. Aiden involuntarily grimaced before she spoke. Am I here to furnish you with information? You are here to cooperate with us in every way possible. It is... And what if I don't cooperate? Aiden interrupted. Wright's icy blue eyes flashed ferociously. I knew that you'd be a problem, she sneered at him. Most men are. You are aggressive and unruly. You love to flout the law. You think you know better. Even as boys, you're constantly acting out, testing authority. If we don't put you in your place early, you will continue to challenge authority and act in your own self-interest. She unfurled her bony finger in Aiden's direction. And here we can see the direct result of our negligence to appropriately identify and guide toxic masculine behavior. Aiden's eyes narrowed at her, and he leaned in closer to the table as if to speak confidentially. But I suppose you set them straight here? She smiled, and Aiden recoiled away from the table. It was a vicious smile. If it was a display of happiness, he knew now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he would never want to see this woman happy for as long as he lived. Oh, if you only knew. She curled her finger at him. I'll let you into a little secret. Since it's plain that you are ignorant as to the particulars of your situation, allow me to educate you. When a man is charged under the Anti-Terrorist Act, they have no rights. There is no limit to how long they may be held for, and this one is important, so pay attention. There are also no limitations in place for how an interrogation may be conducted. Now, who do you think gets to decide how long you are held for, and what methods are employed throughout the process? She taunted. She watched him intently, waiting for a response. When he gave none, she shrugged off his silence and continued to bait him. What? No guesses? I thought that even a simple manual laborer such as yourself could connect the dots. But I suppose I overestimated your intellect. Here, let me spell it out for you in a way that even a simple mind can comprehend. The one who decides what constitutes appropriate action, in your case, is the investigating officer. In your case, her piercing gaze sought to cut right through him. I am your investigating officer. Their eyes were locked in mutual revulsion. Finally, Wright broke the silence. So you see, she hissed menacingly, you should be doing everything in your power to please me right now. I don't want to sound hyperbolic, but your life is very literally in my hands right now. So don't piss me off with your childish defiance. I can see it in your eyes. You hate me. But let me give you a little piece of advice. Swallow your pride. And the quicker the better. Remember that I own you. If you cooperate, then I'll go easy on you. But if you fight me, she leaned across the table, I will break you. Aiden realized that his teeth hurt. He had been clenching his jaw for an unknown amount of time. He promised himself that whatever this woman threatened him with, that he would never cooperate. His life was already forfeited, but he could still hold on to some sense of pride. She was right about one thing, though. He did profoundly hate her. He just wished that he had the power to do something about it. Wright touched the top of the black glass table, which illuminated the embedded screen, but from Aiden's vantage point, he couldn't make out any specific images, and only saw the reflected light dancing off of Wright's moving fingers. She stopped typing on the invisible keyboard and slid her fingers across the table. In an instant, a photo appeared on Aiden's side. He casually looked down at the photo. It looked like a black mummy screaming from underneath a pile of blackish gray rubble. Another photo appeared, and it was more clearly a charred corpse, and a third joined the trio, possibly taken from a different angle, or maybe it was a different body. The fire had burned away any defining characteristics, but it was clearly the burned remains of the dead Chechens. Wright slid over another virtual photo. It was a mugshot of a middle-aged Chechen, but the writing underneath was in Cyrillic. Albrecht Magamoldov, Wright stated. Do you know him? Aiden remained silent, and she continued. He was an important collaborator with the U.S.-backed Chechen revolt in the mid-60s. For his service, he was granted U.S. asylum and has lived in the States for the past 20 years. However, there was some evidence that he was smuggling people into the country from other Eastern Bloc nations. For a fee, of course. She looked up from her digital dossier with an arched brow, curious to observe what sort of effect this information had on her prisoner. Wright presented 2 more photos to Aiden. The one on your right is Ortsu Magomolov, and the one on your left is his brother, Bertzi. They are nephews of Albrecht, and suspected of helping him in his, activities. You know these men? She asked stonily. Yeah, I killed them, Aiden stated matter-of-factly. He caught her off guard. You admit to their murder? If that's what you want to call it, Aiden shrugged off her perplexity. I'm sure that even you can see that they were pieces of shit deserving of death. Firstly, she assumed the cadence of a humorless lecturer. Profanity of any kind will not be tolerated on these premises. Secondly, do not presume to guess at what my opinion of the case may or may not be, for I categorically disagree with your crude supposition of one being deserving of death. Murder of any living person is unjustifiable, period. Oh, Aiden exclaimed, trying to contain his emotions. He shook as he spoke. I thought that you had threatened to take my life just a few minutes ago. She sneered at his rebuttal. You are manipulating the facts in a duplicitous manner. I said no such thing. How like a brute to level scurrilous comparisons between himself and his superiors. To compare your deeds to mine are beyond insulting, she shot back condescendingly. What I said is that I have full control to use any means necessary to force cooperation. This is not in opposition to the law, but rather in service of it. And even in that capacity, I've never taken a life. Right. he intoned sarcastically. So, in your estimation, torture is fine, just so long as your victim survives? Wright gave him a predatory grin. Yes, but also remember that I am doing everything within the bounds of the law. For the sake of law and order, in fact. I'm not acting on my own. I am only seeking to preserve our democracy in our great nation, to protect its citizens, and maintain the Constitution. Well, don't I feel safe now, Aiden thought dryly. And what happens if the law changes? Well then, I will change with it, of course. Even if it allows for murder? She shook her head at this. The state cannot commit murder. Aiden was about to argue, but she held up her hand to silence his protestations. But the state can and does kill, and I have no problem with upholding the state's right to do so. I don't see the difference. Of course you don't. Your actions clearly exhibit your lack of understanding. Huh. Then in your mind, what happens when the state becomes immoral? Detective Wright was looking impatient. Morality is irrelevant. She took a sharp breath, exhausted with the duty of an explanation. The state is representative of collective humanity. Our evolution from our most primitive mind was dependent upon the collective. The laws of the universe, through natural selection and competitive survival, have placed the strongest and smartest at the top of our society. All laws have been passed down and improved upon by our brightest minds. Cream, Mr. Caldwell, rises to the top. The simpletons in our society believe that they may act according to their morals and that their gods or God may even transcend the laws of man. But there is nothing to this spiritual nonsense. There is no God. There is no morality. There is only humanity. Law and order is completely essential for us to progress. What you have done by taking the laws into your own hands is to spit in the eye of all of humanity. Humanity who gave you clothes, food, cars, jets, phones, medicine, security, and everything else that you take for granted. So what? You think that you know better? Better than all of law enforcement? Better than all of our lawyers? Our judges? Better than all of our forefathers who handed us down our great Constitution? You, some metal worker from New Independence, with no college degree, and you took men's lives. Why? Because you thought you were better, stronger, and more intelligent than all of collective society? At the end of her speech, Wright looked almost out of breath, and blotchy red marks covered her cheeks. Aiden knew that arguing would lead to very little, but he could not help himself. So you don't believe in morality? Interesting. So what would draw a moral relativist to law enforcement in the first place? Not the thrill of abusing one's power, I hope. You speak of law and order and collective society as though it encompasses the whole world. What you're really speaking of is the law and order of the United States and the collective West. But these laws are not all universal. A war hero here could be labeled a terrorist in our enemy's country. Here he acted to preserve the law, but there his same actions were an affront to it. So your precious laws are relative. They are not made by the most intelligent. They are made by those who wield the most power. War decides who writes the laws. Afterwards, the liars will bend the laws, and the selfishly ambitious will use the laws to rob the masses. These three sit at the very top of your precious society: the tyrant, the liar, and the thief. The intelligent will forever work in servitude to these three, but they will never decide the course of a nation. And who are you, Mr. Caldwell, to have such a privileged vantage point, to be able to so confidently judge the intellect of your betters. Aidan was quick to respond. I can judge them by the fruits of their labors. Crime is rampant, but our freedoms are few. Our labor is meagerly compensated, but our expenses are no less onerous. Education has devolved over time to become simply a tool used to equip the next generation with the bare minimum required to churn out a productive and compliant workforce. The cowering rich have relentlessly attempted to bleach the minds of their lessers for fear that something may grow there, perhaps a thought, wild and unpredictable, unsterilized by the hands of our social engineers. And if they are intelligent, then it lives in the shadows of their evil intent. Honestly, I don't know what their true nature is exactly. The only thing I know for sure is that they are weak. Aidan was sure that his words would be falling on deaf ears, but his short confinement had already served to fuel his tongue with an unrelenting energy. Weak? Wright spat out the word. Perhaps you have spent too much time in the blue-collar environment, and it's muddled your perspective. The evil rich men keeping you down, and the like. It's an all too common adage amongst the poor, because they never want to accept personal responsibility for their own inadequacies. It's simply a matter of jealousy. The fact is, Mr. Caldwell, if you were half as smart as you esteem yourself to be, you would have had the means to elevate yourself out from under your low position working at the foundry. Perhaps you simply lack motivation, Her icy blue eyes scanned his features for the mark of an unambitious man. A smirk formed at her perceptiveness, and she looked down to her screen in the table. I don't see any record of attendance in your file to any form of higher education. Maybe if you had gone to university, your negative view of it would have been altered. Aidan tried to ignore the high level of condescension directed towards himself. I highly doubt it. Although I'm sure that university would do its best to change my mind. Their professors do pride themselves in understanding the human mind, and subsequently in their ability to mold it. However, I would prefer to speak my own simple thoughts than for an expert to commit puppetry upon my tongue and supplant my words for his own. At what point did we accept that regurgitated information would hold so much societal value? Likely, it was around the same time that our leaders decided that indoctrination was preferable to enlightenment. And now our universities use the truth from the past to legitimize their lies for the present. What good is the gift of intellect if free will is scrubbed away in the process? The desire for control has muddied the waters of intelligence so badly that we forget what the elixir of wisdom originally tasted like. As a consequence of our collectivism, the modern mind is no longer a unique article, but rather it is only a small gear in the larger mechanism of society. And just like how a neuron is incapable of passing judgment upon its neighbor, so too we have forfeited our discernment to the whole. If the body of our country was made up of unique, thinking individuals, then a general consensus would hold infinitely more value. Unfortunately, when 10 million students a year are all fed identical curriculum and tested bi-weekly to ensure that they are retaining that curriculum, having a general consensus is no great feat. It is to be expected. In an institution where conformity is the key to success, how does one rise above his peers? Memory is the only answer. The mantra of modern education: listen, remember, repeat. They will teach Newton, Galileo, Aristotle, and the like to add legitimacy to what comes next. After they have proven that they are indeed the gatekeepers of knowledge, they will begin to tenderize the youthful minds. Riding on the coattails of provable information, they will add in their propagandistic abstracts until they have the perfect mixture for an indoctrinated follower, fortified with productive knowledge. The best formed cogs to be spewed out of their campuses will be inserted into the most privileged sections of the machinery, where they may wield their freshly honed skills, spinning round and round until they are ultimately replaced. So you see, intelligence is no great asset for individual empowerment, but rather it is engineered to form an individual into an asset. The creative, inventive mind is simply tapped into as a resource. Information is a commodity bought and sold on the global market, and knowledge is power, but it is the power that controls the knowledge. Simply employing a genius means that the employer does have the power of a strong intellect at his fingertips. However, we are deceived if we believe that the owner of intellectuals is intelligent himself. Aiden could see it in her eyes, that nothing he said would have any effect upon her. But still, the words continued to flow out of him. In the ideal scenario, an individual is not even a complete intelligent entity. Rather, it is preferable to divide the attributes amongst multiple individuals. Non-verbal savants working away on advanced coding or mathematical equations, while creative artists polish the product's aesthetics and sharp-tongued salesmen push through lucrative deals. Each one believes themselves to be invaluable to the company, but their attributes are compartmentalized adequately to make them easy to control. With the minds of men so thoroughly manipulated and monopolized, I refuse to believe that our society is being led by our best and brightest. I will not defer to our leaders' better judgment because I don't believe that they possess it. They have a lust for power, and their insatiable hunger will lead them to devour their tail in the pursuit of a single-minded ambition. Wisdom is always at risk of being corrupted if it isn't fortified by the strength of morality. Since your system is morally bankrupt, I will consult God in matters of right and wrong, and your pseudo-intellectual hierarchy can go to hell. Throughout Aiden's entire monologue, Wright wore a perpetual smirk on her face. It was the same indulgent condescension that a teacher might adopt while patiently forbearing the misinformed ramblings of one of her students. "Oh, are you finished? Using the most amount of words to convey the least amount of thought." Her upper lip curled slightly in an involuntary sneer. "It seems to me that you are trying very hard indeed to sound intelligent, and yet you are completely unwilling to recognize it in others. Although it isn't really entirely your fault. It's simply an innate part of your flawed masculine nature. You feel threatened by the intelligence of those more gifted than yourself, and you lash out to protect your fragile ego. Isn't that right, Mr. Caldwell? You attack the universities because they hold a wealth of knowledge, and most of it frightens you. You ridicule what you cannot understand. Is that why you defend it?" Aiden shot back through clenched teeth. "Because you think you're somehow a part of their privileged ranks? You're one of the select members of the exclusive intelligentsia." His voice was thick with mocking incredulity. Wright was visibly annoyed. Her left eye twitched, and the red blotches brightened on her cheeks. "This is a waste of time," she hissed, trying to rein in her flash of rage. She took a steadying breath. "I think I have indulged your musings for long enough." She turned her attention back to the table. The screen went black for a moment before a new photo was passed to Aiden. "You know this woman?" Aiden sat frozen in silence. Wright continued. "Natalia Karolina. She joined the Russian army as a medic in 2082. However, it was not long after that she was recruited by the FSB as an intelligence agent. A spy, Mr. Caldwell. We know that she had been in the U.S. for around 4 months now. Brought in by Ulbrich Magomedov under the cover of another Eastern European sex worker. Wright leaned in and whispered in provocation. The Russians love to use sex as a weapon. Aiden was transfixed by the photo of Natalia. It was clearly her. Of that there was no mistake. But she was dressed in a Russian military uniform, with her hair tucked underneath a matching side cap. She was still beautiful, but she looked more austere than Aiden remembered. Wright was eyeing him curiously. Pretty, isn't she? She pried. Aiden only stole a quick glance up before returning to the photo. The detective sent him another photo. In this one, she was standing beside another man in uniform. Sergei Pachugin, volunteered Wright. He is an intelligence director for the FSB, and he is in direct charge of a woman-only branch of intelligence officers. As you can see, he is there with Natalia Karolina in that photo. Wright's tone suddenly changed, and Aiden looked up at her in curiosity. It appeared as though she was trying to soften her features to evoke some sincerity, but her face was not well suited to such a deception. Aiden Caldwell, your cooperation is very important here. We know that you have been with Miss Carolina ever since the bar incident in New Independence. We need to know what you know and what she knows and what you are planning. It is a matter of national security. We are assuming that she was using you. She has many tools at her disposal to manipulate her mark, to help her to accomplish primary directives. What use she could have had with a low-level foundry worker is still a mystery to us, but you can help us to fill in the gaps. We know that you were not previously involved in any espionage. You had no connections, no record of violence. At least, that was true prior to meeting with Miss Carolina. We are giving you the benefit of the doubt here, and if you cooperate, we could work to reduce your sentence. Aiden was taciturn, but Wright continued. Was Natalia trying to get information from you about your place of employment? What were you doing in Chicago? What were you planning? Wright prodded, but Aiden was lost in thought. So they must have Natalia as well then. Was she really the one that they were after? A Russian spy? He thought about her calm eyes, how she could stare right through him. She would never look away and could hold his gaze almost indefinitely. Is it true then? Was I simply being played? Am I just a gullible sap? Aiden felt incredibly naive and stupid. I was just a pawn completely used. He stumbled over the idea. Did Natalia really force him to kill for her? There seemed to be way too many variables for it to be a premeditated act. She had met him randomly in that bar. Of that he was sure. He walked in there by chance or by accident. There was no way that was orchestrated. Okay, so then suppose Natalia was a spy. Could she really act that quickly? See a random man enter a bar, assess his potential, and manipulate his actions to kill in the matter of less than an hour? On the other hand, what did he know? The idea of espionage had never even entered into his mind. He couldn't even begin to imagine what sort of tactics could be employed by a spy. If he had been used, was he strong enough to face the truth? He remembered what Natalia had said to him in the motel. Well, what if it was I who trapped you? And when I saw you at the bar, I used all of my womanly charms to persuade you to help me? Those words echoed over and over again in his mind. He was pulled from his stupor by Detective Wright's piercing voice. Mr. Caldwell! Mr. Caldwell! Are you paying attention? Right. She inhaled sharply and tried to blunt the natural severity of her voice. I understand that these revelations may be coming to you as quite a shock. You are struggling to grasp onto the fact that Natalia Karolina is, in fact, a foreign agent. It is reasonable to find yourself in a state of bewilderment. I am sympathetic. I will give you overnight to digest these facts. However, I will expect a decent response tomorrow morning. Wright stood up from her chair. Good evening, Mr. Caldwell. I hope that sleep brings you some clarity. An edge had sneaked back into her voice, which didn't go unnoticed by Aiden, and he knew that his future cooperation was fully expected. She rose from her chair, scrutinizing his downcast face, but his stony features offered few hints as to his internal thoughts. Wright's face sagged with disappointment at her lack of progress in her first interview, and she turned to go. She stood for a moment at the door and glared up impatiently at a discreet camera in the top right corner of the room. A second later, the door cracked open, and Wright slipped out of the room, leaving Aiden to chew on an indigestible and unappetizing slab of reality. On the other side of the door, a middle-aged man with a thick mustache and a thin comb-over was waiting for her. His expensive suit juxtaposed with his otherwise slovenly appearance. He had a thin face and narrow jaw, which pronounced the size of his head. Likewise, his spindly arms and legs served to accentuate the girth of his potbelly, which protruded from his unbuttoned blazer, indicating he maintained a robust appetite whilst abstaining from extraneous physical activity. His oversized squarish glasses glinted in the artificial lighting as he moved his head to greet Detective Wright. Well, that left much to be desired, he observed critically. Oh, go to hell, James, Wright snapped at him. I would like to see you do any better. Is that an invitation to try? James asked wryly. Wright scowled at him as she walked past to look through the one-way glass. She stared at Aiden, still slumped in his chair in the interrogation room, still looking at the same spot on the black table where Natalia's photo had appeared moments before. James had silently followed her to observe Aiden from over her left shoulder. She maintained her focus on Aiden as she spoke to Detective James. I know what you're trying to do, she accused. What? James feigned innocent ignorance. Wright gave a tight smile. You're trying to weasel your way into that interrogation room. You know very well that these things take time, especially with someone like him. She gave the slightest inclination of her head towards Aiden. James smiled largely, his mildly crooked teeth revealing themselves behind the curtain of his mostly brown mustache hairs. I won't deny it. I love an opportunity to have a crack at the man. But intuition tells me that I'd only need to be patient. I'll get my chance eventually. Wright arched her eyebrow and glanced over her shoulder. You don't think he'll break under my interrogation methods? James shrugged and casually clasped his hands behind his back. Oh, I don't doubt that you can break him. I just wonder if you'll be able to obtain anything useful in the process. She snorted. Well, it's not as though we don't have another crack at it. Don't forget, we still have Natalia in custody as well. That's just the sort of rationale I was afraid you might have. I have already spoken with the young lady, and as I suspected, you'll be as likely to get something out of her as to draw water from a stone. No, the weak link here is clearly going to be Mr. Caldwell. If I might add an observation, he waited for a moment for Wright to object. When she abstained, he continued. The profile of Mr. Caldwell portrays a man who feels disconnected from civil society. His father was a disillusioned, angry, embittered veteran who, returning from the war, embraced anti-establishment ideology wholeheartedly. I am sure that this particular sentiment was passed on to his son. Mr. Caldwell has lived largely in poverty, and his loftiest ascension was to get a manual labor position that afforded him few luxuries. Get to the point, she snarled. The point, James continued curtly, is that, in my opinion, some form of rapport should be reached with Mr. Caldwell first, before applying the pressure, so to speak. For example, what was the intended purpose of engaging in a prolonged philosophical argument with the suspect? She automatically opened her mouth to protest, but she stopped herself.
Yes, that was, an oversight on my part,
she admitted grudgingly.
I should have redirected the conversation back on topic right away, instead of becoming sidetracked.
Well, he drew out the word, I don't necessarily see it as a bad thing to discuss philosophy. We would probably glean more useful information from the suspect through his ramblings than through any directly posed questions.
So what are you actually saying? She asked in frustration. Should I encourage philosophical arguments or not?
You should encourage the suspect to talk, James said emphatically. A hint of irritation crept into his voice at needing to explain the obvious, which means not arguing with him. You should be rather encouraging discourse in any way you can. I see, Mr. Caldwell. How interesting. Do explain. And things of that nature. What you should not do is fight with the suspect's ideology. His tone shifted. However, in my assessment, the interview was not a complete loss. We did find out that the suspect believed strongly in morality, likely imparted upon him during his upbringing with his grandmother, as she was an active member of a Christian church in Aberdeen. His latent faith means that he believes that his own moral compass may transcend the law, making any breach of law entirely justifiable in his mind. I don't know, Wright wondered. It still doesn't seem to be a great revelation. Most people think they're in the right. The world revolves around them, and they feel completely justified in committing a crime. James eyed her skeptically. Helen, I don't want to appear as though I'm lecturing you, but once again, I must disagree. Most people do feel guilt when a crime is committed. For some, it's self-defense. For others, it's a crime of passion. And for others still, it's an accident. But they nearly all feel some sense of regret for the crime that they committed. A psychopath may not. But I don't think that's what we have here. Mr. Caldwell is unburdened by remorse because, by his own admission, he believes that he acted morally. A vigilante, if you will. He chuckled under his breath. Perhaps he even sees himself as some sort of modern-day crusader for the Knights Templar. Helen slowly nodded her head. Yes, you are most likely correct, but I still fail to see how that fact will aid us in drawing any information out of him. James' mustache tilted to one side as it followed his lopsided grin. Well, first of all, it explains a lot about his possible connection to Miss Carolina. There was always a chance that he was more clever than he appears, and that he had been operating in the shadows as a covert Russian asset for any number of years. However, in light of his ideological leanings, it appears to be all the more likely that he met Miss Carolina entirely by chance. She feigned to be in a state of distress. He took the bait, and the rest is history. Did you see his reaction to seeing her photo in military uniform? The poor fellow was in shock. I could almost see his heart implode inside his chest from here. My bet is he was completely in love with her. Fortunately for us, we are presented with a great opportunity. Since he is clearly in a very vulnerable state of mind right now, the problem that you have is the man distinctly dislikes you. If the only way forward is to convince Mr. Caldwell of the truth that Miss Carolina is the enemy, then some trust must be established. Unfortunately, and I mean this with no intended disrespect toward yourself, I don't think that you are capable of gaining that man's trust. Ever. Detective Helen Wright cast James a scathing look. I suppose this is where you offer your services and try to hijack my interrogation? She hissed. James extended out his arms, with his palms turned upwards in a display of passivity. Helen, he gently admonished, we are a team. This is about results, not about who does what. Wright wheeled around angrily. Fine. She pointed her bony finger just underneath his chin and sneered. You can try your luck, but if you fail to play buddy-buddy with him, it will be me who finally breaks him. James held up his hands in submission. Fair enough. May I speak with him now? I don't want him festering, unguided for too long. Wright lowered her finger from his face and gave him a curt nod. James smiled again. Very good, he said as he walked over to the interrogation door. He removed his sidearm and placed it on the small table near the door where Helen's own gun was still sitting. James placed his hand on the door handle and paused. He looked over at Helen. By the way, he added, in the future, never indicate to a suspect that you're a moral relativist. Why? Helen challenged belligerently. James sighed. Because they'll never trust another word out of your mouth. I know I wouldn't. Oh, and what would you say instead? She retorted. James's crooked teeth once again exposed themselves from beneath his mustache. Oh, I would probably say that I also believe in morality, in a higher power looking down on all of his creation, judging their virtues and their sins alike. In short, his smile grew larger, almost feral. I would lie. His smile vanished and he entered the interrogation room. Chapter 12. Detective James Johnson. The door to the interrogation room opened, and Aiden looked up briefly, expecting to be escorted back to his cell. Rather, he was confronted with a solitary man with a peculiar look. Detective Wright's eyes had been a piercing icy blue, but this new face had dark brown eyes, shielded behind the thick lenses of his glasses. Wright's had been overtly intense, but this man's eyes were heavily veiled, and Aiden couldn't divine what his emotions or intentions were. His dark irises seemed to absorb everything around them, but reflected back nothing. Mr. Caldwell, the man greeted in a genial tone. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Detective James Johnson, but please call me James. Do you smoke? He produced a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Aiden stared blankly at him, but when proffered, he accepted the smoke. As James leaned forward and held the lit lighter in front of Aiden's face, he explained, Normally, they forbid smoking in the interrogation rooms. They believe it poses a potential risk. James drew himself a cigarette and lit it, blowing a plume of smoke towards the ceiling in an apparent display of defiance against senseless protocol. Of course, he smiled. It's as plain as day that there is no risk, not from you or from me. Or he loaded his voice full of a mocking tone. Or from any risk of a potential fire hazard. Aiden inhaled deeply as well, and, in spite of himself, mimicked James's irreverent exhalation towards the ceiling, affording himself a slight smirk. For Detective Johnson's part, he had to fight against an initial impulse to gloat and stare back towards the one-way glass, through which he was certain that Detective Wright was watching and likely fuming in jealousy at his quick success. James leaned back in his hard metal chair and slung his arm lazily over the backrest. He took on a more serious tone. Listen, I am sorry for the conduct of my partner. He leaned in closer and whispered confidentially. And to be honest, I sort of respect what you've done. Off the record, of course. He leaned back and resumed his normal tone. I'm afraid that my partner has a tendency to come on a little too strong. You see, she's a little bit of a firebrand of sorts, ready to unleash hellfire and all of that. Unfortunately for her, there is no nuance, no subtleties. James sliced his hand into his palm for emphasis. Only right or wrong, law-abiding or lawbreakers. James paused to attend to his cigarette and blew out another thick plume of smoke. You see, in most cases, she is a very, effective officer. Although yours is not a typical case, now is it? And here she is ill-equipped in knowing exactly how to deal with you. Aiden looked at the tip of his cigarette contemplatively before taking another drag. And I suppose you do know how to deal with me? He asked skeptically. James's lips broke to expose his teeth as smoke cascaded through the crags and crevices of his enamel. Yes, he confirmed breathlessly. He dashed out the remainder of his cigarette onto the corner of the table before continuing. I believe that you have been unwittingly caught up in something that you do not fully understand. You have done things that you believe to be right, but unfortunately, you did not have all the facts. James motioned towards the one-way glass. My colleague wants to nail you to the wall for your deeds, but I want to help you. Is that a part of the infamous good cop, bad cop routine that I've heard so much about? Aiden questioned wryly. Oh, on the contrary, James sounded indignant. It was simply an error of judgment on behalf of my partner. You see, Mr. Caldwell, there are actually no mind games going on here. We are simply seeking the truth. We know that you've killed 8 people. All we want to know is why. He took a deep breath and wore a pained look upon his face. I want to say this as delicately as I can, man to man. I get it. That is to say, you'd have to be blind not to see that Natalia Karolina is a very attractive woman. And so, if I was put into your shoes, well, what I wouldn't do for a woman like that. Aiden was still nursing his cigarette, but he didn't take his eyes off of Detective Johnson. James felt the scrutiny, but continued on unfazed. The truth, my friend, is that Natalia played you. That's what she's trained for. This is what she does. I know that it is a hard pill to swallow, but she had your number from the start. But don't feel too bad, because many a man in your same shoes has been duped by her. James now illuminated the table screen once again. After a few moments, a single photo flashed over onto Aiden's side. He was petrified. It was a vivacious-looking Natalia standing on the balcony embracing an older man. She was wearing a pair of skimpy underwear and nothing to cover her bare breasts. She appeared to be laughing, with her delicate fingers lost in the man's gray chest hairs. "That man in the photo," James stated solemnly, "is the ex-vice-chancellor of Germany, Heinrich Schüler. That photo is 2 years old. Schüler was this close," he pinched together his forefinger and thumb, "to revealing NATO military intelligence. Fortunately, our own counterintelligence agents were able to detect the threat before any major damage was done. Still, Natalia was able to flee Germany before being detained." "What is the point of all of this?" Aiden shouted heatedly. James shrugged. "I understand that this is all very disturbing information. I would be upset as well if I were you. I just hope that deep down you appreciate that I'm only trying to be honest with you. This is the truth. For better or worse, I couldn't change it if I wanted to." His dark eyes peered through the thick lenses of his glasses, full of empathy. Aiden peered back at the detective through the edge of his brows, his head tilted downward. "So," he began ponderously, "then how are you proposing that I'm involved in this?" James sighed and gave an indulgent smile. "To be frank, we don't know exactly. This is where we were hoping that you'd help us. In explaining everything that you know, we could likely form a better picture as to Natalia's prime directive. Clearly, you didn't come to Chicago by chance. You went straight for Mr. Battaglia? But why?" Detective James had a soft, almost musical voice. There was a soothing quality to it, and Aiden felt more at ease as he listened to the man speak. He still had his reservations, and even he couldn't fully grasp what was true or not. In 48 hours, he had experienced so much that it felt like all of this may still be some extended dream. "What do I know about what the hell is really going on?" he thought in frustration. James sat observing Aiden with a parental expression, exuding patience and understanding, mingled with a certain degree of concern. Aiden scrutinized his interrogator with a renewed vigor. He looked deep into Johnson's eyes, but the dark brown orbs offered no glimpse into the soul. Aiden could find no anger or malice there, nor any other emotion for that matter. He couldn't even see where the iris ended and the pupil began. The two men's gaze remained locked together in silence for some time, before James broke the standoff in a soft, cajoling manner. "Mr. Caldwell, I know this must be a hard position to be in, but I assure you that we are here to help. Please help us to understand. What were you trying to accomplish? Did Natalia tell you to kill Mr. Battaglia? And if so, for what reason?" He let the question hang in the air for a moment, but Aiden still remained unmoved. James continued, "I know that you're not a mindless killer. You must have had a reason. Why kill the Chechens in the first place? And afterwards, why make a beeline down to Chicago? And why kill Battaglia? There must have been a purpose in all of this." Aiden didn't know what to do. Was he being tricked? He felt so tired. What time was it? He had no idea how long he had been there for. Was it still day? Or was it already night? He realized that he was incredibly hungry as well. How long had it been since his last meal? Perhaps he couldn't think right because he was delirious from a lack of food. "Could I get something to eat and drink?" Aiden instantly hated how piteous his voice sounded. James smiled wide. "Of course," he stated warmly. I'll have something brought to your cell immediately after our interview. After, you son of a bitch, Aiden raged internally, but forced out in a level voice. Could I at least have some water now? He croaked. James eyed him hesitantly before acquiescing. He rose and silently exited the room. He had only been absent for a couple of minutes before he returned with a small styrofoam cup. Aiden eyed the water eagerly. His only wish was that it had been a bit more substantial. James offered him the cup, and Aiden took it with both hands, being careful not to spill any of its precious contents. 2 large mouthfuls later, and the styrofoam cup sat empty in his hands, and he grudgingly pried his eyes upwards to meet his interrogators. You know, Detective James began slowly as he found a seat. I'm sure you're wondering how we found you out so quickly. And normally, we're not supposed to disclose our methods. But I want you to feel that you can trust us. I know that you're not bad, only misguided. So I feel confident in making an exception for you. You were very close to avoiding detection completely, but all it takes is one misstep. The Chechen's phone. I don't know the reason you chose to access it, but the moment you did, you gave us your face and fingerprints. After you were identified, it was a simple matter of using a national surveillance system to notify our office when your face had been detected. There is a traffic camera near the motel you were staying at, and it flagged your location. Of course, afterwards, we would have also had you on Mr. Battalia's videos, but we didn't know that when we sent agents to your motel. That information only came in after the fact. James smiled. So, while the past is the past, I hope that I have put to rest some nagging doubts that you may have had, and perhaps my candor will stimulate your own, he ventured. Aiden paused for a moment. The Chechens were self-defense, he began tentatively. Afterwards, he stopped himself, unsure how much he should really divulge. Natalia and I were searching for her lost sister, Katya. James nodded. I see. And is this what brought you to Battaglia? Looking for, this Katya? Aiden gave a curt nod and cast his eyes down to a spot on the floor. He instantly felt ashamed of his honesty. The detective sighed. It pains me, Mr. Caldwell. It really does, to have to be the bearer of bad news in this way. But there is no record of Miss Carolina having a sister. He wore a sympathetic expression. Katya doesn't exist. Impossible. Aiden was stunned. He wanted to strike the detective. He visualized his fist crashing into the other man's face, standing over him triumphantly as the detective spit out bloody pieces of his front teeth. So you were under the impression that you were trying to recover a missing girl? James posed rhetorically as Aiden glared at him. Interesting, the detective declared, unaffected by the disposition of the other. Aiden began to worry that he had just been manipulated, and that he had made a grievous error in even disclosing what he had. He promised himself to remain tight-lipped from now on, or at least until he had an opportunity to really think things over. I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Caldwell, said James graciously. I'm beginning to understand why you have done what you have. However, unfortunately, and I really hate to be this blunt, you have been completely deceived. Detective Johnson leaned forward, placing his forearms on the edge of the table. With his right hand, he began counting off with his fingers. 1. Natalia was working with the Chechens, not serving beneath them. In fact, given her rank and position, she was most likely the one in charge. 2. Battaglia is a business owner in the Chicago area. And while some of his businesses are not of a family-friendly nature, he is certainly not dealing in any sort of illicit sex trade. Believe me, if Battaglia was engaged in illegal activities, we would certainly have known about it. Individuals who operate mature entertainment venues are under significantly more scrutiny than any average citizen. 3. In reality, we believe that Natalia was only using Battaglia to gain access to her real target. And this story of a fake sister, Katya, was her way of manipulating you to do all of the heavy lifting for her. He lowered his hands to rest them, interlaced on the top of the table. It's a lot to take in one shot, I know. But it is the truth, as difficult as it might be to accept. So what was her real target then? Aiden blurted out. James frowned. Well, we do have a short list of possible targets in this area, but we were really hoping that you would be able to help us to clarify this point. Aiden scoffed. Your guess is as good as mine. Obviously, I was kept in the dark about a great many things, so what makes you think I would really know what the end goal was? Detective Johnson sat back in his hard chair, making a low rumble of dissatisfaction in the back of his throat. He ran his right forefinger and thumb over his mustache, repetitively massaging his whiskers thoughtfully, never taking his eyes off of Aiden. How many interrogations do you think I've done? He finally asked. Sorry? Aiden was perplexed by the question. I've been a detective for nearly 20 years this January. So take a guess. How many interrogations? James's tone was even, but there was an edge of authority in it now. Aiden shook his head. I don't really... Guess! James ordered in a startling outburst. I suppose, I don't know, maybe a couple hundred? James stopped stroking his mustache and pulled a stray hair from his mouth and stared at it distractedly. 483. He flicked the hair away and returned his gaze back onto Aiden. This is my 84th. To put it another way, I've witnessed 483 different ways to deflect, distract, or bury the truth. To lie, Mr. Caldwell. Aiden opened his mouth to respond, but Detective Johnson quickly held up a finger to silence him. You have lied to me just now. And he menacingly tilted his upright finger to point accusingly at Aiden. This is most disappointing. The reprimand sounded similar to the disappointment of a parent. How can I trust anything that you have said if I know that you will lie when it suits you? In case I didn't make it clear before, allow me to speak simply. My word to help you is not based on a percentage basis. Don't expect 50% leniency for an equal amount of your candor. My offer was for complete cooperation, with nothing held back. And then, and only then, do I promise to help you in your legal predicament. So keep in mind that there will be no second chances from this point forward. You will either choose to accept my offer and do everything in your power to convince me that you are being honest, upright, and helpful, or you will choose to proceed the remainder of your interviews with Detective Wright. She is unkind, but she is very effective. Still, you will definitely prefer to have myself leading your interrogation. I can assure you of that. Have I made everything perfectly clear? Aiden nodded, and Detective Johnson continued. So, in light of that aforementioned, I will reiterate. What was Natalia's final objective? James's eyes still remained placid and unreadable, but his tone was severe. Holy shit, Aiden thought. This bastard's just as bad as that gray-haired dyke. Maybe even worse. He narrowed his eyes and said the first clever thing that came to his mind. Fuck you. I've got an analysis for you. I think you're full of shit. First, you make these vague allusions to helping me, but nothing is written in stone. You know what I think? I think that even if I helped you, afterwards, I'd be just as fucked as if I said nothing. Hey, what's so fucking funny? James was struggling to contain himself. I am sorry. It's just the naivety of your statement. You really have no idea what I was offering to protect you from? Ending the interview quickly was what I was offering. Aiden scoffed. And that's some great fucking mercy? James looked genuinely surprised. Why, yes. Detective Wright will prod and pry inside your mind until there's nothing left. She is really more of a it's all about the journey and not the destination sort of person when it comes to interrogation. James stared reflectively back towards the opaque observation glass. His voice dropped into an eerie, musing cadence. I know there's a possibility you know nothing at all. He slowly turned back to Aiden. If you had been honest with me, I would have spared you from repetitive questioning. He inhaled deeply, as if the thought weighed heavily upon his spirit. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that you have been or will be cooperative in the future. The detective made a great show of hoisting himself out of his seat. Now we must exhaust all the possibilities. Leave no stone left unturned. That sort of thing. He stated ominously, staring down at Aiden. The threat did not fall on deaf ears, and Aiden began to realize the extent of his vulnerability. There were no friends here. No lawyers would come to advocate upon his behalf. No reporter would broadcast his story to the masses. He was surrounded by mindless drones. Prison guards, detectives, wardens, judges, state lawyers, they were all worse than enemies. An enemy could still be bargained with or entreated to. These automatons acted out of a sense of duty to their hierarchy. Logic, reason, or empathy would never supersede their orders. Detective James Johnson left silently, no longer trying to mask his disgust at his own failure to be more effective. He instantly shuddered to think of Detective Wright's gloating figure waiting for him on the other side of the door. He tried to steel himself as he hovered his hand over the handle and waited to hear the lock release. A light beep and click followed soon enough, and he exited the room. Sure enough, Wright was beaming at him from a swivel chair in front of the observation glass. Her thin lips, stretched over her white teeth, made her smile appear to be halfway to a snarl rather than a display of joy. So much for rapport, huh? James tried to brush aside the jibe. Well, we do have more than we did before. She arched her brow in mock intrigue. Oh? James cleared his throat. Well, sure. He put on a face of self-assurity. We know he thinks he was looking for Natalia's sister, But Helen scoffed and interrupted. He could have been easily lying to you. No, James protested. I don't think that Mr. Caldwell is a very good liar. When he tried to hide his next intended target, it was clear as day. I believe that everything else he said was truthful, at least as far as he knows. She tilted her head in mock consideration. Perhaps, or maybe he's actually a much better liar than you give him credit for. It's not the first time that you've been led down a rabbit hole. Remember Sinclair? She chuckled. He had you running through one labyrinthal maze after another until you finally caught on to the scam. James bristled. That was a long time ago. I believe that I have refined my senses quite a bit since then. Oh, yes, I'm sure you have, Helen replied dismissively. All I'm saying is that if you'd received the definitive on his next target, then we'd know for sure if he was playing or not. Oh? And how do you know that he wouldn't have just lied about that as well? He asked. Because, Helen said with a widening grin, we already know who the next target is. We do? James was stunned. Yes, she cooed, and relished watching him squirm with impatient anticipation as she made him wait. John Holtz, she finally said. His mouth opened wide. Well, why? Why didn't you inform me of this from the start? Gradually, his surprise gave way to anger of being made a fool of. What? Helen feigned innocence. It was just that I was the one who happened to answer the phone about the tip-off. Mr. Holtz's head of security called personally, and his info is what helped us to expedite the entire investigation. Didn't you think it was unusual how quickly we were able to apprehend Mr. Caldwell and Miss Carolina? James opened his mouth to speak, but rage only allotted him a scowl as he stormed out of the narrow observation room into the hallway. Helen quickly vacated her chair and chased after him. Oh, don't be like that. I only kept you in the dark because I thought that if you didn't know, the result would be more authentic. Admit it. You would have done the same thing, she yelled after him.